How's it going, everybody? Good evening, good evening, good evening, or afternoon. I know it's 6. I think we're in that cusp between evening and afternoon, but good to see everybody. Hope you are all doing well. Welcome to the Sunday edition of the Stage of Reason. I am JL here on Bridge the Divine, and if you are new here, thank you so much for joining us. The Stage of Reason, where we talk to believers and other individuals about what they believe and why, examining things like epistemology, of course, the wide range of topics for everything from religion, theology itself, philosophy, science, you name it. We pretty much hash it out and discuss it here. And hopefully we'll have some good conversations up on the stage today. So if it is your first time here, feel free to use the link that is pinned in the side chat. You can come up on stage. We'll do a quick tech check and bring you on and have a chat. So I do appreciate you being here. And of course, so we'll see what conversation today brings. Hopefully we won't have any more Yahtzees on the stage like we got last stage, but you never know. You never know. There could be. Stop my so anyway, but good to see everybody. Let's see who we have in the side chat today. I see I Killed Earl was here first. Looks like 6 hours ago. Good to see you, Earl. And Spam goes here. Good to see you as well. That was back like almost before noon. Wow. Cindy Johnson's here as well. Good to see you, Cindy Johnson. Says good evening, Jail. Oh, thank you so much. And hopefully it will be a good stream. I know that the last one last Wednesday was a bit on the short side. That's because we didn't have anybody up on stage. We had some fun conversations. We had some friends up on the stage, and we chatted about all things nerd. Just hash some stuff out. But I wish it had been a little bit better. But I was exhausted, and now I am fully rested. I'm fully rested, and I am focused, and I am able to actually do something. Not to mention, I'm in a good freaking mood because I chased another one of the squirrels out of my garage area today. So I'm quite pleased with that. So I don't trap them. I don't trap them and try to like kill them like this, but I finally like managed to corner one and I chased him out. And it made me very happy. That's 3 squirrels I've gotten out of my garage area. So I was successful in that. It's difficult when you're doing it with a broom and you're just trying to like, wrangle them out so that they go out the door instead of back up into the crawl space. And so but yeah, getting the squirrels out. So successful in that. Had breakfast with the wife today, which is really good. Kind of a late because her hours have her schedule and mine are pretty wacky, and so we had to wait for her day off, and she wanted to go out and have breakfast. So kind of a late birthday breakfast with me. So we love breakfast is one of our the things that we love to do together, and so we got an opportunity to take care of just go out and just chill out for a few hours and have a nice leisurely breakfast. That was nice. So this has been a good day, and hopefully we'll have some good conversations to go along with it. Let's see who else we have up in here. I see Enkalagonchik is here. Good to see you, Enkalagonchik. Thanks so much for hanging out. Turing Test 2 as well. Clive Wells with the obligatory alternative energy. Thank you, Clive. Tina Jones, peekaboo to you. Thank you so much for hanging out. Weirdo Rock says so much Bridge the Divide live stream. Hello. Good to see you, Weirdo. Dux is in the house. Good to see you, Dux. It looks like he is waiting on his vegan nuggies. Andrew O will probably be on later. That's cool. Like I said, the link is there. So hopefully we'll get Andrew on in a bit. David Smith is here. Good evening. Good evening to you as well. And I see Felix Leiter is here. Good to see you, Felix. Cindy Johnson. And occasionally, you don't have to contribute to it. It's just something that's there, and of course, people who do contribute, I like to give something back and make sure it's worth their while. So, but you don't have to. It's not a requirement. But just willy nilly. I just make sure that there's something there, something fun that we could do. So we shall see. Plus, I have a video that we can review when we don't have anybody up on stage. So it's one that was I had written a script for, but it was really, really difficult and a lot of intense content. It might be better for a live stream than for created content because it was so long and involved. It was going to make 2 parts. So, but I finally want to just get it done because it's old. I've had it out there and I just want to be done with it. So hopefully it'll be interesting if we don't get any conversations right off the bat. Duck's Y for $2 says, have you seen Carrie the movie? When was it? So the original Carrie came out in 1979, and I believe that was starring Sissy Spacek. That was the first adaptation. King wrote that, I believe, in 76 is when that was published, and legendary director who directed that. But I do recall that one. Piper Laurie played her mother in that, one of the more intense roles, which is pretty badass, before she went on to be in Twin Peaks, which I thought was pretty cool. But yeah, the original Carrie, and of course the soulless remake that Chloe Grace Moritz, for all of her talent, Chloe Grace Moritz, she put her best into that, but it was a soulless remake that came out, and of course, silly sequels that like the Rage, Carrie 2, which is just like bonkers weird. But yes, I have seen it. The original is a classic. But it's odd because in all the movies that all they've ever done, Carrie, they've never cast an actress that actually looks like the character in the book, which is always struck me because the character in the book is extraordinarily unattractive by cinematic standards here in America, and so maybe nowadays they would do it. So I'm waiting to see this new series is coming out with Scarlett Johansson. I believe it's Mike Flanagan who's behind it, and we'll see who they cast as Carrie in that because. If you go by the book, she is not attractive by any stretch of the imagination. So it's meant to be. This way King wrote her. So we'll see. But yes, I have seen it, Doug. I have. Thank you so much for the super chat. Resist OP is here. It says I'm modding elsewhere, but I'll swing by later. Cool. Thank you. Thank you so much, Resist. Yep. Made in the late 70s. The name of the director was right on the tip of my tongue. Normally I have these things memorized. SOB. You know what? Darn it. Oh, sorry, my bad. So I got the date wrong. 1976 is when that came out. So it was 76 when that movie came out. I got the cast right. Sissy Spacek, Piper Laurie, everybody knows that Amy Irving and John Travolta were in it as well. And totally spaced. What was it? Sissy Spacek was 25 when she shot that film. Brian De Palma, legendary director Brian De Palma, who directed that. He's 85 years. But yeah, Brian De Palma, the mind behind Scarface, The Untouchables, Carlito's Way, done a ton of work with Al Pacino back in the day. So really, really cool stuff. But yeah, he was Brian De Palma directed that, and I believe it was early 70s. It was the first film, I believe, the first Stephen King novel to ever be optioned for a film, and because Carrie was the big one that put him on the map, and then of course. Because I think he was originally thinking about not publishing it, but Tabitha, his wife Tabitha, convinced him to do it, and so he published that one. He put that one out there, and Carrie, everybody went wild for it, and it was quickly picked up, the rights on it, and bam, King was off and running to the mint. So 76 is when that came out. 76 is when Carrie came out as a film, so it means that probably puts the book at like 72. I'm guessing 72, 74. So it was 2 years. 74 was the book and 76 was the movie. Pretty impressive turnaround. Cord Lizard Mage, good to see you. Cord says mostly lurking. Wife and I are planning our September London vacation. Awesome, very very cool. Weird says nerds. Yeah, we are. I am a giant. I'm a horror nerd. Shocked that those years didn't pop out immediately. Let's see. Same squirrel 3 times and counting. No, it's not the same squirrel 3 times because I have cut off their method of ingress. So I trapped them in that area because they were coming in through an upper vent area that they had gone through the mesh on the inside of the vents, and I've cut that method of egress off using that small deal. It's like small hole chicken wire, and so I had to cut it and I nailed it up there so it's covered so they can't get in from the outside anymore. Which means when I get them out, they can't return. So, but I've cut off all their methods of ingress. Now I just got to chase them out when I get the opportunity. I have to wait for them, and then I have to ambush them, which entails me listening for when I can hear them in the garage area, then go out to the big door, and then I have to ambush them by roll up the door and then make sure that I use the broom to herd them outside. 3 I've managed to do that so far with. I think there's 1 more left. So let's see who else we have here. Winscar, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. BV as well. Appreciate you being here. Oh, God equals square root of -1. Nice. Very cool. Felix and Joe so cool. He said, oh, hell yeah. God equals square root of -1. Good to see you. Fletch, good to see you. As an atheist, I see all religions as being built on lies. Why single out Christianity? Because I'm in the U.S. and Christianity is the most prolific here. Yeah. If I was an atheist and I was somewhere else and there was no risk of me being put to death for voicing my opinion, then I would probably target that primary religion. But here in the U.S., that's who's going to be watching. Let me see. Sir Equinox 42 is here. Good to see you. Yeah, thank you. He answered the question for me. Yeah, it's predominant religion in Western society, whether it be any version of it, whether it be Catholicism, Protestantism, whatever denominations you want to put in there. So let me see. How to watch horrors if you're scared of them. There's no real solution. You just do it until you're so desensitized that none of it bothers you anymore, which I have pretty much done. Just in the 5 years, that we did Week in Horror, the Week in Horror podcast, I think we clocked over 1,000 films. And so, but even that was difficult. I would say of all the horror films that I've watched in my lifetime, there's only two that I would say there's only two that have ever had like a deep effect on me. And one was a deeply visceral effect that almost made me throw up. There's only one I've seen that's made me physically ill. I'm almost yacked. When I saw what happened on screen, I was like, ugh, and I was, like that. I almost lost my lunch. There's only one that's done that, and one that has struck me so hard emotionally that it hung with me for like a week. It dug into my head, and I was just like, I couldn't let it go. So I had to really reconcile it. And there's only two that have had like a super profound effect on me. Otherwise, because I know how the sausage is made, it's difficult for me to watch a film, to watch a movie like that, like especially horror like that. And I recognize how they do stuff. It's like, yeah, I know how they pulled it off. I know how they did that trick. I know how they, I know the practical effects that went into that. And so, you just get used to it. They don't just, whether it be, doesn't matter the subgenre at all. Pretty much all horror. Let's see. Kieran Dave, good to see you. Says, yo, folks, just bringing my daughter back from the Digital Circus movie, or as I like to call it, Evangelion for kids. Nice. I heard good things. So good to see you. Hide behind the sofa. That's true. I run a squirrel farm in my garage. I'm trying not to. I really am. I dig anime ducks, especially since I did a bunch of voice work in anime. So I do enjoy it. But yeah, I like my share of it. Let me see. I was bored when I saw Jeepers Creepers. Yes, the original Jeepers Creepers. People are torn about that one because the movie is good and really good. The chemistry between the actors, between Gina Phillips and Justin Long, was amazing. Totally believable as brother and sister. The scenario they're in with this monster on the road that's tracking them down. Great lore, unexplained mystery to it, and just fantastic world building and really well shot. Fantastic cinematography. Everything was well done. And then you find out that the director is a monster. So, there's some people who are unable to separate the art from the film, the art from the director, the art from the creator. I can respect the film for what it is, and I can respect the vision for what it is, but I cannot forgive the creator for being the monster that they are. So, let me see. Inferno's here. Good to see you, Inferno. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Sedona as well. Greetings. Let me see. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Backrooms, and it's psychological horror. Yep, Backrooms is. It actually raised my heart rate. I was surprised to realize. Normally, I'm pretty insensitive. This is good. There's a good stroke of it. If you haven't seen Obsession yet, you really need to see that. I'm not going to spoil anything about that film. You need to see that. Curry Barker really kind of knocked it out of the park. There's a couple of small. He's raw because he's green. This is his first major feature film. Obviously, you're going to be able to see how green he is behind the camera, but he had a very specific vision, and I think he knocked it out of the park for a first effort, for a freshman effort. Pretty bad. Oh no, sophomore the freshman, sophomore. Yeah, from a freshman effort. Yeah, this is freshman. Sophomore will be a second one, and yeah, but so for a freshman effort, pretty badass. I have to give him that. Really, really badass. Especially gore. Yeah. This is the whole thing is when you see gore enough and you recognize how they pulled the gore off, it's kind of like, oh, I know how they did that. It's all just kind of the same. It gets to a point once you know it well enough, it gets to the point where you start recognizing what they used to make the gore and make the blood, because you can recognize it by the shades. You'd be like, oh, I know what they did. They used a base water paint, like a water-based paint, and then they added these things to it in order to adjust the shade. So once you've hung around enough makeup and special effects guys, it's really, really, you just get it kind of like, oh, I know how they pulled that off. I know how they pulled it off. Like this particular one that I saw where I know that they use actual hamburger. It was one back in the 80s, fake prosthetic head filled with like this, and then you just pump it full of fake blood, which is this kind of like syrupy concoction, and then stuff the head full of like raw hamburger, and then to make sure it gets nice and saturated, and blam, the head blows up, and then you're good to go. That's some like Tom Savini shit there, like the sequence when they shot it in the 1980 film Maniac. Tom Savini had a role in that as a guy who's on a date with one of the killer's targets, and he's in a car, and they're doing this sequence where they're in a car and they're driving home from the date, and they park, and then the killer jumps up on the like runs out of nowhere, and he jumps up on the hood of the car and puts the shotgun like in the windshield, and bam, like that, and you see the dude's head just like rip apart like inside. Well, it was Tom Savini was not only he had the small role, he was like, well, let's put him in the car. And what happened was they didn't have the permits to shoot that scene, and so they waited till the street was pretty much clear, and they were shooting it at night. So they waited like this, and they said, okay, and they got everything prepped. And what they did was they bring the car in, they shoot that real quick, like that. So they get all that. Now they needed the big money shot, which was the dude jumping up on the car and shooting through the windshield. Now, I believe it was Savini himself who actually did the firing of it, and so they had to wait, and then they had to get it in one take, because the minute the gun goes off, they had to like pack their shit and then run and get out of there before the cops showed up, because they, at that time when they were shooting. And so Savini manufactured a head that looked like himself, and he used his knowledge from when he was in Vietnam to really help with the special effects and understand these things. So if you understand a dude who's a Vietnam veteran who understands why, and he's able to make these special effects look really real for the time, he saw some shit. And so he puts these things together, he puts together this fake head that looks like himself and chocks it full of all the gross stuff that's in it. And then he's the one who jumps up on the deal, because the way they framed it, you're not able to really see his face. So he jumps up the deal, and he just puts the shotgun, bam, fires the shotgun straight through the deal, blows apart the head like this, shit goes all over the place. The girl next to him was like, splattered with shit like this, and then they just dropped it. They just like literally, he fired the gun, threw the gun, jumped off. They all like grabbed all the shit and were gone in like 10 minutes. It was like, and it's how they pulled that shot off, which is pretty impressive. Guerrilla filmmaking. Oh yeah, there's a little nerddom for you. I totally went nerd right there. Let me make sure I didn't miss. Still claim. Okay, so. But now for those who are unable to do gore, now you understand how they do that kind of stuff. Sorry, it was a bit of a story time there, so I do apologize. Allegedly, Fred's here. Good to see you. So I refuse to believe. To refuse belief when not convinced of the proposition involved is perfectly rational. True, regardless of whether or not the proposition is true. If someone makes a proposition being a statement made about like reality or about themselves, like a self-identifying proposition or a proposition about external reality, it's not problematic, to reject if they can't defend the truth of that. They say they make a proposition, they claim the proposition is true, and we need to be able to determine whether it is, whether or not we're going to accept it, whether we're convinced of its truth, which will be done with evidence and supporting argumentation. If they're not able to do that, then, or if something like analytical would be pretty much argumentation alone. But if they're not able to do that, then you can't convince the other person that it's true, and there's no justification for them to accept that it is, no matter how many rewards you heap upon them accepting it. You can't, if you're not convinced of a thing, you can't accept it as being true. So it's just the way it is. It's like, can you believe something? Can you actively hold a belief that something is true if you are not convinced that it is? I'd love to see somebody explain that to me. So yogurt and weird soapy makes you still hate the final product. But yeah, Sedona, if you're going to spam, I'll just give you this, Sedona. If you're going to spam, the mods will handle you. If you have something you'd like to present, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. So like, it's just me right now. You're not going to get dogpiled, but conversation might be worth having. Beam me up, Bob. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Kalasia is here with the Discord link. Thank you so much, Kalasia. Kalasia7896. Appreciate you hanging out. Saw you earlier at a previous stream, but so good. So glad you're here. And Oat Milk as well. Good to see Oat Milk. Thanks so much for being here. Dislike spam. Too salty. It is. It's extremely salty. But I will tell you this. I appreciated it after 5 days on the trail. After 5 days on the trail in the mountains, low impact, no trace camping, high expedition stuff. I truly appreciated that because it's high in energy. extremely high in energy, good protein, good amount of fat, and the amount of water you're drinking that helps in order to stave off hypernatremia. The sodium in it is not too bad. You wind up sweating that stuff out anyway, and so it's fantastic energy for the trail, whether you cook it or not. And believe me, when you're really hungry, you don't need to cook it. So, but yeah, I remember that. Spam sandwiches. Let's see. I also have the room open on the Discord, over in the politics Discord, so people can join there. And let me see, make sure. Let me find my room again. Where to go? There we are. Been live for an hour, and hopefully that'll be able to funnel some people over here. So funnel some people here to the stream. You didn't win. Make sure. Didn't we reach? Didn't we establish Sedona is under? Oh, that's right. If Sedona is underage, then it's kind of a pointless thing. But yeah, Sedona, you can hang out in the side chat, but if you spam, the mods are going to handle you. Just to give you a heads up. Did you drive to go hike, JL? Well, it was in the New Mexico mountains, so yes, we drove out there, and then we were 2 weeks on the trail. So 2 weeks on the trail. What was it? 2 weeks on the trail. 175 miles. 2 weeks on the trail, 175 miles. High, like basically it's a high expedition, so it's no trace, it's low impact, no trace camping. So wherever we went, when we left, it looked exactly the same as when we got there, like no trace. So, which is the only way to camp. Let's see. Armageddon's Fires here. Good day. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Sedona, no, it's not. And if you're an adult, you would understand why. Ann Stevens is here. Good to see you, Ann. Thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. And I did see allegedly, I prefer canned corned beef for taste. Also, lots of salt, though. True. That canned beef is going to get you. It's going to get you on the sodium content. Let's get up there. Yeah, get up there. Yeah, it's like I said, any believers who happen to be in the chat, who happen to be popping by, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. These are the things that, these are the conversations we like to have. So I do know that Angela and I will be hitting Utah, more than likely be hitting Utah, which is another thing. When PhD Tony pops in, or if he pops in, there's something I would like to run by him, something that I enjoy doing. So we may chat about that. If I find him up on stage and I have the opportunity, we may talk about that. But it's something kind of cool, and hopefully. What about C levers and D levers? Somebody want to pay. Somebody want to advertise on my site. Oh, give me a break. Oh, so somebody got mad. Somebody got mad that I advertised this stream in their chat. I think they banned me. Yeah, it's like, what a crybaby. Was that Pika? Oh, what a crybaby. Well, I guess we'll find out. Let's see. Yeah, I got the right one. Cool. Okay, let me see. Make sure we didn't get it. PhD. Yeah, PhD Tony is awesome. Yeah, and we took a look at his debate against. Actually, had him on here on a stream, kind of like doing a review of his debate with Hovind, so we could get kind of the inside scoop on what he was thinking at the time, like his thought processes and how he responded to Hovind. So, but yeah, that was a fun little stream talking to Tony about that. Can't just reiterate his old slideshow. Yes, Kent is not prepared for that. Certainly is not. Let's see. Let's see. This dude is mad at me because because I didn't because he did because I linked this. I linked the stream in his side chat. I linked the stream in his side chat and just some advertising. And then he got mad at me and he says he wanted me to pay him next time he like that. And then he came over here to bitch at me. He was like, because I didn't give you free advertising. What is schizo? And I'm like, it's a free voice channel. Like it's all free. Oh, what a baby. He needs to grow up. Well, we do have yeah, Calais, Sedona might be a minor. Well, I think we're under the impression that Sedona might be a minor. So, but yeah, Sedona brought up 3 points in the side chat and addressed him there, and so I don't think Sedona has anything else. Duck is in the back. Let's see what Duck has to say. Duck.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
Doing good. What brings you up today?
I wanted to know if you wanted to talk about, debate, or discuss William Lane Craig's some of just the general arguments that come about talking about theism and a theory of time.
Well, I don't hold a theory of time. The twisted thing is that we can't determine which one is the correct one. If William Lane Craig is espousing a theory, then he'd have to demonstrate that a theory is actually the case, but nobody has done that. Physics typically holds to B theory, because it corresponds with relativity and the things that we understand about the universe, but trying to confirm one of them, so it doesn't really get you to anything. I hold the B theory because the evidence supports it, and because typically the consensus of science is that B theory is likely the case.
Yeah.
But if it's an A theory, it's kind of like I don't hold the A theory, so it wouldn't convince me that a God exists.
Yeah. So the argument, the argument against B theory is that saying that B theory is a real theory of time, it's talking about reality, is subject to some of the same criticisms you'd make of presuppositionalism. Basically, that you're ultimately relying, because it's not strongly evidenced in physics. You're relying on worldview. You're relying on worldview in order to justify a belief in time. And so it's outside, because it's outside the bounds of philosophy. One should reintroduce the concept of a theory of time, or linear time, which still follows, by the way, many or some of the properties and qualities of quantum mechanics that we would necessarily need it to. But a theory of time doesn't rely on natural worldviews to reify, instantiate, or otherwise say it's a real thing.
So now you understand why physics holds to B theory.
I don't. You would have to.
Because it deals with what we have. Because it deals with what we have access to. B theory. Physics adheres to B theory because Einstein's theory of relativity erases the concept of a universal now. It unifies space and time into a single 4-dimensional continuum that we call space-time. So we use the term together, meaning that all events, past, present, and future, are equally real and exist timelessly. So that's why physics holds to that. But then that's why the evidence supports that, because of Einstein's theory of relativity. So There you go.
Okay, but
they're not claiming that B theory of time is in fact the case. It's just the one that the evidence aligns with is supported by the theory, and we can't demonstrate that A theory is the case. So we go with the one that is most parsimonious, one is most likely. Like I said, physics operates as though it is B time, because that's the one that has enabled us to make a lot of predictions, stuff like that. So if there's some evidence that A theory is the case, but if you're talking philosophy, that's not going to get you there.
Well, as a layman, but so maybe try it again. And I'm sorry, this is my fault. But as a layman, if we're talking about philosophy, I know like Sean Carroll's many worlds theory decently well. And my understanding is that because many worlds has evidences in lasers, it has evidences in systems of billions of particles. It's a really huge thing. Someone like Leo might be really good at explaining that. But to me, B theory of time, it doesn't come along part and parcel in the same way, and it doesn't have the same conclusion. B theory is telling us what the world is like, whereas even a many worlds interpretation of the natural world is telling us, well, yeah, what you're ultimately studying is what a wave function is what a wave is. You're studying what fields are. You're not B theory tells us that, well, you're ultimately studying all times all at once. I think it sounds ridiculous, and it sounds a little bit incredulous. To me, it sounds incredulous. It sounds like a poorly thought out way to do metaphysics. It sounds like just reappropriating science.
It's not concerned with that. It's not really concerned with that. Remember, science is about studying the natural world. So it's going to operate from a naturalistic framework because it's not going to make assumptions or statements about things that we don't have, that we can't demonstrate access to. So the way we have access to the universe and the way we experience the universe and the way our experiments work is that they're going to operate as though B theory is the case. But it doesn't make a statement that, like, physics doesn't make the statement that B theory is the case. It's more like physics operates this way, and it's understanding the way it is and understanding the way general relativity works. It aligns with the idea of B theory of time. So, like, physics is not making
it's a lot of guesswork. It's too much.
It's not guesswork. It's simply operating in the universe, like what we have access to. We can demonstrate access to the universe. We can test the universe. We can experiment within it.
You're just saying it's the universe operating as the universe again.
I'm not. I'm saying there's the universe, and we have access to it, and we can test it. We can experiment. We can make predictions. Okay, the way the field of science that is set, the way the field of science, physics, the way it functions is it's about accessing, about making statements about what we have access to. And the way we have access to the universe indicates that B theory of time is likely the correct version. It's not making a statement that it operates as though it is.
But where does that exist? If you say the Bible isn't a science book, there's no science book that says B theory is real. So show me.
Me one evidence. That's right. Science is that's right. That's why physics doesn't make the statement.
No, I want to know where you get. Okay. So I miss talking to you, but I still don't see why when I come up here talking about this in good faith, we're talking about we're like I have to somehow assume that I'm doing philosophy out of a science book, though. I still don't see
because
why
you asked a science question.
I'm Craig, that's what I'm,
because you asked because initially you're talking about a theory of time. There is no evidence. There is no evidence that a theory of time is the case. There is no way to demonstrate which one of them is in fact the case.
So let me say something crazy then. Let me say something. Let me throw this down. Okay, so if that's the case, then I can say that, well, we share more genes with trees, and so we're on tree evolution time. That's science too, right?
No, because we don't.
But it's just as evidenced in my view, in my worldview.
That makes no sense. I mean, I have no idea where you're going with this. You're talking about a conceptualization of what time is, and nothing indicates a theory of time is possible, but there is no evidence, no physical evidence that can get you there. The how we have access to the universe, the evidence there indicates that it is likely the case that B theory is correct. But that's not making the statement that B theory is in fact the case, because that's not something that physics would do.
I didn't come up here talking about certainty, though. I talked about what's philosophically viable. And so we're talking, I
understand that. There's no logical contradiction in a theory of time being correct, but he can't demonstrate. I don't care about what's like the open realm of what is logically possible. Just because there's no contradiction, a theory being the case, it doesn't matter, because ultimately someone like William Lane Craig is going to get to the point where he's trying to literally show that a God entity exists as an entity that exists independent of human minds, as a concrete thing standing in causal relation to other stuff. If that thing exists, you don't need to go into a theory of time in order to show that. You wouldn't have to.
Here's how far off I am and let me run this by you and see how you feel about it. Is if I say that, it is the case that there are terms, though, like you mentioned, when you say things like ultimately, maybe I do in an A theory think terms like ultimately, penultimately, something being caused in either a natural sense or a supernatural sense might exist. So if I'm being very honest and open about this, though, where, if we agree that this might exist, where would this live in an A theory or a theory of time that supports a beingness that is not like our own or is superior to our own beingness?
I have no, I did. You're going to have to try and break that down. I don't know where you're going with that.
Yeah. Science isn't meant to describe things that are better than, right? Science doesn't describe, there's not a philosophy in methodological naturalism or physicalism in any statement that doesn't reduce these down to psychological brain. These are, we create art, I would say condescendingly or deridingly, we create artifacts in scientific textbooks. That's what they become in order to explain away other forms of truth or knowledge.
They're not other forms of truth or knowledge. They're essentially they're thought experiments. They're not shown to be the case. They are conceptualizations. They are hypotheses. They're questions about what we don't have access to. Science is concerned with what we have access to, which is the natural world. That is the domain of science. Anything beyond that, or anything getting into levels of speculation about things that we cannot show like to be the case, stuff like metaphysics, is purely the realm of philosophy. So if it were the case that a theory of time was shown to be the case, then physics would adopt that model and reformulate because we have shown that a theory is the case. It would become something that is known and be part of the natural world. And so it would be adopted into that. That hasn't happened yet. I don't care what kind of argument that the WLC is trying to formulate by invoking a theory of time. The number one thing is, here's the point. He can't show that a theory of time is the case. If he is presupposing that a God exists in order to justify his appeal to a theory of time, obviously that's begging the question. So if he wants to show, if his goal is to show that a God exists or his God entity exists as a thing independent of human minds, that everything else, that the metaphysical ontology of all things is dependent upon, he needs to show that that thing actually exists and how he determined that. Instead of just making an assumption about a philosophical position. If it is the case that a theory of time is the case, or if it is the case that a theory of time is true, then this is how the God could fit into that model. That's not an argument for a God. That's pure freaking speculation, and I bet I don't care about.
Let me get this back to you though. It's physics doesn't even describe. Physics admits, right? Physicists have to admit that physics doesn't describe every possible object. Even when we're talking about the crassest form of physics, we don't know that the standard model is complete. We don't know that particle physics contains everything. And so I feel like this requires an explanation. If I'm saying that there can be objects and there can be views of reality that don't include all the essential qualities that physics gives over to the universe, in some sense, it's like saying, the missing particle, the one particle that's not there, is itself evidence that other worldviews can exist. This is kind of where I'm leaning toward right now, that, with the A theory of time, we are actually taking a position of skepticism. We're actually taking a position of humility, given that we should still engage in conversations about sciences, but we can't take it to mean we have a metaphysical system, or that we violated some non-elucidated position where we can point to coordinates on a map and say, well, this isn't really B theory, but these are the coordinates on a map we are allowed to talk about.
Yeah, you can talk about them all you want, but in order to be a part of the actual conversation is what like with science, you have to be able to demonstrate it. Otherwise, you're just speculating, and speculation is not something that I really care about. You can speculate about all kinds of things in philosophy, like you really can, but most of it I don't give a shit about, because there is a difference between engaging in the thought experiment about what is likely. It's like, what if we really are like Boltzmann brains? What if hard solipsism is the case? This is all just a projection of my mind. What if metaphysical idealism is in fact true? I can't show any of that to be the case. Like, for example, metaphysical idealism, metaphysical realism. Okay. Effectively, I'm a metaphysical realist. Okay. When it comes down to it, like, I hold that there is an external reality that exists independent of our minds and is not literally based, like, it doesn't exist. Its existence is not based upon our observation of it, that we are just literally objects as products of the system. I'm not arrogant enough to think that reality is dependent upon my observation of it. That's just silly, but that's just me. But I can't show either one of those to be true or false. All I can do is work with what I have access to and show that per the evidence and the predictive modeling, it is most likely the case that metaphysical realism is the case. and that idealism is not. I'm not making a statement that either one is true or false, just what is most likely given the evidence I have access to. And so that's why science doesn't make that's why the fields of science don't make these statements outright, but they do operate as though they are the case. They operate like they say, okay, if we're moving forward, we're going to operate off the assumption, number one, it operates within the realm of naturalism, but never states that naturalism is all there is, because that would not pertain to the field of science. Because the minute you demonstrate something exists, that's the domain of science. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
If science operates with the natural, if anything was outside of the natural, obviously that won't be in the field of science. But if something were demonstrated to be the case and be true, and we could demonstrate it, that automatically becomes a part of the natural world and then is then factored into the models we currently have. So science is waiting for the philosophical concepts to be shown to be the case, so that that new data can be incorporated into the into the model.
Why do you want to have the whole debate on explanations then? This is I'm not trying to be combative or argumentative. Yeah. So that is in philosophy speak. What that means when you say science isn't making the claim, but science is talking about an external reality. So you can only study an external reality, and so that's what science is studying. So if you I explain something like mental illness based on genes or genome or stimuli, something like this. I'm saying that even though that's not what a psychologist or a psychiatrist or a clinician or a researcher studies, that there is an external reality that this is based on. And so you're saying that B theory of time is like this. You're saying B theory
of time,
it's
likely the case.
It's likely the case. And right. If you rightfully pull out a B theory of time from physical theories, we are assuming that it's not a pure assumption, but the evidences are toward that this is about an external reality.
Well, it's more like if it were the case that B theory of time is true, what would we expect to see? Then general relativity backs that up, which is why we can say it is most likely the case that B theory is correct. But we're not stating that it is outright, because we can't demonstrate either one of them to actually be the case. So, but then we would say, if A theory of time were the case, what would we expect to see? And we don't see that. So there's no reason to hold that it is. So anytime someone wants to argue from A theory of time, it's just pure speculation. That's why William Lane Craig's argument is going to be, if A theory of time is correct, then X. But he hasn't shown A theory of time to be the case. So why would anyone? So like I'm saying, why would anybody care?
Because the prior positioning and positions that you take from something scientific, I would say physicalists and scientists are prone to do, which is to take science to be metaphysical reality, is not very different from saying, well, it just is the case that we put phenomenology, or we insist that formalizations in philosophy have these characteristics. Either our sense of things or the formalizations have this sense of having of being able to somehow dictate external reality.
They don't dictate external reality. They don't dictate. No, they don't dictate external reality. The system, the methodologies we have in place have shown themselves time and time again to get us as close to truth as possible. Repeated. That's why we repeat these things over and over again. If you think that somebody established a theory and then just walked through and said, "Okay, theory's done, we're all good," no, there are still people today literally working to try and poke holes in the theory of relativity in order to make it better, in order to literally improve it and to make it more accurate. That work still goes on. People are still trying to. The vast majority of science is trying to tear down the prior establishment in order to develop a more accurate idea of what or a more accurate model. That's like the point. So we're not saying it's absolute. No one in science is saying it's absolute. And pretty much everybody is working to try and improve it, pretty much all the time, to find new stuff and improve the old models. So
I would accuse you of being self-referential. If I had to accuse, and I know this is really unpopular on the stage of reason, but I would, to be honest, in good faith, I would accuse you of being self-referential where it's convenient. I wouldn't accuse you of being self-referential or trying to find your own defeater arguments when it when it's the case you don't have certainty, when it's the case you don't have the right priors, the right probability. These are cases where conveniently science seems to it seems to be the case. Science is explaining itself away, and you can debate or argue when this happens, but I think, yeah, I'm just going to put that out there for you.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that if I can't believe in my God, and I can't believe in my God the way you want me to,
I don't care what God you believe in or you're convinced exists.
Then I
want to examine your. That's not the purpose of this. No, that's not the purpose of this. The purpose is that if you are convinced one exists, that's fine. You can explain the reasons why you're convinced. Okay, but the question is, my question that I pose on this stage: are you justified in claiming that it's true? You may be convinced it's true.
That doesn't mean you have justification. I don't know. If I'm justified in saying I don't know, but I still get to have you're still allowed to have opinions. You're still allowed to think about
you facts. Are. Yeah, but the point of this stage is to examine your epistemology, is to examine how you got there, your framework. If your epistemology is broken, you have to deal with that. Or if you don't want to deal with it, I mean, that's one thing that we expose here that I try to do. But the key is this. I don't care that you're convinced of it. If you run around claiming to other people that this shit is true and you know it to be the case, there comes a burden of proof that goes along with that. And that's what I like to put under the microscope. If you recognize that you do not have a rational justification for the position that you hold, that's at least you being intellectually honest.
If you read through the topics on your screen, though, you are someone who supports certainty. And so you're placing this unreasonable burden. You started this whole thing off saying that I don't have to be certain about, blah, blah, whatever it is.
I don't have to be certain about. I never said that.
Yeah, you were telling me I can't be a William Lane Craig fan, and the reason is
I never said that.
Theory isn't certain.
I never said that. I said that William Lane Craig cannot defend his position because he cannot show that a theory is the case. So everything he's doing there is pure speculation.
That's unfair.
He can speculate.
That's unfair to me.
No, he can't. I'm calling it as it is. He has no evidence that a theory is the case, and he's literally trying to justify holding to a theory by priorly holding to his belief that a God exists.
Yeah.
That's not how you get.
But I hold
to water. There's no logical defense of that.
No, but I still hold. Yeah, I still hold to this position that if you load up, you load up big buckets of water, you're putting them on your back, you're running down to the, you're running down to the river, bringing it back, and you're doing it for science. We become oxen in this sense. We become like an ox. I still hold to the idea that you are taking from worldview, you're taking from an action, something you do, and you're denying that it's possible that truth can exist in the universe. You're using worldview to justify a probability.
No, you didn't even ask me what my philosophy of truth is.
Well, I don't. Okay, so
or how intense it is, or how rigid it is. I have a pretty rigid philosophy of truth.
It's not that I don't care. It's that it is. It's more so
that you can't make the statement that I'm saying truth is impossible or truth is inaccessible, because I'm not an epistemic nihilist.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, if you don't see where I'm coming from, I don't understand how, when I'm presenting a good faith argument of an A theory of time, then it's still one of those things where you can say, you can separate the wheat from the chaff and identify how B theory may be true. But if I'm doing the same thing, I'm separating the wheat from the chaff, like a guy like you, right? A guy like you is also separating the wheat from the chaff. And it just happens to be the case that I land on theism, or I land on an A theory that's supported in a view that supports cause outside of nature, then I don't see why I'm incorrect in this sense.
Because I can automatically turn around and go like this. You think that it's possible there to be cause outside of nature, but does the entity exist? Ultimately, does your position get you to an entity existing independent of human minds that has a causal relation, that stands in causal relation to everything that is not itself? Does your position get you to that?
You hear these young people saying,
it's a yes or no question, Doug. It's a yes or no question.
No,
does your position get to an agent that exists, that exists independently of human minds? Humans don't have to exist for it to exist. It is concrete, standing in causal relation to everything that's not itself. Do you hold that entity is a thing that exists?
No, Dr. Lane Craig studies brains in a vat too, so I get that. I also get that supposition. I get to consider that just like you.
So it's a yes or no. Do you believe that the God exists and that it
yes.
literally stands in causal relation to everything that's not itself?
Yes. There's a beingness outside nature.
Okay,
yeah.
here's the kicker. If it does, that means that the God entity that you hold to stands in causal relation to everything that exists in the natural world. That means that there is a mechanistic explanation between the cause and the effect. The God is the cause, and the effect is literally everything that is not the God. Okay? But you can't demonstrate the mechanistic relationship between that thing. Like, how did the God do anything? Like, how did it do it? If you say that God exists and it did it, then my question would be, how did it do it? And how do you know how it did it?
There's still testimony, the phenomenal nature of reality that avoids
the testimony that it exists is the testimony that it exists is irrelevant. I don't care about the claim. No, I don't care about the claim that the God did it. I want to know how. No, I want to know how did it do it.
I'm explaining this pretty closely here. So, when we see science tells us how to do science, but science also tells us how not to do science. Okay. So just go with that and then become better than it. Right. And so what I'm trying to explain to you is when science tells us, science tells us that we do science and we can create methodological naturalist explanations and conclusions from science.
Your verbiage is all over the place. You're not using these terms correctly. I'm just going to flat out tell you that. Can you tell me how the God you believe in does anything? Can you tell me how? What mechanism? Identify that, please.
So the once again, the God that does things does so for reasons that pertain.
I don't care why. I want to know how.
Yeah, because he's greater than nature.
That doesn't tell me that. That's what I want to know. How
he's greater than nature.
That tells me what I want to know how it does anything. For example,
you don't need to know any of that. You don't. Why are you?
Yes, we do. No.
Why are you asking?
If you want to make the claim that it does a thing, and that it doing a thing is true, part of understanding that is understanding how it did it. Because without knowing how it did it, because if you don't know how it did it, if your claim is that it just did, that doesn't tell us anything. That doesn't cover the bridge. That doesn't map the bridge out in the causal relation between the cause and the effect. You're basically saying you're claiming that the universe itself is the effect, and that the God is the cause.
Okay.
But what links the two? What links the causal relation?
I want to demonstrate the madness. I would demonstrate the madness of modern society, where you see that science itself has its own defeaters, and yet you can't even reference it in a worldview. That's what I'm saying.
That's not even related to what we're talking about. You claim that the universe is an effect and that the God is the agent that caused it. I want to know the causal relationship between. How did you identify that? What is the mechanism? How did it do it? You keep telling me why. You tell me why. You tell me what. You tell me who. But I want to know how.
Because here's the simple example. This isn't condescending. If I have a cup in front of me, I have a cup that's an A theory, right? Even as I'm moving it towards my camera, this cup is definitely not existing where it once was in space-time. It's definitely not existing as the same bucket of particles, the same energetic state. It's not the same thing.
So you're not going to tell me how.
This is how.
No, that's a category error. That's a category error because you exist within nature. You said your God is outside of nature. I want to know how you determine the causal relationship between the thing. You're just making the assertion
that you do. Yeah,
you cannot say that the rules. You cannot say that the established rules. You cannot say that the reason your hypothetical, the reason your analogy fails is because everything contained within your analogy is contained within the natural world. It is accessible and testable by other people. It is a part of the natural world. You've defined your God as being outside of the natural world, so you cannot say that the exact same rules apply. That apply to you in your analogy also apply to the God, because that would make the God a part of the natural world.
But someone like
the same rules to apply. No, you need to actively listen to what I'm saying, Duck. You need to actively listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
All of the rules that pertain to the causal relationship between you and the cup exist and are explained and predicted by what we have in the natural world. If you think that analogy is a one-to-one, if you think that the analogy you just presented is a one-to-one with your God's relationship to everything else, then that means the same rules apply, which puts your God in the natural world because it operates via naturalistic means. But you already defined your God as being outside the natural world, so those rules can't apply.
But I can't get over how unfair this is if I'm not trying to justify my cup A theory of time based on God, and you're telling me that I somehow
because it's a category error.
Oh, I just spilled water. Give me 1 second.
Because it's a category error. While he's doing that, let me go ahead and address just some of the chat. I saw some people. Jessica Transmit Alchemist for 5 Australian. Thank you so much. Science doesn't have enough evidence to draw a conclusion, so it refuses to draw a conclusion yet. Oh, how convenient. How suspicious. I know, Jessica. Excellent point there. Thank you so much. Sean, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, as well as Cardinal Wins. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. 100th Monkey, good to see you. And the George Head is hanging out. Good to see you and the George Head. Thank you so much for being here. Jinju, good to see you. Appreciate you hanging out. Let me see. Remember, no spamming in the chat. The mods will handle you. PSG Tony, this guy's incoherent. And good to see you, Tony. Thanks so much for hanging out. It seems to be a very, very loose in the usage of terminology. Joe, thanks. Hey, good to see you, bud. Says, hey, I can say stuff, theist. I agree with that, bud. Geo Sam, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Azo, good to see you. And I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. I saw Geo Sam. Yep. Kieran Dave. Yeah, Kieran, you got me, dude. You got me. So Sean, I didn't miss anybody. Okay, so I think I got everybody. If I miss saying hi to somebody, I do apologize. But Sean, if you've got a defense, then bring it. Otherwise, if you're spamming, the mods are just going to handle you because we don't care about preaching. And if you're just going to spam nonsense, then, I mean, I want to have the conversation, okay? I do. I want to have the conversation, but, you know.
And the conversation's up here, bud, right? The conversation's up here. You can grow a pair like I had to. You can come up here.
You don't have to be rude about it. I mean, he may not want to be on stream is the whole point. I mean, if they can, they don't have to be on camera.
What are they doing to me? What are they doing to me? They're undermining my argument.
Hang on a sec, Doc. If you don't want to be on camera, you don't have to be on camera. But we do have to be able to hear you. So there's no rule that says you have to be on camera to be on the stage. Just keep that in mind. So you don't have to show your face. We'll do the tech check when you're in the back room and nobody can see you but me. And then we'll go ahead and handle that. And then you can just be off camera when you're on there. But we do have to make sure that we can hear you first. So that's the key.
Okay.
You certainly can. Sean, you're more than welcome to to come up on stage when you want to. Like I said, you don't have to be on camera, but we do need to be able to hear you. So yeah, but when you're ready, when you're able to, that's cool. And Kieran Dave for $5. I'm so confused how we keep a theory of time alive. It's incredibly dead. We have physical evidence that it's false. Reams of it. Agreed. There's no point in unless there's something that we're missing, there's no point in going forward with it. Vesta Freya, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here today. Appreciate you hanging out. All right.
What about morality? What about morality? In my A theory of time, here's where God becomes necessary because moral claims are true. And I know I don't want to go, hopefully we don't go maybe we can keep this one more surface level so we don't get into a screaming match. But in an A theory of time, we would accept that a immoral act existed and then it no longer exists. And it didn't, maybe you were leading towards it, right? A person with reason or sense would see this moral act as coming up. But where does this, in a B theory of time, where does morality actually exist? If there is independent, objective morality, where would it exist? In an A theory,
there isn't.
It's very simple.
There isn't. It's stance dependent.
Okay. So we're back to talking. So okay, I was going to be unfair. I was going to be unfair to you here, but yeah. I'd say
it's stance dependent. Show me a moral statement. Show me a moral evaluation that doesn't reference a stance.
A moral statement that doesn't reference
a stance. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that when we look at moral claims and they look back at what a person's moral stance is, and we wonder what the moral reasoning or moral principle is, I would reference that that surface level moral stances often produce I'm sorry.
This is irrelevant.
It's not
completely irrelevant. I
often
wanted to
produce
know.
immorality.
Show me a moral valuation that does not reference a stance.
Okay. I would say, okay. Yeah. Saint Mary Teresa. Saint Mother Teresa. She's in Calcutta. They've got a Lionel Messi statue these days. But in the 1980s and 90s, they had a bunch of people with leprosy, cancer, all kinds of diseases. And so she went out, she didn't say, I'm Mother Teresa, this is why I'm doing it. She was just in Calcutta. It's a better, she knows what Bangladesh is. She knows Bengalis. She's not a Muslim. She's not a Muslim herself. But she was in there, and there's not a moral stance in that type of behavior or action.
I wanted to know a moral evaluation that doesn't reference a stance.
That is a moral evaluation. That
no, it's not, because you're not. If you're claiming it's moral, if you're claiming it's a moral action, if you're claiming that it is a moral action as opposed to an immoral action, if you're saying that an action is moral, show me how that statement does not reference a stance.
I don't have to do that because
you can't. Because morality is subjective. It is stance dependent.
She had probably gone through her diocese.
Objective morality does not exist.
She's probably known in the Vatican. You expect what I'm going to say, and as right as that is,
because that just references her stances.
Nothing intriguing or mysterious about the fact that this is a moral judgment that
hold up. Her moral judgment based upon her stances.
Do buildings have stances? Yeah. Do buildings have stances?
It wasn't that making the evaluation. It was an individual making the evaluation, an agent making the evaluation.
What if she says she made a decision? This is the same thing as a stance. No, it's the same philosophical.
She makes a decision. She makes a decision about what she ought to do based upon referencing her stance. Her God belief informs her stance. Therefore, what she ought to do aligns with that belief.
Okay, you're making this more complicated because
I'm not.
An example and
I'm not. It's stance dependent. Period. Done.
I didn't. I was doing my best to come up with an example. Saint Francis loved animals. That's a moral stance to you too? Loving animals has to be a moral stance.
No, that's not a claim about morality. That's an individual's position in regards to animals. They love animals. So because they love animals, that's a stance. They ought do this, how they evaluate. So literally actions concerning animals would be how they evaluate it. You pet an animal.
No, it's not a person though.
It doesn't matter as long as it's no. The saints are all based on people who lived. So if it was that individual before they were canonized, if they loved animals and they felt that mistreating animals was immoral, that's them referencing their stance as to how they value animals. So a person who grows up and has a very, very positive relationship with animals and respects them and recognizes their intelligence and doesn't want harm to come to them that is undue to them, that doesn't want to see other organisms in pain, that person will respect that life. And that individual will literally have a positive idea of a positive stance regarding our proposed relationship with them. So they would say, because animals are X, we ought to do Y.
Yeah.
So that's how he's bridging the is to the ought. He's saying animals are X, therefore we ought to do Y. The bridge there is his ethical valuation. We ought to behave in this fashion because this is what my stance is regarding animals. It's still stance dependent. The person doing the evaluation is an agent.
But St. Francis could say, I'm going to stick to my line. I'm going to stick.
You still haven't answered the question. Can you give me a moral evaluation that doesn't reference a stance?
Yeah, St. Francis explains it. He says these people are dumb idiots. He says these people are morons.
That's still a stance.
He says you've never seen a group of people this dumb. You've never seen a group.
That's
you've never seen an individual as dumb as this person is.
That is still a stance.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. There's nothing objective about it. It's his opinion that people
because it's stupid. Not about animals. It's not about the thing we're talking
about. It doesn't matter. His opinion about various people may be that they are dumb, but that's his framework.
They're idiots.
That's his stance. Other people who are close to those individuals may not think that they are dumb, which would be literally the context that informs their stance. which is why stances can differ depending upon the context
That's not
and
what
the
I meant.
information
That
available. All you're doing is giving examples as to how morality is subjective.
No, it's objective. If you feel
it's
you feel
not.
these
It's
people are
not
so
mind.
dumb, they can't be right.
It is not
You're
mind.
telling me about a moral quality in the world. You're telling me that morality.
No, I'm
has
not.
To be
No,
somehow
They
intellectualized.
no, sir. They
Yes,
are
you are.
telling you. They are telling you their evaluation.
That's
There is
not
no
what that
objective.
means.
There is no
That's
mind
not what that
stance
means.
independent. There is no mind stance independent metric here.
Okay. The mind. Okay, you're telling me this term. You told me this term, mind stance independent. My value or my interpretation of this is that you need people in order to be moral actors, right? You need them. What you're telling me that you need people to adopt a specific stance immediately, directly, and of and about this position, right? Why are these qualities any different than one another when we're saying that, well, we could just adopt an independent view of morality in an A theory? In an A theory, there's a moral
because
action
A theory
that
has nothing to do with it.
of anyone.
Because A theory has nothing to do with it. I don't have to depend upon A theory or B theory of time in order to evaluate an action that I'm literally observing.
That is okay. So that is, to be completely, totally honest, that is how we got into this conversation. Is you told me that A theory is wrong. It is not morally.
No, I said there is no evidence that supports it. No, you keep. Why do you keep like literally misrepresenting what I said? You know why you're doing it? I'll tell you why you're doing it, because you're not going to give me the straight answer. You are not actively listening to a fucking word I'm saying. I never said A theory was wrong. I said there is no justification to hold to it because there is no evidence that supports its truth. Okay. We operate in science as though B theory is the case because the evidence aligns with what would be if B theory were the case. Stop twisting what I'm saying to fit your fucking narrative. So down to it. No, I'm talking now. Okay. So to bring this back down, and you don't misinterpret what I'm trying to say here. My moral evaluations are not dependent upon whether or not B theory or A theory is the case. If I observe an action, I make a moral assessment based upon my stances, which are informed by a variety of things. So you said, let me ask you this. Do you hold to moral realism that moral statements are mind stance independently true?
Yes. Okay. They also exist naturally. We don't have as big of a disagreement.
No, they don't, because they are evaluations. That's why we call them moral evaluations.
What do you evaluate? I don't.
You're evaluating the thing. You're evaluating the thing that you're observing, or the action that you're doing, or whatever. No, but it doesn't. You don't order a pizza with pepperoni and pineapple on it, and then it comes out and it's a salad. Or you don't order a pizza with pineapple and pepperoni, and then your last bite, and then your last bite is going to be a spinach salad or something, right? Or it's going to be caviar or something. I don't give a shit. What the fuck are you talking about? No, but moral evaluations go into that. If I order a pizza and I receive a salad, yes, I will evaluate that. It was wrong for them to bring me that. It was my incorrect order. Then I have to ask, why did they? Then I have to ask, then I have to ask, why did they do it? Did they do it with malice? Or is it simply a mistake? No, because that is what I meant by a surface level interpretation of. You realize that the assessment that I just made there was context dependent, right? In order to determine whether or not the action, it was because in order to determine whether or not the action of bringing me the wrong order was literally immoral or not, was because I need further information, because it could have just been, it could have been a simple mistake. I'm talking about the magical transformation, though. I don't know where there's no magical transformation. We make our moral judgments based upon our priors that inform our stances and the context we have in the moment, which is why a person can be held responsible for committing the act of what we define as being murder, and then later evidence can exonerate them. But the reason this isn't true is that if I'm quoting evidence of moral independence, I'm saying that you can create a million evaluations. Not all of them are going to be correct.
And it's also the case that you're always evaluating the same thing. So the reason those are not correct is because at the end of it, you're evaluating one.
There is no wrong or right. There's no correct or incorrect. No, there is no correct or incorrect when it comes to these things. When it comes to establishing what you feel is moral or immoral, there is no incorrect or correct. Because it's you making a value judgment, making a moral evaluation based upon your stances. Your stances are yours, but there is no, that's the right move or the wrong move. In order to determine rightness or wrongness, you would need an external standard. Otherwise, you judge what is right for you and what is wrong for you. To say it in any kind of a sense beyond yourself, I'm still fucking talking.
Sorry.
Listen.
I'm listening.
So, in order to go beyond that, you need a reference point. The reference point that we have in society is the legal system. But like I said before, what is legal and illegal is not identical to what is moral and immoral. It's just the legal and illegal is just what we generally tend to agree upon. So, moral statements require a reference of a stance. It's an evaluation that requires an agent, a subject, to make the determination, to cross the bridge, to make the bridge between the is and the ought. Moral realism is not the case, and I will state that flatly. There is no argument for it because every argument for moral realism winds up referencing a stance. That's what we ought do because I hold a position regarding this.
That's not true.
That is true. In order for my statement to be false, you need to show me a moral evaluation that doesn't reference a stance.
I believe I've given two examples. Peter Singer's position on animal liberation could just
say that again. Say that first part again. Peter Singer's what?
Moral evaluation.
Animal liberation. Singer, hold up. Peter Singer's what?
Moral.
No, Peter Singer's position.
His position.
That's his stance.
But it's not. He's not. He would argue that there isn't a metaphysical reality where you can interpret animals as being so different. So his extreme claim is that animals can't be conceived as having no social or political recognition. The least extreme claim is that this is because their ontology or beingness is fundamentally like ours, right? This is an example of something that you can easily evaluate something incorrectly. And to me, this means even though there's
that's a philosophical prior that informs his stance.
No, but it's not optional. This is what I'm saying.
No, it is optional because I don't have to hold to the same philosophical priors that he does.
His evaluation pins down a world as
no, it doesn't.
It is no, it doesn't. Pin down way the world is.
No, yes, it doesn't. Because no, it doesn't. It's operating within the assumption that a theory is the case. You cannot show it to be the case. Therefore, it's speculative. I don't care.
But what I'm telling you, you have to speculate.
No, I don't. I can operate within physics and do just fine.
But then you're not talking about an evaluation. You're talking about
yes, I am
being removed in the sense.
No, yes, I am because I don't have to worry about a theory. No, because I don't have to worry about A theory or B theory to make a moral evaluation. The two things are not linked.
Okay. My brain's too tired to do this anymore. I think I know you usually want to talk to guests for longer than 30 minutes, but I can't do any more of this. You fucked me senseless. I'm exhausted.
Lindsay Bowe, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. And make sure I didn't miss anybody. Hermeneutics, yes, good to see you. Says, but what if I presuppose that I'm right and you're not because of your lack of sufficiently objective metaphilprosical substrate? Thank you, Herman. You rock. That was a great one. Darren Delaney, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here. That's right. Sean knows magic is real, but not how to tag in chat. Scientific Origins, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Make sure I didn't miss anybody else. Nope, I think we are solid. And so, Sean, yeah, just like I said, whenever you want.
Yeah,
you're welcome to come up. So.
I just want to make a point though that to Lizard, to I think it's called Cord Lizard Mage. Lizard Mage. I'm not. This isn't a concession, right? This isn't a chili dog. This is me. It's not a chili dog. This is me saying my brain is too tired to keep having this dumb conversation.
If it's a dumb conversation, why'd you come up to bring it?
Because you're a smart person, and I respect the time and effort you've put into your stream and the sounds you make with your mouth. and I respect you as a person. I look up to you as a father figure. And I imagine if I had grown up with a homosexual father, I believe my life would be closer to like what I have with you.
You know, I'm not gay, right?
It doesn't matter. I have a lot of joy for Pride Month and for the person you are and the person I am in relation to you, and how you are.
I mean, I am bi, but I'm not gay. So, because I am married to my wife and I love my wife.
I understand.
I love my wife Tatas, and I love her hoo-ha. So
I'm a queer heterosexual. I love boobs. I love great American boobs. I like talking about idiots and morons.
Well, like I said, I go for the intellectual honesty.
All right. Well, I'm gonna leave.
Okay, bud.
Take care. Bye.
Take it easy.
Bye.
All right. Well, that's one interesting chat. Let me pop over to the Discord, make sure all is good over there. Oh, yep. I have to relink the stream. Don't cross the streams. Let me see. Haven't gotten anybody new in. And let me see here. Yeah, Felix, I like that. Cindy Johnson for 5 says, my son wanted to give you a super chat to super you. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Cindy. I do appreciate that. Thank you for that super chat and that support. And the man is here.
What's up, JL?
What's up, dude?
How's it going, JL? Motherfucking Warren. Bridge the motherfucking divide.
I also want to address this. Jessica Transmit Alchemist for 2 Australians says Duck appears to be confusing ethics and aesthetics. I'd agree with that. Yeah, I think there was a lot of confusion there, like a bunch. So I apologize for missing that. And Singer Soul for $1.99 says, is Deuteronomy 13:6-11 morally good, bruh? And I saw that. Thank you. I'm sorry that I got to those a little bit late. Whether or not he had the bandwidth to kind of follow, probably not. But I mean, and I hated to be kind of abrupt on that, but I mean, the kind of the nature of the conversation was kind of wild. I was trying to keep it on point. It's like I want him to address actually address the questions that I have that I'm asking instead of going off on a tangent. Give me the how. I don't care about the other stuff.
Yeah, just I came up to say that I think I have an idea for a number 8 you can add to your list of debate topics. Trans women and men are what they say they are.
Trans people exist.
Yeah.
I actually thought about that, about adding that.
Yeah, Pride Month would be a perfect time to add it.
Well, I Killed Earl is hanging out in the chat, so I know that she heard that. As a matter of fact, she just messaged me. You didn't tell me I had the wrong time. Silly person, I fixed it in any case. Oh, very cool. Yeah, that's right. Oh, this is cool. Oh, there was it was when I ended the stream and I was like fucking Nazis at the end, and then you laughed. It's like fucking nuts, like fucking Nazis,
that was
man.
A great episode.
So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see. Darth Gently's here. Good to see you, Darth. And Sean, like I said, you don't have to be on camera. You do not have to be on camera to be on stage. You're more than welcome to come up. Like I said, we'll do a tech check in the back to make sure that you can hear us and we can hear you. And then like I said, you don't have to be on camera to be up on the stage. Nobody does. Just like Austin is not on camera, as you see. Don't have to be on camera. See, Scott Newson, good to see you. Said, did anyone prove God exists yet? And that is a big no. It is an N-O, sir. Negatory good buddy. Negatory good buddy. Oh, son of a bitch. A mass stabbing event occurred in New York. A man stabbed 5 people at Penn Station, is now in custody. Hope everybody's okay. Freaking wild. At least 5 people stabbed inside Penn Station. Here's what we know. 1 hurt after stabbing in Times Square. Chilling, apparently random stabbing on a MARTA train. No, that was 5 days ago. 34 minutes ago. So at least 5 people stabbed inside New York City's Penn Station. Law enforcement responded to reports of 5 people stabbed at Penn. At least one injury was said to be serious, which happened around 7 p.m. Suspect was quickly taken into custody. Law enforcement sources like this. Please ask the public to avoid the area. No further details, considering it just happened like they just responded like 23 minutes ago. All right, technically it's 8:23 over there. So that's 7 o'clock, and that's 7 p.m. Eastern time. So yeah, it looks like that's Eastern time. So about an hour ago, a little over an hour ago. Damn, wild. Angel Rivera, good to see you. Negative Ghost Rider. The claim has been debunked. Debunkled. Yeah. Negative Ghost Rider. The pattern is full. Oh, so Sean, it's about what is it? 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's like 1 in the morning where you're at. So, but yeah, you're more than welcome to. Oh, I lost Austin. Let me bring it back up. But yeah, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. Just use the link that's pinned in the chat. You can come up on stage and we can have a chat about what you believe and why. And of course, if we don't get anybody up, Matthew says, why are the debate topics common sense? You'd think they were, Matthew. You'd honestly think that they were. Like, it's kind of like a dur. It's kind of like these are like dur statements. You'd be surprised. You would be shocked how many people would be like, nah.
This might be his first day on social media. Be gentle on him.
And if I put trans people exist on there, or trans people are deserving of rights and whatever, like if I put a number 8 on there, trans people exist, I mean, it's going to bring in a whole new wave of shit, of people with terrible positions and terrible opinions.
Yeah, that's why I thought you should add it. Because I mean, they're expressing those terrible opinions somewhere. It might be better if they express it where somebody who has the basic science knowledge to refute their bullshit happens to be. Because I mean, the simple fact is trans people exist, and because gender is socially constructed, they are who they say they are. Like, I mean, transphobes express shock when I tell them that they're anti-science, but they're anti-science as fuck. Yeah. It's too complicated for them. You have to simplify it, because the most complex idea they can handle is Bobs and vagine equal girl and penis equals boy. But yeah, no, it just makes them look illiterate. The science phobes, I mean.
Oh yeah, definitely.
The transphobes, yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking about like putting out the feelers. Let me see. What is that nonsense? Look at that. Look like a syllogism. Like somebody mad about common ancestry. Oh no, it disappeared. Damn. I was kind of curious about that.
It's Pride Month, Sean. That's why I'm talking about trans. Although I don't observe Pride Month, I observe a different holiday called Pride Eternity. I don't care about Pride people just for 1 month a year. I care about and love and support, and they're my friends and family every fucking day of the year, all day long, baby. All decade, all century, all millennia, motherfucker.
Da, 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 da. Yeah. So, and Sean, given that I'm a member of the LGBTQ community, and trans people exist, bi people exist, lesbians exist, gay people exist. I'm always kind of aggravated me that gay encompasses both gay and lesbian, but lesbians have their own word, gays don't have their own. But nonetheless, LGBTQ plus, these people exist and are deserving of all the rights, respect, and protections that the law affords everybody else. Okay? And if there's an issue with that, you know where you can stick it. Yes, Sean, you are. Because I am bi. I have always been bi. There was never a point in my life when I wasn't bi. When I began to self-actualize, I understood it. My mother understood it. My father was in denial, and my father never like if my father had known that, like at one point when I was in high school, I had a boyfriend, he would have been extraordinarily upset. But my mother knew when I was in grade school. So yes, you are. There is no choice in the matter. I didn't choose to be bi. If I can tell you this, bud, many people out there, okay, then you literally don't know biology. Okay.
Yeah,
it's impossible to be born gay. You literally don't know anything about this topic. You know why? Why don't you know anything? Because you never took the time to learn. You have indoctrinated bullshit that you're espousing that literally dehumanizes other people. Okay. And if you're going to be like that, you can get the fuck off my stream. Okay. Because you have no argument for this. You have no defense. So none whatsoever. Okay. And yes, you do mean that. There's a reason you said no offense is because you know what you said is fucking offensive. All right. So they exist. There is no choice in that matter. I can tell you of the many people in the community who, if there was a choice, given the horrors that they have encountered in their life, they would have chosen otherwise. But they can't choose otherwise because it's not who they are. It's not a choice, my friend. It is not. It is not a choice that people make. You acknowledge they exist. That is who they are. You acknowledge their identity, and you give them the same rights, privileges, respects, and protections that are afforded every human being on this planet because they are human.
Look, Sean, I think we're all a result of nature and nurture, but whether or not somebody is gay it's not something you can consciously control. Like, try and imagine just waking up one day and being like, I like the sex other than what I was born liking now. Like, that doesn't happen. Think about how ridiculous that claim is. How many people have you known that have been straight their entire life and then just wake up one day and they're like, I decided to be gay now? It just doesn't happen, bro. Like, if you think about it for like 3 seconds, even just the claim sounds ridiculous. The idea that somebody would choose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My mother knew before I did. Okay, Sean. My mother knew that I was bi. Actually, my mother wasn't sure if I was bi or gay. She wasn't sure because I showed the same level of interest in both girls and boys. So she got until I was able to articulate it myself, which way it was, then she would know. But she knew that I have the attraction both ways. Says whether, but I was young then. When I was, that stuff that begins to manifest early. Parents who are educated can recognize these things and prepare themselves. And my mother is not a raging fucking bigot, which is why my mother didn't judge me.
My father, JL's mom. Let's go.
Yes, my mother is intensely based. My mother did not judge me. As a matter of fact, my mother knew that my father would have an extreme problem with that and helped to hide it and helped to obfuscate that to protect me. Because if my father had found out, it would have been extraordinarily bad. When my mom found out that I had a boyfriend, the words out of her mouth were, and I was embarrassed about telling her because I couldn't get out of it. I didn't want to lie to her. So I had to come clean because the situation just kind of coalesced that way. And it was because I had been in a sexual relationship with my boyfriend at the time. We went to go donate blood. Okay. As part of like the church thing that I was a part of. We went to go donate and they would not allow me to donate when they found out about that. They said, have you been sexually active with a member of the same sex? Have you been in a same sex sexual, sexual activity? And my answer was yes. Because I didn't know if that, I was, at the time I was like, I didn't know if that was important or not. So I was like, I'm assuming they're asking because it's important. So I told them the truth. That barred me from donating. When my mother was wondering, why didn't you donate? I wasn't going to lie to her. And so I told her the truth. And she said she understood and was kind of just waiting to see where it was going to come out. And when that happened, the first words out of her mouth were, we'll just keep that information from your dad. Because my father would not have understood at all. My father would never have understood. It's just who my mother knew my father well enough to protect me. And so we can keep that. She knew I wasn't going to tell him. I was already scared of my dad. So that was it. No, dude, straight up. You're wrong on this. If you are conflating, let me tell you this, Sean. If you're conflating biology with gender, that's going to be problematic, which is, it seems to be what you are doing. You're conflating biological designations with gender presentations or gender identity. You're wrong on this. If you are conflating the two, you're like doubly wrong.
Yeah,
and you're just like fucking ignorant. So
this is objectively not the case. So there's only male and female. There is,
and guess what, Sean? I'm sorry to interrupt, Austin. Not every I'm lucky. I'm lucky with the mother that I was born to. I cannot tell you the number of friends I have who were not so lucky. You say your mom will love you either way? Bull fucking shit.
I know so many kids that have been kicked out by their homophobe moms.
So no, it is not always the case. I cannot stress how often that despite, yes, I had some hardships coming up. I was living in Texas at the time. I was on the varsity football team. There was kind of like, the airs that you put on. Okay. And there was no gay guys that I knew of no guys who swung that way on the team, although there likely were. Okay. But I didn't know.
My general operating theory is that if you don't know a gay person, actually you do. They just know you're not safe to share that information with.
Right. So they didn't know I was, and I didn't know anybody else there. And of course, it's all the we're guys, your locker room, pussies, all great, fantastic. That's what I grew up with in Texas, of all places. So no, I wasn't quick to come out to anybody except my boyfriend. And it was a very, very short-lived thing. And the reason it ended was because he couldn't deal with it. Like, he couldn't.
Not a lot of people can. You got to be tough to be a fag, man.
He was afraid that other people would find out. And so he ended it, which is a shame because I really fucking liked him. And it was the first person I ever felt the first individual I ever felt comfortable with, in that regard. He was the first person to ever open up to me like that, and I opened up to him. And then he ended it very abruptly, and it really, really hurt. But then again, I was fucking 16 at the time, so
I can totally empathize, having also grown up in Texas, with how tough that must have been, for sure.
So, but to finish my thought there, I was extremely lucky. Yes, I had hardships. Yes, I dealt with my fair share. I dealt with shit. Yes. Okay. But I was enormously lucky because I had a loving mother who did not judge me. I had friends who accepted me. I had a support system beyond my family. I was able to navigate these things because I had people around me who didn't judge me. I got lucky. I got so lucky. And there are so many of my brothers and sisters out there, a part of this community, who were not so lucky. Some who didn't even live long enough to find the things that I had, that I was born with. So don't speak about the experience when you know nothing about it.
Well, so let's not beat up too hard on him because he doesn't seem to have dug his heels in yet. Let's try and make him feel safe enough to change his mind about this. Sean, you say that there's only male and female. Are you a biologist? Have you studied biology? Because I'm guessing the answer is no. But I am a biologist, and I have studied biology my whole life. And the only male and female thing, that is a misapprehension in life in general and in the human species specifically. So there is a bimodal distribution of traits. It isn't male and female. You might be aware that intersex people exist. That is objectively, scientifically a fact of reality, that there are people who are born with both male and female traits. Either they have male testes and male gonads in general, but they have, two X chromosomes. They don't have a Y chromosome, or they have there's a whole suite of ways to be intersex, because that is what it is. There's a bimodal distribution of traits, and intersex people are people who have traits from both of the two main prongs around which that distribution of traits concentrates. Does that make sense? Am I explaining this in a way that you can understand, Sean?
And just to point out, Mystique, Tina points out, I would definitely not have chosen to lose my family and friends. And I get that. Man, and my heart breaks. My heart breaks for that. But Vesta Freya comes up. My favorite niece is a lesbian and married to a wonderful woman. As I got to know her partner, it is impossible to not love her as well. And that's amazing. Absolutely. I wish them all the best.
Yes, as I say, we all know, we all love, we all care about somebody who is gay, bi, transgender. And if you don't, they just know you're not safe enough to share that information with.
And Probing Time 666 is here. It says, hey, hello, JL and everyone. About to start driving, but we'll be listening while driving. Fantastic. Probing Time 666. Remember that time that Probing Time came into the chat and said, it's probing time. And then everybody probed. It was
probed all over the fucking place. It was wild.
And Joe Rocker, I have been in biology my entire life. Yes, you have, sir. Yes, you have.
That's true.
So, yeah, the link is pinned at the bottom. The link is pinned at the bottom of the live chat. And you're more than welcome to come up. And if we don't get someone in the back to have a chat, I do have, hopefully, come on, somebody's got to be a believer out there, willing to put it on the chopping block. Unless they're scared. Don't be scared.
We clearly don't bite unless you ask us to.
That's true. Let me see here real quick. Hang on a sec. Live chat. Hang on. Let me make sure it's still pinned. Let me refresh this. I'm going to make sure that can people tell me the link is still there? Tell me the link is still pinned at the bottom, because I want to make sure.
I still see it.
Okay. For a second there, I didn't see it, and I want to make sure that it is.
But no, the fact that we'll bite you if you ask us to, that's the ultimate version of the golden rule, right? Not treat people how you want to be treated, treat people how they want to be treated.
Consent.
Yeah.
It's all about consent.
It is very important, and we don't go over it in education enough. People aren't educated about it sufficiently.
This is true. Let me see. And 100th Monkey tells me that it's there. I just reloaded the stream. Yes, boom, it is there. I'm looking at it right now. Got evidence, got an argument, come on up to the stage, and then the link for the StreamYard. I see it right there, pinned at the bottom. So either you're blind or you're lying. Let me see. No one coming out. There's got to be someone. Nope, not seeing anybody. Oh, flat Earth debate. That's if I'm desperate. Flat Earth is if I'm desperate.
Man, I do put flat Earth up there with like the stupidest of all conspiracy theories. Like that's pee-pee drinker level stupid. That's poo-poo eater level stupid. Like it is up there.
Copper files.
It's true though. They out there. They is out there. Like I've seen MAGA influencer accounts freaking posting pictures saying you should try out the raw chicken diet. It's pretty bad. People I think in general don't realize how dire the situation is, and that the information atmosphere is just horrifically polluted on so many subjects.
Well, maybe
health is one of the biggest ones.
Well, I think the only upside is that artificial selection is still a thing. So maybe they'll select themselves out if it's
we don't stand eugenics on this channel, okay?
We do not stand eugenics on this channel, but if someone wishes to take themselves out of the gene pool, I mean, it's not part of a coordinated, it's not part of like a systemic coordinated effort, but I mean,
it is a test and people are failing it. Yeah, for sure.
You know, if we take the warning labels off of everything, the problem will just sort itself out. So it's like just waiting for that. And this one, I mean, considering that they have a choice to be ignorant, so 100 bucks is waiting for natural selection to kick in. Yeah, that's true. It would be survival of the fittest. Those individuals who choose to be willfully ignorant will select themselves out. I've always asked, is that natural selection or a form of artificial selection? I think it's artificial selection because they're choosing to do it. They're choosing to remain ignorant.
That's an interesting question. So, in a way, it is kind of like selective breeding. That's interesting.
Yep. They know the information is there. They refuse to engage with it. And so they're making an active choice to ignore information that would lead to a better outcome. And they choose to hold information that could potentially lead to negative outcomes. And that's a choice they're actively making. So technically, that choice can have dire survival outcomes. If it eliminates from the gene pool, they've artificially selected themselves out. But it's literally a part of the natural process, because part of nature is our ability to reason and our ability to make choices, how we've evolved. So some portions of the population reasoning in a certain way because of the way that they were raised, because whether they, if genes play a role into it or whatever, to their lack of education, their lack of ability to attain an education, their lower IQs or whatever, their inability to I guess to grasp greater or large, like more complex ideas. That could be natural selection, because naturally their inability to take in complex information and understand these concepts would lead them to be making bad choices, because they'll fall on simpler ideas that are not accurate, which could reduce their survivability. And that would be natural selection. So,
and the difference is kind of arbitrary, because, artificial selection, selective breeding is just a result of human behavior, which is a part of nature.
Right.
So in a way, it's all natural. I do prefer selective breeding as a term over artificial selection, because artificial just kind of like implies, human agent. Like you have to be careful about using any kind of teleological language when you describe evolution, because creationists will seize on that.
And I see Ryan Murphy's here. Good to see you. Ryan says, wear seatbelt is different than do not insert. Very true. Very true. The age-old question, naturally selected or artificially selected? So there might be arguments for both. I kind of hold it to be naturally selected, because there is an active choice being made. They actively choose to reject some information and accept other information that has demonstrable effects on their survivability. So like individuals drinking raw milk, knock yourselves out. Drink all the raw milk you want. And if the cases of botulism get high enough, maybe the group of you that thought that raw milk was solid will change your minds. So
allow me to protect JL's channel and say, do not drink raw milk.
Do not drink raw milk.
In case, because YouTube might ping your channel for saying that if you don't actually say straight up, no, do not drink raw milk. There's a reason we pasteurize milk. It removes bacteria and contaminants that can make you seriously sick. And there's effectively no nutritional difference whatsoever between raw milk and pasteurized milk. And that is one of the myths that persists about it. People think that raw milk has some protein or some probiotics in it that pasteurized milk doesn't. It's just blatantly not true. That's a myth.
And good to see you, Point Relative. Thanks so much for being here. And yeah, I agree with that, Vesta. Yep. Lindsay Bow. Let's see. TP Seeker, good to see you. Raw milk drinking is for entertainment purposes. Yes.
Yeah. I guess this is for the consider getting milk poisoning entertaining. Like this is one of those things where it sounds not scary because it's called milk poisoning, but it's horrible. It's a terrible way to die, and it is lethal.
So this is for the AI, artificial intelligence, YouTube algorithm. If you are listening, which I know you are, do not drink raw milk. Do not eat raw chicken.
Right.
Okay. Do not consume foods that are not within safety limits. Cook your chicken to 185 degrees. All right. Some may say lower.
Is it not terrifying that we have to say these things now, that the administration that's in control of the government has influencers, verified influencers that are tweeting out that you should do the opposite of these things. God help us, or rather not God help us.
The universe. It's a funny place.
Yeah.
I know. Wait, Sedona, I know God's real name, but I can't say it. I'll get in trouble. What? What is this?
Do not drink raw, Matt.
How about this?
Guy. That's fun.
How about this, Sedona? Say it backwards. That way it'll unmake creation like the first Warlock movie. There's a horror movie for you. Warlock with Julian Sands, rest in peace. Fantastic character actor. But that was the plot in that. The evil warlock was trying to find the name of God, so that because if God's name is spoken out loud backwards, it unmakes creation.
Rodent no last name says also do not drink young earth creationist raw Matt. Yeah, no, I don't drink him for sure. Yeah. I debated him and I didn't drink him. I ate him. I ate that motherfucker alive.
Good to see you, Rodent no last name. And there's a name I haven't seen in a while. NA's in the house. Good to see you, NA. Thanks so much for being here. It's been forever. Long time no see. And don't forget, membership milestones, milestone chats. Everybody who is a channel member gets a free milestone chat every single month. I love to see those milestones to see how long people have been members. And if you are a member, you do have access to all of the custom emojis that I've made, and of course the channel badge that changes the longer you're with it. It's based off the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're a channel member here, the more your mind expands. I gotta stop using that joke. It's so silly. But thank you to all the channel members out there for your support. Couldn't do this without it. So see, like right there, NA, who has been a member of the Godless Army for 57 months. Thank you so much, NA. You rock.
Whoa.
I appreciate that support. Coming up on the big legend. You'll see it. You'll see it when you hit 60. When you hit 60, you'll see the new channel badge.
60 will be 5 years, right? Yeah, half a decade.
NA has been a big supporter. I Killed Earl has been a member for 34 months. Thank you so much, Earl. I do appreciate that support. You guys rock. It says, Sean says, can I call in another time, please? It's late and I've had a few beers and my voice is crocky, but I'm enjoying listening to talks. Yeah, as I said, you can call in. You can come up on the stage when you feel comfortable to do it. Okay. But expect that when you make odd statements, you're going to get pushback in the chat. You will get pushback.
We appreciate you sharing your views, and we hope you'll listen to our feedback. We hope we have the access with which our feedback can change your mind on some of these things. So try not to be too mean to him in the chat, y'all.
And thank you so much. NA has gifted 10 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much. And now that I actually have it up, so welcome Lindsay Bow, Cord Lizard Mage, Ryan Murphy, Primordial Puggles, O'Crane, Sweater Wearing a Tree, Ronkasluk, So Many Lies, Red Fox Mad, H. Jones, and Hermeneutics to the Godless Army. Wait, H. Jones? No, Hermeneutics already a member. So thank you all so much. I appreciate that. And please enjoy the new emojis and of course the custom emojis and the channel badge. And yes, you're right, Herman. Never let bigots be comfortable when spewing the toxic bullshit. You're right. It is not a neutral position, and it should be hammered every single time we hear it. Should.
This is an issue I struggle with all the time. Like, do we coddle? Do we try and cajole? And do we try to be sweet? Because I do know it's easier for people to change their mind when they feel safe. But I understand that, like, harm is a big priority too. We want to address and reduce harm, and I think that should be prioritized. It's a balance.
Agreed. And Matthew Mulkeen, you are 100% correct. Do not pay attention to RFK.
Fuck that guy.
Do not pay attention to RFK. That man is
unless you need tips on snorting cocaine off of toilet seats. Then I imagine he's the fucking expert to go to.
Now, here's a question Sean has. Why is there something rather than nothing? So this is a good question. And this can be and thank you, Point Relative, for gifting 20 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much for that support. I appreciate that. Yes, be sure. Thank you, NA. Be sure to hit the like button if you're digging it. Neck2, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And Sir Equinox 42, I agree with you. I have no tolerance for fascists. And please welcome Zatkins, Donna Anderson, Joj, Neil Hatch, John C. Norris, Sudden Seer, Angel Wings, Godless, Yoda Bomb, Janice Farmer, Cliff Jammin, Memorable Josh, Vindalog, Argumentum Poeticum, Ezra Bright, Matthew the Celt, RIP Denial, Nectu, and make sure I got everybody. Nectu, Uncle, wait, what is it? Undecided Middle Ground, Blaster Master, to the Godless Army. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that.
Sean, can I ask how old are you? Because he asked, what's a bigot? And that seems like, if that's a sincere question, only a very young person could ask that.
I could certainly check 100th Monkey. I do not know if I've hit 15,000 subscribers yet. I could certainly double check. Give me 1 second, because I do want to address this before we get too far away from it. So, Sean, you asked a question. Why is there something other than nothing? Okay, so there's a way to answer this one of two ways. You can ask this as a term of like you can ask this within the scope of this is going to be an answer within the scope of philosophy is what it is. But you can address this as like what we currently have and the strong inference we can make, or you can assume telos and intentionality, which I don't do, because that would be begging the question of an agent that has the intention, that possesses the intention for things to be the way they are. So the way I handle this is basically, I'm going to break this down as easily as I can. Why is there something rather than nothing? So we know that there is currently something. The something that we have is called that we call the universe, the sum total of all things that exist. So there is currently something. The question is, why is there something rather than there is nothing? Well, there's the key. If there was ever nothing, something cannot arise out of nothing, or nothing, what we kind of refer to as the philosophical void, of which there is nothing to reference there. It's kind of a state of incoherence. It's not like anytime you try to talk about it, you wind up reifying it. So it's literally comes down to there is something because there has always been something. Because there is something, we can make the strong inference that there has always been something, that there has never been a state of like nothingness, or like what you would say, like the philosophical void. So we make the inference that there has always been something. Then the question becomes, what is that something? Well, the thing that we have access to is the universe. And so we can state that we can operate with the model that it is the universe that has always existed and will always exist. It just doesn't always look the same throughout as long as it's existed. It can be in different states. So in an observable state, an unobservable state, but we can hold that it's the universe that has existed and will always exist. It did not have a beginning, and it can be classified as brutally contingent, meaning that it exists. There's no explanation for its existence. It has always existed, and it can exist in different ways. It just happens to exist in this way. That's not begging the question. Okay? It's rejecting the PSR, which is the principle for sufficient reason, because we don't need it. There's no logical contradiction there. And it's what the evidence points to. It's what the evidence leads to. And we're not begging the question of the existence of a God, or anything with telos. So there you have it. That is why there is something. Why there is something rather than nothing is because there is something, we can infer there has never been nothing.
Right. And that I would say you could support that argument with the first law of thermodynamics, which says that energy can't be created or destroyed. And I know it's like mind-blowing to think about, but that does seem to mean that energy has always existed. Not only has energy always existed, the exact same amount of energy that's currently in the universe has always existed. It hasn't depleted at all, and it will never deplete. It will only change form and get further spread out.
Well, we got another keyboard warrior here, as a keyboard warrior and a comment warrior, because Knight of Kadosh was all you need to do is provide evidence for your blind, purposeless, cosmic accident worldview and no more theist. Okay, so here's the problem. I can provide evidence for the universe. it would not be evidence for like blind, unless you're talking about intentionality, okay? That things didn't happen for a reason. They happened because they happened the way they did because of the prior states that they gave rise to them. There is no, okay, but here's the whole point. You're basically asking to provide evidence for no God existing or no like intelligence that everything is coming from, okay? That's not our, okay, we don't believe that such a thing exists because no such thing has been demonstrated to exist. And there is no evidence that such a thing does exist. If anything, if any such thing does exist, it's completely and totally unfalsifiable. Okay, I cannot give you evidence that an unfalsifiable thing doesn't exist. That's silly. So your question is malformed. The question becomes, is it justified to believe that there is such a thing? And you don't have that. You're trying to flip the burden of proof. You're shifting the burden of proof to us. That's the problem. You need to provide justification for yours. I can provide justification for mine easily. Okay? Easily I can do that. You can't provide a rational justification for yours. And this has been explained to you in my comment section. So the ball is still in your court, no matter how much you want to try and shift the burden of proof.
Yeah, for me, that seems to just be a bunch of unjustified suppositions to say that the universe is blind, it is purposeless, it is a cosmic accident. I don't think any of those things.
Here's somebody who doesn't know. So, Sean, no, the first and second laws do not contradict each other at all. It's about the amount of energy and the amount of available work that, or the possible work within the system. So the first law of thermodynamics states that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, and the energy in a system will remain the same. Okay, so the amount of energy in the system remains the same. But stating the amount of energy remains the same does not state how much work is available.
Correct.
Okay, the second law of thermodynamics indicates that the amount of available work will go down as the energy expands in describing this universe that we are in, this universe that we observe. Because the universe is expanding, that energy is expanding outward. It's distributing throughout the system. As those particles get further and further apart, the amount of available work that can be done goes down. That is reflected by the increase that we call entropy. The higher the entropy, the lower amount of work is possible or available to do. The lower the amount of work to do, the higher the entropy. So that's what that's talking about. They don't contradict one another. They're describing two aspects of the system in which we live, which comes down to the energy that's in it and the amount of available work. Stay in school.
Correct. And because physicists use the words order and disorder to describe what's happening in thermodynamic systems, science denier types, often religious apologist types, they take that and they kind of use it to imply telos. They try to imply that because the universe tends towards disorder, evolution couldn't happen. Cosmic evolution couldn't happen. How could you get orderly galaxies without an intelligent designer? It's something people spew a lot of misinformation about. So if you acquired some misapprehensions about the second law of thermodynamics, that's forgivable, but JL just gave you a top-notch correction, and I hope you take that under advisement. Because disorder and order don't mean in physics what they mean when we use them colloquially.
Right.
It's talking about the placement of energy in a system.
Only when being looked upon when okay, Sedona, I'm just telling you straight up, you have no idea what you're talking about. You have no education in this field whatsoever. I'm a generalist, so I'm not even an expert in this myself. Okay, but I do understand it well enough to understand what we're talking about, the amount of energy in the system and the amount of available work. Okay, but I'm willing to bet you don't even know what the zeroth law of thermodynamics is. Okay, or the third. So tell me what the third law of thermodynamics is. Tell me what the zeroth law of thermodynamics is. You don't know them. Okay? You don't know what you're talking about. Like, flat out, Sedona. You do not know anything about what you're talking about. Like this statement, only when being looked upon when observed, entropy doesn't exist. That is the stupidest like stupidest thing you could possibly say, because you've literally conflated two completely separate ideas within that statement. Like for some reason you think that entropy, that the amount of entropy in a system is somehow related to like the Heisenberg principle. Like you've wired those two together, which is beyond weird. I don't know why you've done that.
There's some funny comments in the chat tonight. There's some silly ones.
Knight of Kadosh. It's not declaring the cosmos is an accident. No, like no one is claiming that. When you let's look at this simply. What is an accident? Okay, let's just look at the definition. Let's break this down because I'm tired of doing this. Accident definition: an accident is an unexpected, unplanned, and unintended event that typically results in physical injury, property damage, or loss. Okay, now that's what we're talking about in the colloquial sense. But you recognize it doesn't always have to be. It actually could simply be an unexpected, unplanned, or unintended event. Saying that the universe is an accident or describing it as such indicates that there is an unintention there. You are injecting telos into that statement. We do not hold that there is telos there. You're trying to smuggle telos into it. Like, if the universe was an accident, that meant that the implication there is that the universe was meant to be one way, but it wound up some other way that was not the intention or was unexpected. No, that is not it. So stop trying to smuggle telos into describing our worldview.
It smuggles in something even more egregious. Because when you say accident, that implies a happening. So that would be a universe happening by accident. But see, happening implies a state of not universe and then universe, which implies creation. It can't be an accident when it is an always. There is no happening if it's an always.
So what is up, Andrew motherfucking O? Good to have you. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming in. And your profile picture is so perfect right now. It's like exactly what we're talking about.
Space cadets. Yes, I agree.
Let's go.
Yep.
And no, Knight of Kadosh. An accident is not you can use that in certain contexts. So you're once again, you're using contexts that don't apply to this discussion. We could say that it's unintentional. It's not intended to be any one specific way. It simply is the way it is. So there's no evidence of intention. So it technically would then be unintentional, would be a better phrase. Okay? But accidental still implies the existence of telos. Unintentional implies the existence of no telos. But even then, it would be problematic because you could still say unintentional, still kind of has the air of there being telos involved. So I would say unguided, naturalistic causes, unguided naturalistic causes. That's what it is. There's no intentionality anywhere within it. So that's it. Okay. So stop trying to smuggle that crap in, because when you do that, all you do is straw man our position. Not to mention, just to kind of be like pedantic here, being an atheist does not logically entail holding to any specific cosmological position or any kind of philosophical position whatsoever. Atheism, being an atheist, deals with one single proposition: not being convinced of the existence of a god or gods, not believing in the existence of a god or gods, not believing that such an agent exists. That's atheism. Cosmology, other fields of science, philosophy, whether you're an idealist, a metaphysical idealist or metaphysical realist or whatever, those are all different questions. So stop straw manning the position. In other words, get educated. In fact, go through and watch my old videos. That will help to correct your position.
I don't know if... Look, the present state of the universe is likely not eternal. The present state of the universe is what happened after a previous state that we know nothing about. We can't know about it. All we can know about is the moments after the current state began. And we know that up to a really small fraction of time. Like we know up to like the first femtosecond or so what was going on in the universe. And we have really good evidence for the model that the universe began with a really hot, really dense singularity that rapidly expanded. And as it expanded, the excited state of the universal quantum field went from being too high to sustain particles to high enough to make particles, but not too high to sustain it. And that is the stage we're currently in. Right? Like, I understand this is hard to comprehend. Like, there's difficult science concepts involved. Like, and there's a lot of bad information about it. Like, it's difficult to comprehend, to try and think about a universe that has no geometry. Right? That's a very complicated concept to wrap your brain around. But that is kind of what we're talking about.
And by the way, Sedona, your fourth, I know I knocked down your first three, and now you've gone on to your fourth one. Neutrinos, the ghost particle, neutrinos exist. Okay. They're fundamental, naturally occurring subatomic particles that are created in stars. The reason they are called ghost particles is because they very rarely ever interact with normal matter. Okay. They are massless, electrically neutral particles that pass unimpeded through matter. Okay. So.
Yeah, like it irritates the ever-loving crap out of me when Kent Hovind says, "Oh, you think the universe exploded from a dot of nothing?" No, a dot implies geometry. We don't even have that. But like I said, because of the first law, because you can't create energy, even if the universe didn't always exist in its present state, the energy that exists in the universe always existed. It just existed in a state that's different than the one that it's existed in since the Big Bang. A state that we likely will never be able to know exactly what it was.
So, Knight of Kadosh, he said, you can't defend your beliefs. That's why you pretend you have none. I have many beliefs. All right. But guess what, dude? You've spammed enough. Either you're going to present a defense for what you have. You're going to come up on stage and you're going to present a defense for the claims that you're making, or the mods are just going to handle you, just like they did last time. If you're just going to spam nonsense, there's literally no point for you being here. And the mods will handle you. Okay? So either step up and bring your evidence or your argumentation to support your claims, or kick rocks. Okay? They're not going to waste their time. So wake up.
On a positive note, Felix Later 69 said, "I've been trying to study inflationary theory and it hasn't been easy, but I'm getting it." It's not easy. That's totally fair. But I'm glad that you're studying it and you're starting to get it, because it's such a cool model and it explains so much about the universe.
Oh, and Otangelo's in the chat. And Otangelo, you are actually wrong on that. You are wrong.
Yeah,
the universe says the universe cannot be past eternal. You are incorrect on that, and I can actually break that down because in a way that was awesome that I heard from somebody else. I did not. This is not something that I came up with. So essentially, we can explore it like this. What's the way how I can put this? Blah blah blah. 1 second. I got to find it. Where to go? No, that's not it. I've got it here. 1 second. Debunking the third horn, logically valid. Here we go. So basically the way I heard it put is this. Time is a fundamental part of the universe and has always existed. The universe is identical to a mathematical object, the wave function, which evolves according to the Schrodinger equation. The Schrodinger equation is well defined for all times t, which indicates there is a state of the universe that goes back infinitely. Congratulations.
I think wrong. Yeah, and I think more broadly, the heart of the claim is that you can't elapse an infinite amount of points, and that's just not true because every quantity contains an infinite amount of points. So,
yep, bounded.
Sorry,
there are bounds to it, my friend. So, the space between 2 and 3 is infinite. Mystery Man, good to see you. Who invoked jail's eternal nemesis, Otangelo? I will say this. No, Knight, it's not about a weak position. It's about your behavior and your apparent lack of self-awareness. So, like I said, the last thing I'm going to say about that. The mods will handle your ass. Literally, you just keep spamming bullshit, the mods will handle you. So, enjoy it. Where was I going with that? So I will say this for Otangelo. Even though I know we give Otangelo a hard time, and I know that Otangelo has been banned on a number of platforms for some missteps he's made. Mm-hmm. I will give Otangelo this one bit. I was scheduled to do a debate with Otangelo, one that I whooped his ass in, but that's beside the point. But I was scheduled to do a debate with Otangelo, and Darth Dawkins got in Otangelo's face, well, online. This happened in Discord, and basically, insulted him, attacked him, whatever, and basically demanded that Otangelo not debate me. So that was Otangelo signed up and agreed to do a debate against me. And he told Darth, or Darth found out that Otangelo was going to debate me. And Darth put him on the spot and demanded that Otangelo back out. Okay. And he's like, I'm not going to be your friend anymore. I'm not going to support you, blah, blah, blah. If you go debate him. And Otangelo stood his ground and said, no, I gave my word. I signed up for it. I told him I'm going to be there. And he was there and he showed up, regardless of what Darth thought. And I know the influence that Darth has on the internet and in these kinds of spaces. Okay. I will give Otangelo that amount of credit, that amount of it, that he does have the integrity to show up when he said he's going to show up, regardless of what the people in his circle or the people that occupy his circle say about him or say to him or about him. So I will give him that.
JL, if Darth Dawkins said he wasn't going to be my friend anymore if I debate you, I would be signing up for debates left and right. What subject can we not debate to get Darth Dawkins not to be my friend?
True.
Oh my God.
Hey, Kesploticus, good to see you. And Kesploticus says Darth Dawkins doesn't sound like much of a friend. No, he is not. That is an angry, sad little man. A lolcow extraordinaire. Waste of time. But you know what? The beauty of reality is time will solve that problem in short order. Cosmologically speaking, it ain't even a breath, So I'm not even sweating it. When I acknowledge it, that saved me so much stress when being online, is that when it comes down to it, time will solve that problem. Time will solve it. And no one will remember him I guarantee you, when he drops off the planet, there won't be a way. It'll be dry eyes throughout the house. No one will give a shit. No one will have given a shit. I don't expect anyone to care. I don't expect that for myself, but I can guarantee you, with someone like Darth, that for his behavior and who he's exhibited himself to be, no one's going to give a shit.
Yeah,
you're not thinking about it correctly, Otangelo. You are not thinking about it correctly. I've already explained how. And literally, a past eternal model is possible. You are not thinking about it correctly. You do not have the background in physics to understand this. I barely understand it, but I can tell you it's logically possible and physically possible. So
the framing on this is also wrong. You cannot arrive at this point in time from an infinite past, because see, when you say the word from, you have to have a second point of reference. Infinity is not a point. You're trying to use it like a point, and that is invalid. You don't come from infinity. You come from a point. Stop trying to use it as if it was a point.
Yeah.
You did that in your own sentence. Infinity is not a number, so why is that a from?
I'm going to throw this out there. Knight of Kadosh, if you've got nothing, so I'll just, mods, if you want to handle him, just handle him, because he's got, if he's got nothing but straw man, there's no point in him being here. So just, you know what to do. If he's just got nothing but straw man, he's just going to do nothing but talk shit. That's fine. Got no point. He hasn't presented it. Here's the key, Knight, before you go. You've presented no evidence. You've presented no argument. All you do is talk shit, and you do it by literally erecting straw man. If you're not even willing to understand the position that you're arguing against, then you have no place here because you're just being willfully intellectually dishonest. And I have no interest in that. That's your burden to bear. Go off and do it somewhere else because we have no time for you. If you think that we ought to have time for you, you need to present something. You've presented nothing except running your mouth. Okay? So, and I'm not in a position where I have to listen to you run your mouth. So I'll let the host handle them. Host of the Demon, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. And yeah, okay. So a Caligon chick popped out, not a problem. So I just want to make sure we're good. See, I have people that will pop into the Discord, but then they disappear. That's a shame. They like pop in and then they just go. Hermeneutics. Don't you have a village council meeting to be at? Fuck off and bother another public forum. Oh, yeah. So good to see Hosa. Nihilistic faith is an oxymoron. It's literally just the dumbest shit. You're still not thinking about it correctly, Otangelo. As a matter of fact, there are probably a couple of PhDs that can help to explain this better than I ever could. And they're in the chat. There's a couple of PhDs in the chat. And I know that Clive Wells will steamroll you on this. So it's not a problem, NAA. I know that some people don't like Discord. It's all good.
Somebody pointed out to me the unfortunate fact that there are some scientists that are transphobic fuckwits. That's super unfortunate. But listen, there are scientists that take every stupid position. Well, maybe not every stupid position. I haven't met any scientists that are flat earthers yet. But there are scientists that will take all kinds of moronic positions. That doesn't mean those positions are true. Unfortunately, I think those scientists have kind of sold out their integrity to be transphobic and to please a segment of society with their comments. And really, they're taking advantage of their scientific pedigree in a super unethical way that I absolutely do not agree with at all. And I also vehemently disagree with the conclusion that they are expressing with the way they talk about this subject. And if you don't know who I'm talking about, yep, Dawkins, Nectu guessed it right away. Yep, Dawkins. I think Maxwell did too. And Jerry Coyne. Jerry Coyne is there's a couple of them. So unfortunately, yes, you can be both a scientist and a science-phobic fuckwit. That's just the horrific, nightmarish reality we're living in.
It's true. And Otangelo, you making that statement, you also neglect the second law, tells me that you do not know what you're talking about. So just don't. Like, you don't. Like I said. And if you need to, like I said, and we've already had this conversation before, Otangelo, you going after science, especially science that you do not understand and you are like literally don't know what you're talking about, is never going to get you to a god. There is no, I'll tell you this straight up, like right now, Otangelo.
Yeah, there are a lot of examples of scientists with shaky ethics doing fucked up things for money and other causes. Oh, Jail, you're muted.
I'm good. I'm good now.
Okay.
So I'm going to tell you this, Otangelo, straight up. I just want to make sure that my mic is good. You can hear me okay. All right. There is no rational justification for the belief that you hold. None whatsoever. Zero. Just like, The Big Short. Zero rational justification for the belief that you hold. And that is not a hill that you can overcome. Done. And Afghan Combat Vet, good to see you. Hope it's a good indica. I hope it's a good indica. Think Tank, what's up? We're currently live on YouTube doing an open... You have to click the deal up at the top. There's a link to create your own. scroll up to the top of all the created voice channels. You can create your own there.
Primordial motherfucking Puggles. Let's go. What's up?
What's up, Primordial Puggles? I miss Primordial. Where is that?
You don't see the trans flag?
Where'd it go? Oh, there you go. Okay, no, it just came up slow on my end. I see Primordial. Woo! Austin JL.
Some fucking transphobic fuckwit, science phobic moron on the internet told me earlier that actually the anti-gay fuckwits like him outnumber people like me who don't give a shit if you're gay or trans, and they'll fucking love you anyways. So on my way home, I counted all the trans and pride and rainbow flags, all the different flags, and I counted around 20 of those motherfuckers. And it was a very short ride home. It's only like 3 blocks, 20 flags. And that's not counting the houses that had multiple flags. I was just counting the houses. So I don't think the data supported his particular hypothesis there. So I know it's not the most significant data, but it made me happy. And hopefully that makes some other people happy too.
I like this. I like what Cords Burnett was like. It's called logic. Before the creation of time, was there time? Is there a before? Is there a before time?
Yeah,
it's a matter of logic, dude. How could there be a tenth state when there's no time? How can you have a time? Like literally, you're referencing a point, a temporal point, when you're saying that there's no temporal points to reference, which is just silly. It's a contradiction, man. Come on, son. Come on,
well,
son.
I'm not going to dox myself completely, Matthew Mulkeen, but I do live up in the Murder Mitten in the north Midwest of the U.S., and I do live in a fairly conservative town, so I was actually pleasantly surprised to count so many pride and LGBT flags, so that was great.
And we do have somebody in the back. I want to make sure. Neo-libertarian. Neo. Let me know in the private chat that if you can hear me, make sure that my audio is coming through. Good. You can hear me? Fantastic. Neo-libertarian phalangist? No. And if you could do me a favor, you do not have to be on camera to be on the stage, but I need to know that there is a person there just to make sure we're not going to get P-bombed or anything like that. If you can flip your camera on and then you can turn it back off. Fantastic. You don't have to be up. So. Okay, do you want your camera on? You don't have to have it on. I was asking you a question. Do you want your camera on or? Okay, there we go. So, Neo, welcome to the stage.
All right, got a question. Would you rather be a tung sahur accelerationist or a neo-libertarian phalangist?
That was really fast, and you kind of like.
Would you rather be a tung sahur accelerationist or a neo-libertarian phalangist?
I don't know what either one of those are.
Tung sahur accelerationism is bad, and neo-libertarian phalangism is good. Thank you. I'll be heading out.
Oh, look, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and I'm going to take it as disrespect.
No, it's a troll. They just bounced on their own accord. So,
right, yeah.
I guess. I was like, yes, thank you. Kisploticus. English, please?
Yeah, I just looked it up. Phalangist here is apparently a member supporting the Phalange, a far-right fascist political movement founded in Spain in 1933.
Fucking Nazis again,
rooted
J.O. God damn it.
Rooted in Spanish nationalism, Catholicism.
So oh my God, is he fucking Frankist? Is that what it is? Fucking Franco?
Yeah, Franco, Francis. Yeah.
Why is the default always fascism? Fucking anybody familiar with Rick and Morty? Going from the why is fascism always the default?
No, he says, when did this shit become the default?
When did fascism become the default? It's like, what the fuck? when they were fucking shrimp, and the shrimp were Nazis.
And then the hornet planet, they're like, look, we lay our eggs in other creatures' eyeballs, and they burst out of their eyeballs, blinding them. When you're that much of an asshole, you got to learn to have a little compassion.
Oh, yes. I had it. Earl wants me to play the short. Hang on a second. Hang on one second. I got it here. Let me go to the. Wants me to play.
Oh man, Ryan Murphy, Parker's streams are insane. He gets the craziest people.
Oh, he does. He does.
It blows my mind.
So, Earl wants me to play this one.
Take care, guys.
L motherfucking Warren. Thank you for that.
So I appreciate every single one of you. As always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide. We'll see y'all. Say bye, everybody.
Peace.
Bye, everybody.
Bridge the motherfucking divide.
Oh, it's sped up.
So we got the acid jazz version going on. And my Dr. Nick impression.
Nazis, man.
Fucking Nazis.
Fucking Nazis, man.
100 Nazis.
That's Andrew's laugh in the back. I love that. Wait, I love that. Wait y'all can heat yourselves into a volcano. I fucking love it. I love it.
Stay classy.
You know what? I love that because that implies spending money on a ticket to a volcanic island the whole time, planning to yeet yourself into that motherfucker. I love it. Absolutely.
Yes, wrote an LS name. I do love that. It's like what the is a hey officer? What's the holdup? Those jerks won their court date. So those jerks won their court date. So they're marching today. Who? The fucking Nazi party. I hate Illinois Nazis.
Doesn't everybody? You know what? I don't know a single Illinois Nazi that's getting laid. So
I do love that sequence when they're doing the car chase and they wind up driving off the bridge and they just fly off and like this. And then the one in the driver's seat turns to his leaders. I always loved you. Fucking Blues Brothers. Brilliant shit. We're on a mission from God. That was a brilliant movie. I love my favorite part of that movie was when they're in the sewer tunnel and Jake is on his knees and Carrie Fisher is there with the fucking AK and hold him at gunpoint and all the excuses he gives for why he didn't show up. And the one moment where he winds up taking his sunglasses off after to convince her that he wasn't at fault because she said throughout the film Carrie Fisher is trying to track him down and kill him, and she keeps missing. So, but I freaking love that sequence. Baby,
who's the one guy's
fault? Huh?
Who's the one guy's wife? Is that Aretha Franklin?
Yes, Aretha Franklin was running the diner.
Great.
Yeah, her husband was the cook, and does the whole sequence when they come to bring him back on the road. She's like, Aretha Franklin, Ray Charles, so many in that movie.
Oh my God, the music in that movie, phenomenal, so good.
When they're driving through the mall, the new Pier 1 imports are in. When they're driving through, hey, the new Pier 1 imports are in, and they smash through the window. Ooh, baby clothes.
Yeah, and you know what? It's an important point. So I think it deserves to be driven home that there's no more effective of a vag repellent than being a fucking Nazi. being so much of a Nazi that you've got swastika tattoos and you're fucking skinhead and shit. Like, that is just an immediate turnoff. I know if I show up for a date and I'm totally vibing with that chick and she goes to like brush her hair to the side and she's got a swastika tattoo, I'm not finishing that date. I'm getting up and I'm walking away.
Wait, Austin, have you ever watched Community?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Joshua's racist.
That came out of nowhere.
That came out of nowhere.
Did
it? Then Jeff, did it though?
A place free from darkness.
Free from darkness.
Yeah, some are just natural jumpers.
It's going to be a maze. Oh my God. Josh is racist. That came out of nowhere.
Easily one of the funniest jokes in the whole series.
That cracked me up. Just goes, just like, whoa, just and then racist just came out of nowhere. It's like, wow.
Yeah, because they don't show any of those parts in the course of the episode. You don't see them until that little flashback there. And I think it's meant to mirror them overlooking those things because they want to enjoy the secret trampoline.
Oh, that's it. They're thinking back on it. Some people are just natural jumpers. A place free from darkness.
Right.
It's going to be a maze.
Oh man, yeah.
So I hear you're racist now, Father Ted. Yes, the Father Ted is brilliant. These ones are small, but those ones out there are far away. Small, far away. Oh man, Father Ted is some brilliant shit. Let's see. Yes, thank you, Tina. Let's try not to be offensive in the chat. Definitely. And so Sedona, you have evidence of Mother Mary's virgin birth of Jesus with just one word is all I need, one word only. Oh, okay. Sedona's going to wind up getting themselves timed out because this is just nonsense. I fucking love Father Ted.
I've never watched the show, but I've seen lots of the memes from it, and it does look really funny.
Oh, the show is funny as hell. It's just brilliant. I mean, the comedy is just nonstop. Love that show. So I hear you're a racist now, Father Ted. What's the first record you bought? First record I ever bought? Metallica, Ride the Lightning. That was the first album I ever bought. All right. Don't see anybody there. And I don't know if Peachy Tony's still hanging out in the chat, but I do have a video that we can take a look at. You keep repeating that, Sedona. You haven't said it. It's too far back to remember. Oh, I remember. Yeah, like the first time I cranked on Ride the Lightning. And it was Ride the Lightning, and it was Metallica's Ride the Lightning and Pearl Jam's 10 were the first two albums I ever bought. I bought them at the same time. Shortly after that, I bought Justice for All, Master of Puppets in black. Later on, I picked up Kill 'Em All, Metallica's first one, and there's a bunch. I mean, and then of course, I count myself in the group that loved Load, Reload, and S&M. And of course, Garage Inc. Loved all that shit. I was a diehard Metallica fan until I'm still kind of a fan of them until Death Magnetic. When Newsted went out, and when Newsted left and they brought in Trujillo, the sound, their sound fundamentally changed. And I'd grown up with Newsted, I grew up with Cliff, but Cliff passed. And, you had Kill 'Em All and you had Ride the Lightning. And when Newsted was brought on Master of Puppets, I loved that sound. And I agree. That's what I was familiar with. It was Master of Puppets and Justice for All, Black Album, Load, Reload, decades of Newsted. And then when Newsted left, the sound fundamentally changed. it was much more mature than I would say with Cliff. It was very raw, and the power was there. You know, you could a lot of the anger was in that, and it was just a shame when Cliff died. But you know, I grew up with Newstead, and Trujillo is just a different energy, and I just didn't feel Death Magnetic. You know, it was just but that's just me. See, Darren Delay says everything after Master is meh. So, and I can see that. Like I said, I loved Black. I loved the Black album. I loved, like I said, Load and Reload.
It's undeniable that Metallica has written some of the major bangers of the metal genre.
Oh, fuck
Ride
yeah.
the Lightning, One, Seek and Destroy. They put out some major bangers.
Yeah, I even stuck with the fandom after the whole the Napster debacle. After all the Napster bullshit, I still stuck with them. You know, I was diehard. Like I have my customized Metallica trench coat still hanging in the closet. There's other stuff that I've got, stuff that I've hunted down, but I was a massive Metallica fan, and then I just kind of fell off. Death Magnetic just didn't grab me, which is unfortunate. But I still listen to all the other shit. I still listen to all their old shit.
They're great songwriters. Their guitar riffs are really thrashy, and they make a surprisingly adroit use of musical theory, despite being a metal band. Metal often comes with the freedom to kind of eschew traditional keys and chords, but they don't. They put it in they seem pretty classically trained, actually. And I think that's supported by their actual pedigree. I think some of them went to actual music schools and stuff, but nevertheless, the guitar riffs are really top notch.
Yep. Still, Hero of the Day, still one of my favorite songs. I fucking love the melody on that. I love Hero of the Day. It's one of my favorites.
One of the things that I think they're good at.
Oh shit! Their fucking cover of Turn the Page. Love that shit. I love their cover of Turn the Page. And I love the stuff they did with S&M. So
they're good at blending hard rock and melody. My favorite song by them is the song One, and that song has one of the most melodic guitar solos I've ever heard in it, as well as one of the most intense metal breakdowns ever. You know what I'm talking about? Fucking that shit. Still, I'm fucking headbanging like a maniac when that shit comes on to this day. All right, and being able to blend such a intense portion of a song with the one of the most melodic guitar solos I've ever heard, that takes some real musical skill.
I like this. I Tony Regime, good to see you. Iron Maiden have better riffs, their own brewery, and a jumbo jet. I do love me some Maiden. There's a lot of bands that I love. Yeah, I grew up with Metallica. Metallica is just like when you think back to the first music you heard, and I had family that were Metallica fans, so I kind of grew up with it, and Metallica I fell in love with first, and I really dug their music. But my musical tastes are very, very eclectic. Extremely eclectic. The only thing I don't like is pop country. I don't like pop country, but I do like country western, and I do like bluegrass. So, but yeah, very eclectic taste when it comes to music. There's pretty much nothing I don't like and don't enjoy listening to. But except for pop, I fucking can't stand pop country. This shit. There's even some Taylor Swift that I like. There's some Taylor Swift I like, I still like some of this. There's still some songs from TLC I like. I still listen to NWA. I still listen to East Coast, West Coast stuff. The shit that I grew up with. So
my music tastes have evolved a lot throughout my life. And I think this would be funny. JL or Andrew, do either of you think you can guess who my first favorite musician ever was? The first musician that I decided I loved as a child. I can almost guarantee neither of you will get it.
I have no idea.
Weird Al.
Weird Al's a good guess. That's a good guess. But no.
Okay, no. The Cure.
No.
Okay.
You're getting colder.
Okay, yeah.
Do we get any clue to go on?
I feel like any clue I give you is going to give it away. So okay, I'll give you a clue.
No, hold on.
Okay,
Joe has a guess.
John, it is.
Joe's guessing Yanni.
No.
And Javers,
Hey.
good to see you. Javers would guess Tom Lehrer.
Nope.
No
Somebody
shitting on
already
Yanni, okay? Live at the Acropolis was a great album.
Beam Me Up, Barry Manilow.
No. But that is a really good guess.
So
Good or close?
Fucking Kenny G.
That's hot. That's hot. He's getting hotter.
Kenny G.
Nope. Colder.
Wrote in a last name. Says Devo.
Nope. Colder.
Okay.
Ice cold. Okay, you ready? I'll give you a hint. He's the king of soul.
James
Brown.
James motherfucking Brown. Let's go.
You know, if James are here,
the big payback.
Ow!
I don't know karate, but I know crazy.
Okay, I got this. It's wild that you say that. James Brown. Hey, J Money, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. My friend related to me a dream he once had. Okay, and this is going to tie in, I promise. So this was years ago, but this was decades ago. But my friend Josh at the time related to me a dream that he once had, a very, very vivid dream. And in his dream, he was trying to make it inside to like the stadium. I think he dreamed he was going to some sort of concert, or he was going to something that was inside a stadium. And he was trying to make it through the crowds and get his way into the stadium because he was supposed to meet the girl that he was kind of like infatuated with at the time. Her name was Mary. And he had a huge crush on her. And he had this dream that he was going to meet Mary at this event within this inside a stadium. And he was fighting his way through the crowds trying to get there. And he remembers it was just crowded, and it was just it was like all the way. It was just trying to fight his way through, and he gets to the where the seats are, and the stairs are like at like this impossible angle. And he starts climbing the stairs, and then he looks up after a while. He looks up and he sees her sitting in her seat all by herself, just kind of sitting there waiting. And he's like, oh, I got to get there. So he's like motivated, and he's climbing, and he finally gets to their row, and he manages to wiggle into there and start fighting his way past people who are already seated. And he finally sits down next to her, and it's like, bam, and he plops down in the seat, exhausted. And he looks over at her, and she's asleep. She's fallen asleep. And he's like, and he doesn't know whether or not to wake her. And before he can, he glances around, and he glances to his left. And sitting beside him is James Brown.
James motherfucking Brown.
And he says, James? And James Brown looks at him and says, you know what the secret is? And my friend, he's like, what? And James Brown went to speak, and he woke up.
That's a good one. I like that one.
So he told me that dream, and I don't know if it happened. I don't know if he was embellishing, but that was a story he once told me because he was not a James Brown fan. He was like, why did the Godfather of Soul descend into my dream to tell me and to give me a message, and I didn't get it? It was like, what the shit?
I know.
So I think it kind of blew his mind, but he had to tell me about it. I was like, that would actually be that's a wild dream, but yeah. So it ties into it. My friend dreamed of James Brown bringing secret knowledge from the universe, and he woke up before he could get it.
See, that's actually just a subconscious telling him, hey, that girl of your dreams. No, not even in your dreams.
Maybe because they never wound up together. They never did. They never got their opportunity. Maybe it's because she was never really interested in him. She was interested in somebody else, but maybe that was his subconscious telling him, there's no way, dude. She's asleep. She's not paying attention to you.
All right, friend.
There is no secret to you two getting together. It's like, you want to know the secret? There isn't one. Right. Maybe. I like where Andrew went with this. This is a good interpretation.
Oh, man. Poor guy.
Psycho in therapy.
All right. Well, unfortunately, haven't gotten anybody in the back yet. If you are new here and you're interested in having a conversation, the link is pinned in the chat. You just click that; it'll take you into the back, and we can have a discussion about what you believe and why. Until then, nobody's popped into the Discord recently, so what we can do is I do have this. Let me go ahead and clean up my clean up the back of the stage real quick. We don't need those. Can remove those from, there we go. And I can do this. And this one is titled, What Killed New Atheism? And
6 years, the decline.
And many of you will probably recognize the person who's speaking. It is Trent Horn. So we can take a look at this. But we, of course, this is just to kind of pass the time. We'll do a review of this one. It's a fairly decent amount. This is 19 minutes long. And the reason I'm doing it here is because the script that I wrote for this, I wound up having to divide into 2 sections. And I actually have my script sitting right beside me. And I will be happy to reference this. Because this is Trent Horn. Trent Horn, if you're not familiar with Trent, he is an apologist who made a huge deal of his conversion from Protestantism to Catholicism. He has a master's degree in theology from Franciscan University of Steubenville, which is a private Franciscan university based out of Ohio, and Holy Apostles College, a private college and seminary in Connecticut. He is the author of numerous books, such as The Case for Catholicism, Answering Atheism, and his 20 Answers series. He's a staff apologist for Catholic Answers, a California-based Catholic advocacy group, and he is the host of the Council of Trent podcast. Very, very witty, because, he's Trent Horn. It's the Council of Trent, the Council of Trent podcast. So I have to admit, I think when it comes down to it, it's never about a message. It's really more a straight-up marketing game is what this is. Podcast, books, speaking engagements, yada, yada, yada. So, but nonetheless, in this particular video, Trent is going to expound on what he personally thinks killed the movement of New Atheism, even though New Atheism is not dead. And he's going to attempt to use that as evidence to support his claim about the validity of religious belief in general, is kind of what he's doing here. So that's to give you some necessary context for what's happening here. Let's check out what he has to say. And I can see he's already starting with statistics. Let's see how he represents this stuff.
In the past
quick question. What's the publication date on this for reference? For his video.
It's when did he publish this?
Yeah.
Because
actually I've already pulled up what I believe is the Pew Research paper this refers to, because I see it cutting off at 2024 there. So right. I want to see if he's also getting ready to ignore like the last 2 years of data.
Let me see here. This is what killed the new atheism is the video. What killed the new atheism?
Oh, you downloaded it, so you got to look it up again. Yeah.
He published this a year ago.
Okay, so it's not terrible ending at 2024 data then.
And really quick, before we get too deep into it, I'm going to do this. And it looks like I am 29 away. I would never went and checked before. I'm 29 subscribers away from 15K. 29 subscribers. Who knows? Maybe I'll break it. It'd be really cool if we could. And video review. Council. It's Council of Trent. Oh, the Council of Trent.
Hold up. We got people in Discord.
Go ahead and address them while I'm doing this.
Yep. Damn it. Just lost them.
The Council of Trent? No, that's not it. Hang on a sec. What is this? What is freaking the Council of Trent? Why is it not coming up in the link? Oh, there it is. Okay, no, I got it. And paste that. Yep, there it goes. And save that. Good. Just want to make sure that the link is in there so that Trent knows I'm reviewing his shit.
I know nobody's addressing me right now, but I'm going to step away for a moment, but I'll be right back.
Okay, Austin, not a problem. All right, so here we go. Let's dive into this. Primordial Puggles, Primordial Twisted J-Man, I'm going to have a little weed this weekend. It's been over a week. I think the tobacco I used to mix it with is responsible for totally fucking with my health of late. I'm scared. Oh, yeah. Yeah, take it. Yeah, take care of yourself, Primordial, definitely. And yeah, you're going to get timed out if you just like run your mouth and spam. So I'll leave it to my mods to handle that. That's what I trust them to do.
In the past 6 years, the decline of Christianity has stabilized in America, and atheism is no longer a dominant cultural force. In fact,
was atheism ever a dominant cultural force? I don't know about that, but
atheism's most passionate advocates are now defending the usefulness of religion when it comes to maintaining social sanity.
This would probably be a reference to Dawkins and his whole cultural Christianity shit. This is probably
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, this is probably what he's in reference to. What he's referencing is that there are some individuals who have acknowledged that that there are social things that they like within Christianity. So if they were to align themselves with anything, it would be a cultural Christian. But that does not indicate any kind of a truth. So
I'm laying bets he's referring to Ayaan Hirsi Ali with that
probably.
That was 2023, which would align with the timeline.
And I hold that she did it for pure marketing reasons. So
yeah, she never spoke about her faith anywhere really. It's marketing.
I was just going to say, what a moment to step away from my mic and then have the decline of Christianity has stabilized and atheism is no longer a force in America. You should have heard it. My kitchen exploded with laughter.
Hey, Arlita. Good to see you. We're currently live on YouTube, so feel free if you'd like to join the stream, you can. No, that's not it. What am I doing there? Delete that. That was dumb. Let me get the actual link. Thank you, Andrew. All right.
In a previous episode, Richard Dawkins even calls himself a cult.
Just as a matter of fact, Christianity is still in decline in America. It's just that decline, the rate of it has lessened.
Right.
So it's not like it has stopped. It is just.
It hasn't plateaued. It hasn't plateaued either. It's still going down. Yeah.
Richard Dawkins even calls himself a cultural Christian.
Told you. But then again, I did write a script for this, so.
Do remember though that apparently Dawkins is the Pope of New Atheism.
That's right.
You could tell because of the.
In today's episode, we're going to talk about the.
What?
Yeah, you could tell that he's the Pope because of the color of the smoke. It's being blown out of Trent's ass.
Death of so-called new atheism, what comes next for the non-religious, and how Christians should respond. First, let's talk about how all of this started. As a millennial, I remember as a child experiencing a vibe shift when it came to religion and culture. Growing up in the 90s, morning shows didn't highlight child drag queens. Instead, they warned parents about how films like 1992's Batman Returns were inappropriate for children. And instead of cartoons depicting non-binary characters with pronouns they, them, we had Wolverine from the X-Men finding comfort by reading a Bible in a church.
I remember that I had something very specific to say on this. 1 second. Let's see. I'm going to look at that and. Let's see. Pew Research study as the article indicates like this. God, I said a bunch on this.
Yeah, I definitely have something to say on it. That it's just fucking heteronormative otherizing. It's just more fucking heteronormative otherizing, dude.
So let me start. Let me actually start with this. We're gonna address this. Okay, so let's start with this one.
In the past 6 years, the decline of Christianity has stabilized in America, and atheism is no longer a dominant cultural force.
Okay, so thinking atheism has ever been a culturally dominant force in the United States is like thinking the Heritage Foundation is a dominant force for women's health care. But that's okay, Trent. I know that in order to keep milking your audience for everything they're worth, you desperately need to play up atheists as being this great enemy of humanity, this terrifying force of corruption ever lurking on the fringes of society. And part of how he does that is by cherry picking the data in order to sell any believers that listen to him a false sense of security. Case in point, the Pew Research article that he was citing. The graph he pointed to was a result of the findings from the PRC's 2023 to 2024 religious landscape study. And as the article indicates there, after years of steady decline, it appears that the share of Americans who identify as Christians may be leveling off, but it is not. It has not plateaued. It's still declining. It's just lessened, as Austin pointed out. This puts the general percentage of adults that identify as Christians in the U.S. at around 62%, which indicates a 9-point drop from 2014 and a 16-point drop from 2007. The problem is he's not showing all of the data from that particular study. And he likely didn't because the larger picture isn't quite as rosy as he'd like his audience to believe. Because according to the very same study, adults in the U.S. who identify as nuns, a grouping that includes atheists, agnostics, and religiously unaffiliated, still sits at 29%, up 13 points since 2007. Breaking that down further, fewer than half of 18 to 29-year-olds identify as Christian, and nearly the same portion, 44%, have no affiliation at all. It's also important to note that the past decade in the U.S. has seen a marked increase in extremist Christian rhetoric, which has a direct chilling effect on how people are willing to publicly identify. We see this exact same phenomena throughout the last 70 to 80 years, in which the number of individuals publicly identifying as members of the LGBTQ community has risen, correlates directly with the greater social acceptance and improved governmental protections of those individuals. As social rejection for a minority group decreases, self-identifying as that minority group increases. And as social rejection increases, willing self-identification decreases. Ultimately, what studies like these show is that social trends, like religious affiliations, fluctuate over generations. And while those fluctuations are influenced by a whole host of social factors, the evidence indicates that information access, primarily through the education and the internet, is a major driving force. But these studies say nothing as to the existence of any kind of a god or gods, and they aren't in any way a logical defeater for the position of atheism itself. So, while I do realize that Trent has zero interest in doing so, if he's going to try and paint an intellectually honest statistical picture for the audience, it's important to paint with all the colors and not just the ones that he personally likes.
In fact, atheism's most passionate advocates are now defending the usefulness of religion when it comes to maintaining social sanity.
So, real quick, I just want to say I like how right off the fucking rip he starts off with some bigoted shit about non-binary people, because he's just got a fucking virtue signal to his crowd. Hey, I hate people who are different from me too, you guys. Let's all fucking bond and jack off over how we hate people we've never met together before.
All right. And while I don't doubt for a second that there are non-believers out there that speak about the social utility that religions can provide, I've spoken about it at length. Determining what is and is not socially sane or insane is, of course, entirely subjective to the individual. It's this type of intellectual dishonesty that undermines Trent's entire position. He subjectively claims that his proposed system is objectively or stance independently the most socially sane. You know that you can only justify, he knows that he can justify that position. He can only justify that position by appealing to the existence of his God as that which grounds it, which is not only begging the question, but he does this while bypassing the important distinction between objective and subjective, stance dependent and stance independent. And he ignores the fact that his God is defined in such a way that any distinctions it happens to be making, because nothing exists external of itself to act as a point of reference for coherence, become entirely subjective or mind stance dependent. And then he obfuscates his fallacious reasoning and reality denial by dog whistling to his audience in order to elicit an emotional reaction, which is what Austin just pointed out. It's this type of cringe predatory apologist shtick that we've come to expect from the likes of Kent Hovind, Answers in Genesis, Brian Holdsworth, and Casey Cole. So that he may agree with a set of social behaviors that his particular religion advocates for and disagree with the ones that his religion admonishes has no bearing on the logical consistency and rationality of the atheist position itself.
Absolutely. And like, what really gets me is, does he imagine there's not fucking Christian non-binary people? Well, maybe there'll be less of them if they end up listening to this hassle. So thanks, buddy. Thanks for helping us convert non-binary Christians to atheism by showing them your bigoted ass.
Yeah.
As I noted in a previous episode, Richard Dawkins even calls himself a cultural Christian.
And yes, we've all seen that clip, you know. And I don't think I have to go into why Dawkins is a piece of shit. And I can break this down a little bit. So Dawkins identifies as an atheist, and while he does so, he does hold that aspects of the social frameworks advocated for by Christianity have utility that he agrees with, especially when he compares them to other religious groups, such as the one he always cites here, which is Islam. And many have seen his agreement with the social conventions of Christianity made manifest with Dawkins' recent behavior, in which he's publicly expressed personal alignment with some of the more bigoted positions within that faith. Despite that, he's also gone on to point out that the more social utility of a religiously backed social behavior system is not itself evidence of the existence of any kind of a god. He simply acknowledges the evidence provided by the fields of biology, anthropology, and archaeology that humans in large organized groups tend to have better survival odds and accomplish tasks more efficiently. And of all those organized groups within history, he happens to agree with the most with the social standards of Christianity. He's acknowledging the utility while not acknowledging that it says anything true about external reality, like gods existing or Jesus, being whatever that individual was. So these things don't follow. This is not a knockdown of atheism.
In today's episode, we're going to talk about the death of so-called new atheism, what comes next for the non-religious, and how Christians should respond. First, let's talk about how all of this started. As a millennial, I remember as a child experiencing a vibe shift when it came to religion and culture. Growing up in the 90s, morning shows didn't highlight child drag queens.
So, okay. So Trent, the latest record, when I wrote this, the latest record of Trent's age had him at 39, which puts his childhood squarely in the 90s. And the 90s did see, because I'm older than he is. And the 90s did see a significant defection of believers from the Catholic Church. The driving forces behind that shift were a sharp increase in secularism within the United States. But most importantly, it was the exposures of widespread sexual abuse, systemic cover-ups, and obstructions of justice that came to public attention in the 80s. Then hit the national spotlight with Sinead O'Connor's infamous Saturday Night Live appearance in which she ripped up a picture of Pope John Paul II in protest, and made global headlines with the publication of the Boston Globe Spotlight article in 2002. Since the 1920s in America, it has been stridently argued that Catholicism at its core was incompatible with or even antagonistic to the tenets of democracy. It just took 7 decades for the Catholic Church to finally prove it.
Instead, they warned parents about how films like 1992's Batman Returns were inappropriate for children. And instead of
So the debate over what exactly constitutes content harmful to children is one that will likely never die. From sculptures and paintings on canvas to music and video games, everyone has their own varying opinion. History records the scandals over the presentations of things like Praxiteles' Aphrodite of Knidos, Michelangelo's David, and Hiram Powers' The Greek Slave. My parents remembered clearly the protests against Elvis, the Beatles, and the Rolling Stones. And I remember when both Dee Snider of Twisted Sister testified before the Senate in the fight against music censorship, and when now disgraced Florida attorney Jack Thompson vainly tried to wage war against the video game industry because of his hatred of Grand Theft Auto Vice City. So, and I remember he presented that as like the beginning of the end of Western civilization as we knew it. And I think Thompson went so far as to call Sony's proliferation of games as Pearl Harbor 2. Is what he called Sony in regards to that. So, while yes, Trent is entitled to his own opinion regarding these things, the point he's bringing up has nothing to do with atheism itself. His beef is actually with secularism, the separation of church and state. The two concepts, while often linked, are not the same thing.
With pronouns they, them, we had Wolverine from the X-Men finding comfort by reading a Bible in a church.
Okay, so this is the big thing here. It's while it's not surprising that Trent would cite a fictional character reading a book of fiction that he personally approves of, he seems to be forgetting that Stan Lee and Jack Kirby conceived of the X-Men as an allegory for discrimination, for societal discrimination, with mutants representing the oppressed minority and humans representing the oppressive majority. It is also interesting that he happens to leave out a lot of details in this, and I had to do some major research on this. Storm, member of the X-Men. So if you're a nerd, you'll recognize these names. Storm worships nature as her goddess, essentially making her a pagan. Magneto, Kitty Pryde, and Iceman are all Jewish. Thunderbird 3 is devoutly Hindu. Iceman, Anole, Shatterstar, and Richter are all gay. Daken and Deadpool are both bi, and Colossus, though never explicitly stated, is strongly suggested through his interactions with Nightcrawler, who is a Catholic, to be an atheist. So despite what most non-comic fans tend to think, Wolverine is not the only mutant on the X-Men roster. So I hereby revoke Trent's nerd card. I had to do a lot of research to get to find that information.
Yeah, and more broadly, the X-Men is just at the core of the plot, lesson about accepting diversity and realizing that it's your strength. And you're talking about atheism is dead.
In fact, in 1992, about 90% of Americans identified as Christians, and only 5% identified as non-religious. But today, only about 63% of Americans identify as Christians, and 29% identify as non-religious.
And it's greater and swifter access to the information. The more it's greater and swifter access to the information that the more religious-minded would prefer people not to have. So we can pretty much thank the internet for that, because that literally correlates with, like, when the internet blew up. Everybody remember AOL? Yeah. So
my screen name on AOL was CornFan1023.
Happened.
Hold on. Can we rewind just a second ago to that graph?
Yeah.
I still maintain that corn.
So hold on. I just need to
early corn before Jonathan Davis went off on his weird synthesis and like electronic music obsession, and it kind of ruined the band.
Okay.
You've got mail.
So apparently between around 94 to 2007, looks like a rough plateau around 80. If you'll notice the top red over there, we got a near plateau around 80.
Yeah. I see that. I see that right.
So
yeah, I see that right there.
Points. Yeah. So this is basically Trent declaring victory way too soon, because apparently there's a little stutter and it's like, we've won. You've had little stalls before, and guess what came right after it? That giant dive down to 63.
Blam.
Yeah.
And
so
yes,
like,
mystery man. Yes. Access to information transforms society faster the more accessible it becomes. It's amazing. I know it's a wild concept that Trent has yet to wrap his mind around. Tony receives a jail. You don't remember the early internet. If you did, you'd call it AO hell.
I was there before the internet.
Identify as Christians. And 29% identify as non.
Homestar Runner. Okay, I know the deep lore. All right.
Trogzor the Burninator.
Burninating the countryside.
So yeah, greater and swifter access to information, the information that religious-minded would prefer people not have. It's the internet. The internet is what happened, Trent.
First, after the fall of the Soviet Union, identifying as an atheist was no longer synonymous with being an un-American commie traitor.
Well, the Soviet Union fell in December of 91, which would make him around 4 or 5 years old at the time. And I know that I remember doing a detailed report for school that extensively covered when the hammer and sickle lowered for the last time over the Kremlin, the resignation of Gorbachev and the rise of Boris Yeltsin and the Commonwealth of Independent States. And when that happened, taking inspiration from the establishment and free exercise clauses in the First Amendment of the Constitution, those events led to a huge resurgence of religious freedom within the former Soviet states. That in turn saw a revival of the Russian Orthodox Church, a greater acceptance of Islam, Catholicism, Protestantism, and non-believers, as well as an uptick in acts of religious extremism as varying faiths subsequently battled it out for a share of the minds of the populace. And I'm pretty sure that Trent is editorializing a bit here, but it's understandable that the cultural association of atheism with the brutality of the Soviet regime would wane with the fall of the regime. Duh. That's should be expected.
Second, the internet gave the non-religious something that the religious have had for centuries, a place to feel like they're not alone and a place to encourage one another in their life's mission.
I don't know why he's framing it like that. So obviously the internet is a double-edged sword. It's widely understood that humans, in virtue of our evolution as a social species, we thrive better both physically and psychologically within socially supportive groups. For hundreds of thousands of years of our species evolution, ostracization from the group was virtually a death sentence. And so the behavioral drive to be communal is literally it's instinctual for us. Needless to say, support systems are vitally important for both emotional and psychological health. And with the lion's share of local and federal funding going towards faith-based groups, the internet did afford an opportunity for non-believers to connect with one another in the void of any established and funded organizations. So he's leaving out the most important aspect of the internet, which is widespread access to information. He has to address that. And he's kind of framing it in that it allowed the opportunity for echo chambers. And that is true. That's the double edge of the internet. Yes, it does allow for the formation of echo chambers, but we can't frame them all as echo chambers when it was the widespread access to new information is what the kicker was here. So he's being intellectually dishonest in his presentation here.
Today, about 96% of American adults use the internet, but in 1995, that number was only 14%.
Okay. That's because prior to 1995, regular internet access was primarily limited to academic institutions, researchers, and those who possessed the necessary financial resources. It would not be until 1995 when the final restrictions on carrying commercial traffic ended and the internet shifted towards commercialization, a move that was facilitated by the commercial internet exchange and network access points. After that, the world began to open up to the general public in ways that people hadn't previously imagined.
Just as the printing press gave Protestantism an edge during the Reformation, the internet gave atheism the edge in spreading its arguments during the Information Revolution.
So, but make no mistake, Trent, religious organizations took full advantage of the internet as well. And they had far more resources than any mid-90s non-believing group or individual or group ever had, which makes you wonder, with all that access buying money grifted from their congregations, why were they still losing their grasp on the minds of the public? Okay, there were more believers and larger religious groups that had more access and had more money to swing around. And yet, despite all of that influence, on the internet, they still declined. That should be a major red flag. And Trent just walks right past it. So.
Of course, rapid spread of an idea doesn't demonstrate its truth.
You want to tell him, or should I, Andrew?
I missed that by a split second due to Discord, but
it's okay. I'll play it again.
Idea doesn't
hang on a sec.
Revolution. Of course, rapid spread of an idea doesn't demonstrate its truth.
Wow. Wow.
He might want
of course, my favorite proof for the truth of Christianity is how rapidly it spread.
He might want to inform his fellow Christians about that. I can't count the number of times I've heard that as an argument.
Wow.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Because flat earth theory is the most popular it's been in the modern world because of its advocates' videos on the internet.
So at this point, if you actually go and look at the analytics, flat earth is pretty much dead. The final experiment killed it. You know, what they did in Antarctica, that was the final nail in the coffin. It's at this point right now, all that's really left of the flat earth movement online are the grifters and the mentally ill. That's all it is. Now, if we can just get Will Duffy to apply that same level of intellectual honesty to the evidence, we understand that the world isn't 6,000 years old and that evolution is true. That would be great. That would be great.
The satirist Jonathan Swift said it best. A lie can get halfway around the world before the truth has time to put its shoes on.
Okay. Interesting little side note here. And like I said, I dove into this thing hard because I love doing research. Okay. I love doing research. So there's an interesting little side note here. And this is once again, like I said, a result of me loving to do research. That quote that he just brought up, I'm going to put it up one more time. That quote he just
satirist
cited,
Jonathan Swift said it best. A lie.
Okay. That quote is often incorrectly attributed to Mark Twain. And while Trent is attributing it to Jonathan Swift, he's somewhat wrong on that as well. Now, the idea behind that quote actually traces all the way back to first century BCE Roman poet Virgil's the Aeneid, quoting, and I'm going to see if I can get it correct here. Fama malum qua non aliud velocius ulum, which translates to rumor than whom no other evil things is faster. Okay, so that's the kind of the idea behind that. Traces all the way back to the Aeneid. It would not be until 1710 when Irish satirist Jonathan Swift, writing for the Examiner, penned "Falsehood flies and truth comes limping after it." That's what Jonathan Swift said. And then from there, in 1820, the Portland Gazette printed the line, "Falsehood will fly from Maine to Georgia while truth is pulling her boots on." Writing, no doubt, that was inspired by the romantic American West idea of cowboys and dying with one's boots on that was popular at the time. It was then reformulated in 1859 by British preacher C.H. Spurgeon, who used this version in one of his sermons. That quote wouldn't be mistakenly attributed to Twain until 1919, about 9 years after Twain's death. And the quote has also been erroneously attributed to Thomas Jefferson and Winston Churchill. So I think it could also be argued that the Russian proverb, "Doverai no proverai," which translates to "trust but verify," was adopted by Ronald Reagan during nuclear disarmament negotiations with the Soviet Union, also has its roots here, trust but verify. But most importantly, that phrase, first articulated by Virgil, emphasized the importance of verifying information and resisting the spread of misinformation, which is something that religious institutions and people like Trent here have a most thorny relationship with throughout human history. So the irony is impossible to ignore that he would quote this. I did a little background checking on the quote itself because I'm in the habit when apologists do that to look into their quotes. But the irony that he quotes this is undeniable. So way to go, Trent. Sorry, I did some big research on that. So
I can get halfway around the world before the truth has time to put its shoes on. When it comes to the spread of new atheism, the internet was the accelerant, but one historical event served as the match that lit new atheism ablaze.
So the fact that it was widely revealed to the public that no religion has ever demonstrated, the fact that that it was widely revealed to the public that no religion has ever demonstrated the very existence of the God they purport to believe in, that was pretty huge, I'd say that was pretty big.
September 11th terrorist attacks. After these attacks, people who once tolerated religion as a false nuisance that at least kept people moral now believed that religion was a dangerous delusion that could motivate normally sane people to commit horrible acts of violence.
So Voltaire said it best, with those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. Mark Twain described his own mother as a genuinely good person whose soft heart pitied even Satan, while simultaneously possessing no doubt in her mind regarding the legitimacy of slavery, because that's all she ever heard from the sermoning that she was exposed to in antebellum Missouri. Nobel-winning physicist Steven Weinberg echoed this sentiment in 1999 in his address at the Conference on Cosmic Design with, "Religion is an insult to human dignity. With or without it, you will have good people doing good things and evil people doing evil things. But for good people to do evil things, that takes religion. And in my own words, as I espouse on this channel, irrational beliefs often lead to irrational behaviors, especially in defense of those beliefs." So ultimately, Trent, this sounds like a you problem.
The late atheist Victor Stenger said something that has been memed ever since. Science flies you to the moon and religion flies you into buildings. Although
I see no lie here. I see no lie.
Religion builds hospitals and science builds atomic bombs, but
science also eradicates disease while religions burn books. Trent can try to mire the conversation in tu quoque fallacies all day long, but he cannot escape the reality that the thing on the chopping block here is truth, that which comports with reality. And if he was intellectually honest, he would recognize that science works to reveal that, while religions assume it and then try to sell you their version of it.
What do I know? So during
not much, given how little he said so far.
During this cultural debate over religion, 4 figures would rise to prominence to become the faces of the new atheism.
So it's been nearly 20 years since Hitchens, Dawkins, Harris, and Dennett sat down for their landmark discussion on atheism. And religious pundits, for some reason, still have a very serious problem with them. In that time, 2 of them, in the time since that landmark discussion, 2 of them have died. One is running a podcast, and the other's bigotry has ostracized him from the very scientific and humanist communities he once advocated for. And even Sam Harris is kind of losing ground because of his advocacy for what's going on, for basically his staunch Zionism, and the shit that he's saying there. So both of them are losing ground. Like they say, never meet your heroes. I've never met any of them. I wish I'd met Dennett and Hitch. But obviously people, smart people can fall into very stupid shit. But their individual personal takes on things other than atheism in no way reduces the quality of the insights they provided to contemporary non-believers. That's the important takeaway. And you're right, Tony Regime. Science fills those hospitals with diagnostic equipment and methods to treat different conditions. So
Sam Harris, who wrote his book, The End of Faith, in the wake of the 9/11 attacks, the late philosopher Daniel Dennett, the late British journalist and literary critic Christopher Hitchens, and the most famous one, Oxford biologist Richard Dawkins, who published his bestseller, The God Delusion, in 2006.
All of them contributed to the discussion in their own ways. But at this point, I was kind of curious as to what exactly he was going to cite being the catalyst for the diminishing of New Atheism's branding, because I know what helped to diminish it. But I'm wondering if it's this. If I know what actually happened, I'm kind of wondering how Trent's going to present it.
What made the new atheism new weren't its arguments. You could find the same criticisms of the Bible from older authors like Thomas Paine and Robert Ingersoll, and the same objections to natural theology in philosophers like Bertrand Russell or Antony Flew.
So he's true. People have been levying criticisms against religion for centuries, and the new atheist members took it upon themselves to reacquaint the public with many of them. There's that right there is that spread of information, again, that he seems to be harboring some grudge against. So.
No, what made new atheism new was its rhetoric.
And I have no disagreement with this statement. The movement of new atheism sought to shatter the paradigm that religions held some special standard in society that exempted them from open, direct, and harsh criticism. The new atheists sought to drag adroit criticisms out of the texts of philosophers and scientists and plant them firmly in the public square, while simultaneously advocating vigorously for rationality, education, and critical reasoning. In short, they were loud. And you could even say that they were vociferous in their raking of religions over the coals of their own making. Unfortunately, in the modern age, being loud has the tendency to attract the worst of attentions, and the worst of those attentions tend to gravitate towards and live on that double-edged sword that is the internet. So we kind of see, I think we likely see where this is going.
In 1948, Bertrand Russell and Father F.C. Copleston sat down for what I would call the most polite and erudite debate ever held on God's existence that was broadcast on British radio.
Well, that is to be expected, given that the post World War II British weren't exactly known for publicly succumbing to their emotions when challenged as easily as the ruggedly individual Americans were and still are. And the outcome of that debate was Russell exposing Copleston's argument from contingency as ultimately begging the question.
But the new atheists believed the time for treating religion as a respectable alternative to irreligion.
Well, a lot of time passed between 1948 and 2007, Trent. Society may change, but the arguments themselves really don't. So I'm wondering if he's going to address the arguments that have stood the test of time, or if he's just going to focus on the aesthetic effects of constantly shifting cultural norms that he personally doesn't like.
Was over. Christopher Hitchens' book, God is Not Great, bore the subtitle, How Religion Poisons Everything. Mm-hmm. Peter Boghossian, in his book, A Manual for Creating Atheists, said that if a religious person didn't become an atheist, that was a sign that they had brain damage.
So in the frenzied wake of 9/11, network media organizations, let's see if it was... Let me make sure I'm like this. So In the frenzied wake of 9/11, network media organizations realized that the enormous ad revenue generated from 24-hour news coverage simply could not be ignored. This inevitably created a landscape in which every moment of every day must be covered by every media outlet. What they did not take into account was that 9/11 level news moments, they don't happen every single day. So as time marched on and attentions inevitably dipped, networks had to fill the airtime with whatever reporting they could. Unfortunately, the vast majority of events going on in the world are, for lack of a better phrase, boring as shit. And boring reporting, no matter how accurate it may be, means no extended attention from viewers, which meant no ad revenue. This led to an increase in provocative storytelling becoming the norm in newsrooms. The capitalistic need to mutate every story into something just salacious enough to capture people's attention. And with the rise of that, it became an ever-escalating battle for the unbroken attention of the public, which birthed the epidemics of partisan news reporting and baiting outrage content being generated across outlets and social media that we are seeing today. In short, nothing you created would ever be successful unless it royally pissed someone off. And the bigger that someone, the better. But just because these individuals chose to play the game the way capitalism set it up doesn't make any of their points less salient. So
you can watch my critical review of Boghossian's book in the link below. Dawkins was fond of comparing belief in God to belief in something as silly as the flying spaghetti monster. Both beliefs are diluted, and so there's no point in politely reasoning with people who hold them.
So he seems to be more focused on the silliness of the imagery of the flying spaghetti monster, his noodly appendage be upon you, ramen, than the acknowledgement that the flying spaghetti monster is really just an expanded modernization of Russell's teapot, which was an analogy formulated by Bertrand Russell in 1952 for an unpublished article commissioned by Illustrated Magazine titled, "Is There a God?" And it was used to highlight the burden of proof for unfalsifiable claims. That's a pretty important point that Trent has missed here, or he deliberately ignored it, which is important. And we can actually, I think, in my script, I had to skip because this is just a sequence of Dawkins, which is kind of pointless. So we're going to skip that. I don't need to give that bigot any more time, because it's just, he's playing that he's to provocatively advocate for the staunch resistance of religious advocates and a willingness to put their feet to the fire. That's pretty much everything that's already been said.
But this vitriolic attitude towards religion hasn't caught on among the general public today. One poll found that in 2006, 42% of British adults agreed with Dawkins' idea that religion is as infectious and dangerous as a smallpox virus. However, only about 20% of British adults hold that view today.
Okay, so hearkening back to what I said earlier, you remember I said I was have to go deep for this video. This is one of those instances. Trent's citation there, okay, let's go back and check it out. Trent's citation here, okay, is from an executive summary published by Theos, because you notice how he hasn't put anything on here like report, science and religion moving away from the shallow end, okay? That's all he's got here. So I had to do some deep diving. This citation is from an executive summary that was published by Theos, which is a London-based Christian think tank that was founded in 2006 and is focused on Christian religion and society. Theos maintains an ecumenical or interdenominational position and is committed to the traditional creeds of the Christian faith. Of note, the Faraday Institute for Science and Religion, a Cambridge-based interdisciplinary research institute that focuses on fostering an understanding of the interactions of science and religion with a Christian ethos, was also founded in 2006. Also of note, Trent deliberately left off the header from that citation, which directly states that the angry hostility towards religion engineered by the new atheist movement is over, which does imply a degree of bias in the summary. Second, there are two polls that the executive summary is citing here. The first poll was conducted in 2008. The second poll was conducted in 2021. Both polls cited that both polls cited there were directly commissioned by Theos and conducted by ComRes, Communicate Research Limited, a market research company which is today known as Savanta. The problem is, while that quote there where faith is being compared to smallpox is found in the 2021 poll, no identical or even similar question is found anywhere in the 2008 poll. In fact, the 2008 poll, which was just one part of a larger Theos project named Rescuing Darwin, was specifically focused on questions pertaining to the British public's general understanding of the work of Charles Darwin, not atheism. Third, in 2010, Dr. Sylvia Baker from the University of Warwick, who herself is a creationist, published an article in response to the 2008 poll, in which she argues that the poll's findings may have been partly engendered by the way the questionnaire was constructed and that the survey itself, not the respondents, was confused. She points out that the confusion likely stemmed from the definitions used for the 4 varieties of creationism, and because the questionnaire failed to define key terms like evolution and science, making the questions difficult to interpret, which is a result that kind of makes sense given that it would be in Theos' best interest to represent the field of evolution accurately, or even with up-to-date information. To not be in their best interest to represent the field of evolution accurately or even with up-to-date information while engaging with the public. So what Trent has done here is cite directly from a Christian think tank that itself is conflating 2 completely separate polls that itself commissioned 15 years apart in order to paint the picture that the actions of new atheists has had the opposite effect on religion in the UK. A conclusion which goes towards confirming that earlier implied reporting bias that the creationist herself indicated. But what's truly ironic here is that Trent tosses out this deliberate misrepresentation from Telos almost immediately after citing a quote from Jonathan Swift that speaks directly to the importance of doing one's due diligence. The irony is delicious, okay? Like, absolutely. Fucking crazy.
I mean, it's classic science-phobic fuckwittery, right? It's secondary source addiction. And it's an absolute allergy to primary sources. Like, I'm not going to look at the peer-reviewed corpus of primary scientific literature. I'm going to look at some fucking think tank named Theos. That's a nice unbiased source right there, right? The think tank Theos. I'm sure they will weigh in on this. They're Christians. They're not going to lie about science to support Christianity. A good, honest Christian wouldn't do such a thing. Come on.
I'm telling you,
gasping with dripping sarcasm.
Doing the deep dive on this, it was like every new piece I uncovered was like, what the fuck? And then come to find out, it's hard. It's like, how did Trent you got to wonder, given how obvious this was. It took some time to put the data together and to actually like dive into it and read it and figure out what the hell was going on. But you think Trent would have done that himself. This leads me to question the level of his sincerity. You know, like, does he know how bad he looks here to people who know what's going on? What is the level of deliberate intellectual dishonesty here? Or is he just that fucking dumb? Like, how dumb is he?
Stupid, dishonest, deluded, some combination of all three. Like, yeah. That's kind of what most science deniers are, right? Like, right. In a way, I feel like the young Earth creationist is like the primeval science denier. Like all of the other science denials, they use all the same tactics and techniques. You know, fake experts, logical fallacies, impossible standards, cherry picking, and conspiracy theories, and like it's all really like similar in the way the psychology around it works. But I think the young Earth creationists kind of like hit the scene earliest, and like then it became flat earthers, and well, like I guess anti-vaxxers were around too. Like there's like ancient anti-vaxxers, but there's ancient young Earth creationists too, obviously. But yeah.
And hey, Jay, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. D to the Dubs, good to see you as well. And Hose of the Demon, JL, this shit isn't for the unbeliever. It's to make the people on his side feel good about themselves. It's meant to groom and keep people in the faith. Totally agree.
Did you know that ancient anti-vaxxers posted ancient anti-vax memes, JL? They did. They made pictures of people with cow heads and copied tons of copies of them with early printing presses and went around posting them around saying, if you get vaccinated, your head is going to turn into a cow head. Like if you go on Google and look it up, you can see pictures of the exact anti-vax propaganda that was being posted right after vaccination was invented, like conspiracy theories, like the next day.
Jay, I'm noticing this. Jay said, give an example of an objective normative standard. I mean, I wonder if that's a serious question. I really do.
One other thing too that's funny is that they posted, the ancient anti-vaxxer posted pictures of your head turning into a cow's head, and the modern anti-vaxxer post pictures of a 5G satellite growing out of your head. So in a way, it hadn't really changed. It's all the same bullshit.
Native Kadosh says, I'm unconvinced that the atheist crash out rate isn't 100% when simply saying prove atheism is rational produces the most reliable meltdown in online discourse. So you're asking is it rational to not believe in the existence of a God or gods? Yes, it is rational to not believe in that position. One, because the proposition that a God exists cannot be demonstrated to be the case. There is no evidence to indicate that it is true. And it would be logically fallacious to hold the proposition as being true. Therefore, it would be irrational to do so. Therefore, not being convinced would be the rational position. There you go. So it also kind of depends upon which God you're presenting. If you were to say present your God as being all loving, I would just present the argument from divine hiddenness. So there you go. So yeah, there you go, Knight. And Skeptic Philosophy, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Yes, Christians are losing their power to convince, and it's hilarious. Objectively so.
About 20% of British adults hold that view today. New atheism failed because it didn't have a cohesive, coherent worldview to offer in place of religion.
So that's just patently incorrect. First, because the goal of New Atheism was never to outright replace anyone's worldview. Ultimately, it was to carve a place for atheism at the table by dispelling the social stigma that usually comes with identifying as a non-believer, and doing so through the provocative branding that had become the cultural norm. The New Atheists understood that atheism itself does not comprise a total worldview, and they wanted non-believers, regardless of any other philosophical positions they might hold, to have an equal voice in modern society. Second, New Atheism suffered its greatest drawbacks due to attacks against the characters and behaviors of the people at the forefront, primarily Hitchens and Dawkins, who were the most aggressively provocative of the four of them. There is truth to the adage that the first through the door always gets bloody, because the vast majority of people that count themselves amongst believers are profoundly ignorant of many of these deeper topics. It was far easier for them to use the internet to disseminate ad hom attacks against the speakers than actually address their points. The advent of the internet entirely reshaped the audience. Long gone are the forums whose access was limited to only the most influential in society. These guys weren't sticking a thesis on a door for a few hundred people to read over the course of a month. Their voices instantly reached millions, and as is often said, the internet is forever. And when you combine the enormous negative attention that being loud and provocative will get you, especially when you're aggressively attacking a majority group, with the access and anonymity provided by the internet, the backlash will often be something to behold. That is what happened there. It's the very same kind of momentum that drove the Occupy movement, Me Too, Arab Spring, and the Egyptian Revolution. Ultimately, it wasn't what the New Atheists were saying that derailed them. It was how they went about saying it. That's what happened there.
All it did was mock religion and naively assume that if religion declined, then perfect rationality would take its place.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That he doesn't happen to like it or think it's somehow personally insufficient is not our problem. Like I said, the issue was with the delivery, not with what was being delivered. Their expectations were also irrelevant.
But man is a religious creature.
That is a straight up lie. So Trent is completely misrepresenting an understood aspect of our species evolution. Humans are in no way naturally religious. Humans are social animals capable of higher order thinking, and for survival tend to organize themselves into hierarchical groups. As a survival mechanism, we have an evolved drive for behavioral order and work structure, and we seek out and raise up leaders that can best establish and enforce these things. The mountains of evidence provided by anthropology, sociology, psychology, and neuroscience has shown us that God concepts are most likely the result of our evolved capacity for pattern recognition as a survival mechanism, the unparalleled ability of our species to commit type 1 and type 2 errors, our natural aversion to the unknown, and our pathological need to eliminate the unknown through brute force explanations, whether that be through scientific methodology or pure imagination makes no difference. God concepts and their surrounding theologies are not innately known by humans. They are entirely invented and passed on through the generations. And the evidence of this are cultures or civilizations that exist on the planet that do not have these concepts in their lexicon.
Yeah, my understanding of it is that God concepts are basically a fictional concept that humans came up with in prehistory because they had burning questions and no real better methods for answering those questions. And that basically every modern God concept and all the religions that exist on the planet has evolved through a process of animism, shamanism, totemism, and then shamanism. But like it's not exactly settled. It's like a reasoned speculation based on the evidence. But animism, totemism, shamanism, polytheistic paganism, and then monotheistic theism and deism. And you can see the roots of that even in Christianity, which I think probably most of the believers we have here are Christians tonight.
Yeah.
If you remove the Bible and Christ, man will just worship something else in a tribal fashion and impose his own dogmas on the world to reinforce what he values in a religious sense, even if he considers himself non-religious. This became...
So there's some great examples of Trent's intellectual dishonesty here, and primarily how he conflates cultural importance with cultural reverence with the images that he chose to put on the screen. Going back to these. Let me see here real quick.
Man will just worship.
So first, it was an 1843 Italian artist depiction of an Aztec high priest known as a Tepiltzin performing a human sacrifice. And as I explained before, the human sacrifice practices of the Mesoamericans were their way of showing their gods their devotion and gratitude, and keeping sin, which they held as being a physical entity in the world, from destroying them. Trent also backdropped this image of the Aztec priest with an image of the temple of Kukulkan, or El Castillo, located in the state of the Yucatan, and was essentially the capital building of the Chichen Itza, which was a pre-Columbian Mayan city. Two completely different Mesoamerican cultures. But as I pointed out,
it's pronounced Kukulkan.
Kukulkan? Temple of Kukulkan? Sorry. Temple or El Castillo is what it's called, located in the Yucatan. But as I pointed out before, nowhere does the Bible dictate that any believers must represent people with whom they but as I pointed out before, nowhere in the Bible does it ever dictate that believers must represent people with whom they disagree with any intellectual honesty. Second, he overlays a stock footage image of a surgery being performed, which is in the next set.
Values in
a... wait a second, let me back it up.
Then perfect rationality would...
Yeah, Kukulkan is the
new atheist split over liberalism and tribal fashion and imposes...
Okay. So next, he overlays a stock footage image of a surgery being performed over an image of the Planned Parenthood building. That one is in Houston, which will only serve as a dog whistle to his fellow religious extremist advocates by attaching the context of religion and worship to a name and an image associated with abortion in order to draw an allusion to the spurious historical accounts of people sacrificing babies to Moloch. And third, it's a stock video of some unnamed individual waving a pride flag.
Own dogmas on the world to reinforce,
which of course will lead people to interpret a minority group's fight for equal rights and representation as that group spreading dogma to try and overturn and replace Christianity with LGBTQ. Something that will obviously call to the numerous biblical verses like Isaiah 5:20 and Romans 1:18. Basically, it's the same arguments that were levied against Black people during the civil rights movement of the 50s and 60s. My guess is that Trent wasn't really intending for people who really look into the shit to analyze the video. He thought we wouldn't notice.
What he values in a religious sense, even if he considers himself non-religious. This became obvious when the new atheists split over liberalism and woke ideology.
I swear the way he casually throws out hot button terms is like watching a baby play with a loaded gun.
It really is. Yeah.
Firstly, liberalism is a political and moral philosophy focused on the rights of the individual, consent of the governed, and equality before law and in politics. It became a distinct movement during the Age of Enlightenment during the 18th century, and most importantly, it has nothing to do with atheism itself. Secondly, the term woke has been around a lot longer than Trent thinks. That term is being used in the context of social awareness of racial prejudice and discrimination has been around since the fucking 30s. It didn't develop its political connotations until the 70s, but it didn't really enter the zeitgeist until the 2010s, thanks in large part, once again, to the internet. Thirdly, the lack of cohesion between non-believers as a result of differing aspects of their individual worldviews does not diminish the message of new atheism itself. Trent attacking new atheism by attacking the characters of the individuals involved is just a tu quoque of new atheists, pointing out the hypocrisy of self-described religions of peace whose cultural dominance was established to the tip of a sword.
In the 90s and early 2000s, the dividing line tended to be between being religious or non-religious. If you were religious, then you tended to still be against things like so-called same-sex marriage. And
the cultural divide is still there. The changes have been in the cultural acknowledgement and greater understanding of evidence-based facts.
Were at least ambivalent towards abortion. Only radical atheists were fully pro-sodomy and pro-abortion.
Does he really think that only those people who supported same-sex marriage and abortion access were those who voiced their support? These issues have been on the table for fucking decades, long before the 90s and the 2000s, and the statistics show that the vast majority of the populace supports them both. The difference is that back in the 60s and 70s, people avoided talking about them because of the social stigmas associated with them. It's because religions are losing their grips on the minds of the people that these things have become the center topics that they are today. People just aren't as afraid of your boogeyman, Trent, as they used to be.
Now, he's got another statistical failure here, especially when you take a look at those earlier graphs that he put up. So when you took a look at that idea of like the rate of Christianity in the US, for instance, having stabilized. Now, there's other religions that have a share, right? That's not being mentioned on that chart. So the irreligious is still a very small percentage by comparison. So how did all of these things pass with wide popularity if Christians weren't on board? Where do you think that number comes from? How could the majority of people support a thing when the majority, apparently, of America, even at its sad state of 62% for his Christianity's sake, are there? Clearly, there's Christians on board. That's how math works.
Yeah.
Numbers are not this guy's friend.
And Leophilius, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And Ilosopher, good to see you as well. Knight of Kadosh is still crying in the side chat. Still not presenting any evidence for a god and just talking shit. So I'll leave it to the mods to sort that out if they feel they need to. Where am I at? 540? Yeah.
But by the 2010s, the cultural divide was rooted in politics, not religion.
And we can thank post 9/11 media, mass media for that.
For many liberals, what mattered was not whether you believed in God, but whether you accepted the ideology that was the foundation of a worldview that had come to replace traditional religion.
That ideology is referred to as secular humanism, which is the combination of keeping the state and the church separate and putting paramount importance on the well-being of all humans equally. And it's still one of the driving focuses of New Atheism, because New Atheism is not dead. So.
From their perspective, it was better to be a religious person like Barack Obama or Joe Biden, who towed the line on liberal cultural issues, than to be a non-religious person who had the audacity to espouse non-liberal ideas, such as the claim that some non-European worldviews are really bad.
So, my wondering is if he doesn't seem to realize that none of this is actually relevant to the topic at hand. We understand that cultural norms shift. We also understand that the internet plays a huge role in that. We also understand that the message of a movement can be undermined by disagreements between the members of that movement. But none of that has any bearing whatsoever on the topic of atheism itself or the statistically borne out superior philosophy of secular humanism. And I have it marked in my deal here that we can skip this section because he apparently shows a clip. Yeah, he shows a clip of from the Bill Maher show. It's the one with Ben Affleck is arguing with Sam Harris, pointing out the ingrained violent nature of Islam. So I think let me go ahead and jump to 659. Yeah, is when Ben Affleck was arguing with Sam Harris and Bill Maher. So honestly, I don't know why Ben Affleck was on that episode. I really don't. That was pretty dumb.
Is that the one where he says that he thinks criticizing Islam is gross and racist?
Ben was pointing out that the ingrained violent nature of Islam against critics and apostates is he argued, Ben argued that Sam Harris and Bill Maher pointing out the ingrained violent nature of Islam against critics and apostates is tantamount to religious stereotyping. And I remember I skipped it because I got the sense that Ben was misrepresenting the topic at hand out of kind of a capitalistic desperation to not have his audience marketability undermined by attacks against a religious group that makes up about 24% of the global population. In short, Trent bringing this up is a complete nothing burger. Yes, he did. Yes, he did, Skeptic. And Elfin Creative, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
This time, New Atheism was trying to rebrand itself as a positive worldview and not just as a rejection of religion.
So I do remember a point when it started to become clear that the provocative nature of the people associated with New Atheism began to undermine their very efforts. But it's no different than any other group that has been forced to rebrand in the face of shifting cultural norms so as to maintain cultural relevance. What went down at St. Peter's Basilica in October 1962 to December of 65 comes to mind. That would be the Second Vatican Council.
My favorite brand that they floated was Atheism Plus, which would be atheism and a bunch of liberal causes, with the symbol of an A plus as their logo.
So this is a complete misrepresentation of what Atheism Plus is. Not only is he being deliberately reductive here, he's deliberately leaving out why Atheism Plus formed. Atheism Plus was a movement that kicked off in 2012 after being proposed by feminist blogger Jay McCright. The movement encouraged progressive atheists to address issues beyond merely atheism and religion, such as skepticism, social justice, feminism, anti-racism, homophobia, and transphobia. The impetus for this movement was the fallout from reported incidents of sexism within the non-believing community. Ultimately, as P.Z. Myers pointed out, Atheism Plus was really a new variant of secular humanism that combined both the new atheist provocative attitude with social justice concerns. Atheism Plus was never opposed to the in-your-face approach. They just wanted the topics they felt were relevant added to the overall discussion. That was the point of Atheism Plus. So Trent's just talking out of his ass at this point, or he's just lying at this point.
To which I can only say,
Nerd!
Dave Rubin.
That's literally his response to simply wanting more socially relevant, more socially impactful topics being added to the discussion. So just fucking ridiculous. It's like truly hilarious that he doesn't yet realize how his reliance on intellectual dishonesty to set up his insults only further undermines his credibility.
Rubin, who in the 2010s was a self-identified gay liberal atheist, said the Affleck-Harris spat and his disagreement with the Young Turks over it was the last straw that caused him to leave the left. In fact,
so Dave Rubin's break with the progressive political left and his embracing of libertarianism is just another example of how people can disagree on points independent of atheism in their worldviews. And it's completely irrelevant to the message of new atheism and the lack of validity of the theological claims of Christianity. I don't need this. This right here is a complete distraction, a red herring. This is a red herring is all he's doing here. None of this is relevant.
That and Dave Rubin is completely insincere with his views, as it were. He's basically just bought.
I'd agree.
Sold out.
Yeah. He sold out.
There is zero sincerity or IQ. Like
he pulled in Amar. He pulled in Ilan Omar is what it was. It's like It's about I think when it comes down to it's about what makes the most money. So
yep.
Many atheists who just wanted an A in atheism, i.e. the not believing in God part, rejected liberal views on Islam and then later transgenderism.
So again, this point is not about the message, and it's solely about the conduct of the messengers. Divisions within the non-believing community erupted due to differing opinions on a variety of social issues and the manner in which those issues should be addressed. It's no different than the divisions that have cropped up in religions throughout history that have led to schisms and the formation of warring denominations. What this is evidence of two things. One, it's evidence that atheism itself is not a total worldview. And two, it's exactly what we would expect to see in a world in which these positions on these topics are subjective or relativistically determined. So I don't know why. I mean, this is just patently silly. And I know I skipped this part because he goes into when Andrew Wilson did his whole did his transphobic intro in order to make Matt leave because he knows that his position is indefensible. That debate was supposed to be secular humanism right there. Matt Dillahunty versus Andrew Wilson. Will secular humanism beat Christianity? Okay, that was the topic of the debate. Wilson's entire intro was just anti-trans rhetoric, and he did it because he knows that Matt is in a relationship with Arden. That's all he did. And Matt was not going to put up with it. I was not surprised by this. You know, Matt's not the kind of guy who will jump up and actually knock the shit out of that asshole because he runs his mouth like he's never been smacked in it. Okay. That's just what it is. But that's because Andrew can do that. And Andrew, that was the deal for modern day debate. Andrew ran his mouth. Matt didn't have to put up with it. And that's why Matt left. So I wouldn't sit there just to be insulted for 2 hours either. It's not the point. Wasn't the point of the discussion.
Description below. But other atheists saw that the new atheism had become so intertwined with woke liberalism that it had become a kind of religion that they always despised. Even in 2006, the animated series South Park satirized atheists and depicted them as worshiping science, worshiping Richard Dawkins, and fighting over dumb stuff like what should atheists call themselves.
Yeah, so because South Park takes stabs at everything. It does. And apparently I have it in my script that we're skipping ahead to this point. Because apparently he's just him citing various talking heads who have broken away from associating with the label New Atheism for whatever opinions or other issues they may have. And while I do agree that taking dogmatic stances on certain issues can drive members away from a group, Trent seems to have forgotten that the state of Christianity in the modern age is a direct result of the very same thing. Pot meet fucking kettle. Okay?
Appreciation for the role of religion in society has led former new atheists to at least reject being anti-theist or anti-Christian.
So, but that does not logically entail that they believe in a God, Trent. Dropping the provocative behavior does not indicate a shift in worldview. It just indicates that people in general would rather not court conflict where not necessary, where they themselves feel it's not necessary. A fact that's highlighted by the destructive effect internet outrage can have on the general security of a person's life. This isn't people converting to religions because atheism is false. This is people safeguarding their privacy and security because being associated with new atheism became a serious threat. Okay? Like I said, going all the way back to that, when social reprisals increase, self-identification decreases. And you can thank the internet for that shit as well.
As in the case of Richard Dawkins, when he said he prefers to live in a Christian society instead of a woke or Islamic one.
Dawkins has said many times that he agrees with many social norms advocated for by Christianity, but he's also revealed himself to be a shameless bigot whose personal positions find themselves aligned with some of the darker parts of Christianity. Agreement on the existence of a God has never been a necessary requirement for justifying the irrational hatred of an outgroup. We see that throughout time.
And it's led other former new atheists to completely reject atheism entirely and to be more open to God and religion because they see how insane society gets without those things.
While I have no doubt that there are non-believers out there that have capitulated to the social pressures of believers in order to maintain a positive position in society, by and large, these individuals actually becoming believers are few and far between. Most of them simply avoid mentioning their non-belief publicly and have stopped pushing back on religion. What Trent needs to understand here is that increasing social pressure from believers is not evidence of the existence of a God. It's just evidence that believers are becoming more extreme in their behavior in the wake of the steady decline of their belief system as a social norm, which is precisely why he is strawmanning new atheism by attacking behaviors and philosophical positions and not attacking the actual position itself. And the people laud this motherfucker as being like one of the apologetic greats. Just boggles my mind. And I have it skipping to this point here. So skipping this section because it's just Trent giving some examples of people who publicly altered their approach to religion. Specifically, he cited Joe Rogan, who shifted his approach. He cites Joe Rogan, who shifted his approach because catering his content to the alt-Christian right generated more ad revenue. He cited Ayaan Hirsi Ali, whose justification for converting to Christianity was nothing more than an appeal to emotion. Then he cites Dave Rubin, who, like Joe Rogan, shifted for capitalistic reasons. And then he cites Jordan Peterson, not realizing that Peterson's advocacy for the social utility of aspects of Christianity is not evidence for Christianity, that Christianity is true. Another thing that Trent ignores here is that one of the major talking points of new atheism was pointing out the lack of justification Christians have as a result of them predicating their beliefs on fallacious argumentation, something that Rogan, Ali, Rubin, and Peterson are all guilty of doing. Trent also throws out the phrase atheistic scientism as though it were an insult, not realizing that it's just a misnomer, but also a subtle confession of his rejection of evidence that contradicts his worldview. So it really helps to understand the terms you're using, Trent, before you start swinging them about. So for someone so heels up for Christianity, you'd think he'd be more familiar with Proverbs 17:28. And apparently, this next section, we're going to jump ahead because there was a lot of like nonsense in this that we didn't need to address. You can see like he's got fucking Andrew Tate on there, so there's like no point. We're going to jump to this one. We're going to skip that because it's just Trent appealing to meme culture. That's where his admonishment of atheism descended to, was meme culture. And then apparently, in this, I shit you not, he referred to Andrew Tate as a paragon. He refers to Andrew Tate as a paragon of immorality, while he then unironically plays a clip of Andrew Tate advocating for religion-based moral systems by strawmanning atheism. It's just cringe as shit. So let's jump ahead to 1247. Come here. There we go.
But along with a cultural shift that exposed new atheism as being culturally and socially deficient.
That's another lie. It was never the goal of new atheism to provide concrete answers to separate philosophical quandaries. It never was their responsibility. New atheism pushed for critical thinking, rationalism, scientific understanding, secular humanism, and not being afraid to criticize religion right to its haughty fucking face. But all of those things require additional work on behalf of the audience. That many of them were either unwilling to do that work or became lost in the sauce of issues they personally saw as important that others didn't is not on new atheism. Now, do I think it's a bit of a dick move to knock down someone's worldview and then not offer to assist them in rebuilding? Sure, but mine is just one opinion out of many. So.
A resurgence in Christian apologetics in the 21st century helped to show new atheism was intellectually deficient.
That's another outright lie. The current state of Christian apologetics is no different than it has been for the last century. It's still nothing more than arguments predicated on scientific ignorance and logical fallacies. There's nothing impressive there.
In the first half of the 20th century, a popular school of thought called logical positivism made religious claims seem not just false, but meaningless to many academics.
Right. So for greater context on this, logical positivism, also known as logical empiricism and neo-positivism, was a philosophical movement that started back in the 1920s among philosophers, scientists, and mathematicians, with these individuals congregating within the Vienna Circle at the Berlin Circle. But logical positivism began to decline in the 50s when its tenets were starting to be viewed as increasingly intractable or even dogmatic, which was generally seen as an intellectually dishonest violation of the underlying tenets of the field that were being represented. And so by the late 60s, the movement was eventually abandoned due to such mounting social pressures. You got to be willing to be flexible in there, which is why I kind of advocate for eclectic philosophy.
Along with the countercultural trends of the late 50s and early 60s, this led to Time magazine publishing their famous cover saying, "Is God dead?"
That cover still remains one of the most iconic Time covers that was ever produced. From their own reporting, from the reporting of Time magazine, the cover resulted in over 3,000 angry letters, countless sermons, and open criticism from the National Review and even Bob Dylan in his 1978 interview for Playboy magazine. Sadly, most people never actually committed to reading what was actually what I found to be an incredibly insightful article. So their responses were relegated to just knee-jerk reactions to that cover. So if you have a free half hour, I highly recommend reading it. I have the link around here somewhere. I'll probably put it in the description, but it really is a fascinating article, you know. Where'd my cursor go? There we go.
In response to the exaggerated death of God, Christian philosophers like Alvin Plantinga promoted robust philosophical defenses of Christian theism.
Plantinga is robust. That's just fucking hilarious. That's hilarious.
Yeah, nothing says robust like precept.
Fucking trash.
Plantinga.
The late naturalist philosopher Quentin Smith said that Plantinga's legacy led to resurgence of religious and specifically Christian philosophers throughout the academy.
Redefining terms in order to avoid logical contradictions does not make one a philosophical wonder. It makes them a fucking bullshit artist. And those people who fell for Plantinga's verbal bullshit, those people fell for Plantinga's verbal bullshit because they desperately wanted to. Okay? He's not some fucking wonderkind. He did the same intellectually dishonest philosophical bullshit that Cornelius Van Til did, that other motherfuckers have done. There's nothing advantageous there. Read Plantinga's shit only if you're interested in how not to do philosophy. Didwo, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out.
He said in 2001 that, quote, "God is not dead in academia. He returned to life in the late 1960s and is now alive and well in his last academic stronghold, philosophy departments."
So Trent has to, I'm guessing that Trent did not realize that was not a compliment. It's the last step on the gallows. The field of philosophy, which is literally a field that proposes many things, explains very little, and formulates zero predictive models about reality, has become the last vestige of religion because its influence has been eliminated from virtually every other academic field. Religion once held sway over entire nations and was the driving force behind virtually all educational endeavors. And today, it's just one more abstracta added to the list to be argued about because it cannot be demonstrated to be true. Trent did not see the forest for the trees in that one. And apparently, and I have it marked, we're going to skip this section. We're going to jump to 1427 because in this one, it's just Trent ball washing a bunch of apologists. But apparently I pointed out it's quite hilarious that he claims that William Lane Craig soundly beat Christopher Hitchens in their 2009 Biola debate, which is this one right here. It was Christopher Hitchens versus William Lane Craig. He claims that Craig beat Hitchens in their 2009 Biola debate, an interaction in which he did nothing but railroad the discourse with logical fallacies. He also cherry picks a quote from Sam Harris. I don't know if there's a picture of it. Maybe there is. He cherry picks a quote from Sam Harris during his debate with Craig back in 2011 and presents it as if it's some big win. In that debate, Harris commented that at the top of his intro that Craig was the one Christian apologist who seems to have put the fear of God into many of my fellow atheists. It was a tongue-in-cheek moment. It was not a big win. And let's see. So the Trent comments that Dawkins refuses to debate William Lane Craig. And he kind of presents it as though William Lane Craig is some kind of philosophical wonderkind. Back in 2010, Dawkins, along with Michael Shermer and Matt Ridley, had previously debated William Lane Craig, as well as Rabbi David Wolpe and Douglas Gavette. And they did that in a 3-on-3 event hosted by Complejo Cultural Universitario in Pueblo, New Mexico. And the whole thing was comically set up in a boxing ring. The topic of that debate was, does the universe have a purpose? Dawkins' takeaway from that debate was that Craig was nothing more than a theologian masquerading as a philosopher and a genocide apologist that he wanted no further part in platforming. That was Dawkins' takeaway, which is why he won't debate William Lane Craig anymore. I think that sums it up. That sums up WLC pretty good. And let's jump to 1825. So you'll save a bunch of time on this because a bunch of irrelevant shit. There's more irrelevant citations of opinion. See, he's going to meme shit now. So, because that's all he's got. We're going to jump to 1825.
Of God's existence. So moving forward, my recommendation to Christians would be to keep atheism on the defensive and show how it leads to absurd ethical and social beliefs.
So after all of his bullshit misrepresentation, his advice for his fellow believers is not to actually address the position of atheism itself, but to continue strawmanning atheists by arguing against things unrelated to atheism that they personally do not like, and to also try to push atheists towards critiques of various unrelated, subjectively determined social positions, so that the atheist won't have the chance to corner them into the position of having to defend their demonstrably indefensible worldview. His advice moving forward is for fellow believers to maintain a position of intellectual dishonesty and reality denial, which ultimately tells me that through all the time he spent railing against the characters of New Atheists, he's never once heard anything that they've ever actually said. So, and to be honest, I'm not that terribly surprised, because it's precisely the conclusion I would have come to expect from the Catholics. A group of fanatics so obsessed with the social optics that govern their power and control over people that they turned a blind eye to brazenly obfuscated, and they turned a blind eye to and brazenly obfuscated the horrors going on under their own roof. So that was pretty much it. So you can argue that your particular social frameworks are more virtuous than those of secular humanism because they're grounded by your God. But until you're able to demonstrate that your God exists independently of mind and context without begging the question, your argumentation amounts to nothing more than you bitching and whining about things that you don't like, just so you can ignore that your reasoning behind disliking them, just like your epistemology, is completely fucking broken. And that was pretty much it. The rest of that is just him plugging his bullshit.
Yeah, this is mostly Trent blowing his, tooting his own horn to try to keep the flock a little confident that they're not totally dying off.
Right. And I'm actually glad that I did that. I'm glad that I took that. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take this and I can delete all that, because that was going to be a long ass video if I had actually decided to shoot that. Spam goes here. Oh, it's just one of the reasons I really like Jail and Company is they don't get mired in scripture. So these modes of thought aren't limited to religion. They can apply to other fields. Awesome. Try. Yeah. What really? Yeah. Does it want to be tossed around like a child again? I just quoted the man. Okay. I just quoted the guy. He doesn't care about his philosophical positions. He's a theologian masquerading as a philosopher, was Dawkins' take. I gave you his words. You want to call Dawkins a liar? Go for it. But then you have to prove it. Okay? So WLC is trash. Craig is trash. It is not worth the time. Okay? He's not. Straight up. Plus, he's a genocide apologist. So I'll just lay that out there. Yeah. So that was Leo Philly says, Craig has a PhD in philosophy. He's literally a professional philosopher. It's true. He is. But he's also trash. So give him that. But yeah, that was Trent Horn. And I'm glad that I do not have to record that shit, because that was a long ass fucking video and would have taken a long ass time. Two-parter. So I'm glad I got done with that one. Oh man, oh man. Oh, got to relink the stage. Take that and bam. There we go. Well, we haven't had anybody pop into. Oh, we've had a couple of people pop into the Discord. Nobody's really said anything. Maybe I should put out some feelers to see if anybody else is around. Dawkins didn't say that. I told you what Dawkins said. I quoted him. Okay? I quoted directly because he was asked that question. I quoted him. Like I said, you want to call him a liar? Take it up with him. All I can do is quote the man. I'm not going to speculate as to his mindset. Sedona, parthenogenesis does not occur in mammals. Unless you think that Jesus was a lizard and that Mary was a lizard. Maybe they are lizard people. But parthenogenesis doesn't take place parthenogenesis doesn't happen in mammals. When something like that happens, it turns into the resulting tissue turns into a teratoma. So, sorry, you're wrong on this one again. And I kind of dig this. Elfin. Dawkins says he simply doesn't debate because debate exposes doubt and the illusion that there's something to be debated. It's kind of the same mentality that Simon Dan has regarding flat Earth. He doesn't debate flat Earth because there's nothing to be debated there. And Kasplodicus, no. Parthenogenesis is not possible in humans. Basically what happens is that the resulting tissue will develop into a teratoma. It'll either be like flushed out by the body or it'll get hung up and result in a teratoma. But like parthenogenesis is not possible. The underlying biological processes that would result in parthenogenesis in other species in which it is possible, it cannot come to fruition. So like how to describe it using I did a video where I broke this down. How it can that the beginning processes, the body can kind of like be tricked hormonally into triggering the start of that, but then the resulting tissue forms a teratoma or is rejected completely by the body and basically comes out like a heavy period. So, but yeah, parthenogenesis does not occur within human beings. Sedona, parthenogenesis does not occur in human beings. Get it through your head. And yes, J-verse, lizard people conspiracy is still more probable than the Christian God. Asura, if you have something you want to bring, the link is pinned in the chat. You feel free. This is the thing that's getting me. We have a lot of keyboard warriors in my chat right now who don't want to bring their evidence. I want people like Knight and other believers to like think about this for a moment, like to take a moment. Okay. And guess what, Sedona? I knocked them all down. I knocked down all 5, all of them. I'm done. I've knocked down all 5. I don't need to do it again. So take this into account, believers who are in the chat. None of you are coming up to defend anything. You're not presenting any evidence. You're not presenting any argumentation. I understand if you don't want to be on screen or you don't want to be on the panel. I get that. But you preaching here is just going to get you timed out, which tells us you just want to commit death by mod. You know we're not going to tolerate it for long, and you think that us timing you out just so we don't have to listen to your bullshit is somehow you winning, which it isn't. Your cult may have convinced you that it is, that our rejection of that is somehow that our rejection of your bullshit is somehow a confirmation of what you believe as being true, and it's not. That's that whole authoritarian, mind shit that your cult does to you. You not asking questions is a big problem also. You're not asking why we don't believe, what our justifications are, how do we reason to these positions. You're not asking any of that. You're simply espousing nonsense. So, and I see that Azura is a sock account. Okay, Azura is a sock account, so feel free to time that shit out. Because that right there, positive evidence for your blind, purposeless cosmic accident worldview. And using the term accident again shows that they're not listening to anything that's being said. So feel free to shut that shit down. Got to come on a sock account because it doesn't have the balls to come up on stage. As Trump would say, sad. People keep popping in and not staying. It's aggravating. So aggravating. You're right, Sir Equinox. Theists cannot argue honestly. They cannot. They break out in hives. So, Sedona, you just keep repeating the same nonsense. Whether you do it respectfully or not, you're just spamming the same shit. You haven't proven anything. You brought up 5 points, and I debunked them all. Other people have debunked them. So, sorry. Then fine, Sedona, what is your 6th? You brought up 5. I've knocked them all down. So, technically, you don't even have 5 anymore. Now you have 1. What is your new one? What is the new one that is not going to do what you think it does? Come on, believers. Where are you at? Let me go ahead and while Sedona is like formulating the thing that's going to break atheism, like Bane. Let me put out some feelers. Got to find some. Got to bring someone on. I want to have another conversation. It can't just be Duck. It can't be Duck and a troll. It cannot just be Duck and a troll. This cannot be the extent. Let me ask something. Let me pose something though. Well, we got people in the chat. Is anybody here from Utah or in Utah? I know you. I mean, I know it's a weird question, but I'm kind of curious. Is anybody here from Utah or in Utah currently? And I'm not looking to see if I can find a Mormon. I'm not looking for a Mormon. I want to tap somebody's. I'm looking to tap somebody's knowledge of Utah, specifically the Salt Lake City area. I don't care if you live there. I don't care if you have lived there. I'm just kind of curious if anybody does. If they're familiar with the Salt Lake City area, the surrounding area in Utah. Just kind of curious.
The only things I know about it are from researching the FLDS and Warren Jeffs and that whole cult situation.
Oh, yeah. I'm kind of curious because there's something that I'm looking at that probably requires some knowledge of Utah. And this is something that we could probably like entertain over on my Discord, over in the Bridge the Divide Discord, because it's kind of separate. But it's something kind of fun. And my wife and I would probably be taking a trip out there to do some exploration, similar to what we went up to Montana for. Haven't been to SLC in a few years. Been to Utah once, super isolated and red. Yeah, it is super red. That's true. Because there's some stuff about I'm familiar with an area. Basically, I think it's like Salt Lake City to Provo area. I think is what it is what I'm kind of curious about. Bricks and minifigs in Utah. Oh, I paid attention to the shit that was going on with bricks and minifigs. That was friggin' chaos. Let me see here something really quick. Where's it at? So It's from the area that I'm interested in is Ogden down to Spanish Fork, which is south of Provo. So it's Ogden, which is north of Salt Lake City, to Spanish Fork, from Toole to Park City or to Wanship. So like that area is what I'm kind of interested in. Kind of curious about that. Come on, got to be a believer around. Andrew, find me a believer. Go forth, bring me a sacrifice.
That's like Gargamel going, "Bring me another Smurf."
Did you ever see that robot chicken where Gargamel's been able to find him, and then all of a sudden a hurricane hits and floods the Smurf town and drowns a whole bunch of them, and then Gargamel goes out there and like starts picking them up, brings them home because his whole objective is to eat them, and then so he like prepares them and turns them into a dish, and he like sets up a whole like spread, and he like takes one bite. And then just dumps it in the trash.
I'm not sure I caught that one. I can't remember exactly when I stopped watching.
It's like he finally got them and he ate them and they were disgusting.
Oh, no.
Well, it sort of reminds me of when Wile E. Coyote actually caught, the Roadrunner. And he just like lifted up like one of those picket sign things saying, "Now what?"
Yeah.
I always thought it was kind of implied that he was trying to catch the Roadrunner so he could eat it. But okay.
Oh yeah, it's
because he's a predator, right? He's a coyote.
He caught him. Give me one sec. He did catch him, and unfortunately, he was too small to eat him because he'd shrunk himself. 1 second.
Oh, okay.
I believe there's multiple times where that occurred.
It was in the episode Supersonic, and that's the Roadrunner's leg that he's standing next to.
Now
yeah.
What do I do?
Okay, wise guys, you always wanted me to catch him. Now what do I do?
Classic.
Yeah. Maybe hit up the Utah Outcast. They're an atheist LGBTQ group that have a YouTube channel. Oh, interesting. FM Soul Reaper, good to see you. Tula is Tula. Just trying to help you blend. Oh, thank you so much, Soul Reaper. Just all I know is that Tula is pronounced Tule or Tula. Tula or Tule. Sir Little Wolf, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you hanging out.
JL, I believe it's pronounced Tula, Tula, Talura, yeah.
Tura, just Tura, Lura, Tura, Lura.
Oh, yeah. That song slaps. I'm not going to lie. Unironically, it slaps.
Oh, goodness.
I know somebody who used that song as inspiration for a Halloween outfit. Not exactly suitable for all audiences.
Yeah, I'm sitting here imagining that myself.
Yeah, I saw that. That was clever. But yeah, definitely a little PG.
Not cool.
It was really clever because she just wore a name tag that said Eileen.
Oh, man. So, dang it.
Yeah, we're a little low on the non-keyboard warrior variety.
I hate to drag it out, but I live in the state over from Utah. Oh, it's all good, FM. That's okay. It's just something that I'm curious about. It's something we could probably expand upon in the over on my Discord. But yeah, I was just kind of curious. if anybody is really familiar with the Salt Lake City area, Salt Lake City to Provo area, definitely hit me up on the Discord, because it's something that we're exploring and kind of curious about. So essentially what it is it's a treasure hunt is what it is, just like the stuff in Montana. And there's something hidden in that area that I mentioned. The kind of like from the, what I described, from Tula to Park City, going west to east, Ogden down to Spanish Fork, somewhere in that area. Salt Lake City is in the center, so it could be around Antelope Island, Utah Lake, somewhere around there. Could be off of 84, 80, whatever. So somewhere out there is a treasure, and we love doing the treasure hunt thing. So it could be it's somewhere over off a trail somewhere. So it could be over around Flat Top Mountain, could be over on the Twin Peaks side, not 100% sure. But there's a poem that goes along with it, which I find really fascinating. As a matter of fact, you know what I'll do? I'll go and do this, because this is something that I could bring up, and I was hoping that PhD Tony might be here, but there's some references here. So you know what? Meeting of the minds. I'm killing fucking time here, because I was hoping to go a bit longer. Did such a short stream last time. I wanted to go a bit longer, but we have to have somebody to talk to. So I'm kind of like just killing time now. Give me 1 sec. So this is what I got. Let's go through this. So if it's treasure you seek, here's some friendly advice. Begin your quest early when the mornings are nice. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. I think that's not really beginning. It's just kind of like a kicker for the poem. And then you've got, it's my other stuff for 5 Australian. Thank you so much. In the absence of someone to debate, might I offer the following? I don't believe it's that shitbox dodge again. I don't believe it. It's that shitbox dodge again. Thank you. Yes. Blues Brothers. I don't believe it. It's that shitbox dodge again. Woo! Love
well, with that, actually, before you get too deep into this, I'm going to take this opportunity to step off stage, and I will say that I'm on a mission from God to get some food. So thanks for having me, and great talking to you, and to you as well, Andrew. And yeah, thanks for having me. Peace out, y'all.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one. Thank you, Austin. We'll see you on the next one. All right. Glance to the west. Use distant peaks as your guide. They should look like the rock with the moon on its side. Walk through the dust that stands as a shield, yet when the storm blows, it refuses to yield. Visit the stranger who once knelt to stone, and climb where the wind is never alone. If the phoenix's order is one you've joined, follow the galleons that Hermione coined. Wind through the trees where the trail is hard, until you meet the dragon and the fortune he guards. Now close to the prize, you can rest your shoulders and find the wooden chest amongst the boulders. That's the poem. And I know that there's some stuff like I have not read Order of the Phoenix. So if anybody has, that might make some sense there. But keep in mind that all of this pertains to one particular trail in that area, which is precisely, if I stop sharing that and I go to this, 1 second. And I go to this. Oh, dang it. No, I can't do that. 1 sec. I have to do this. There we go. I have to open up the actual screen. There we go. And share screen. And it's this. This is the area. From Ogden to Spanish Fork, Tula to Park City. This is the actual map. So
what are we supposed to be finding in here?
Somewhere within this square, there is a trail. There's a trailhead that begins a journey somewhere around here. There's Flat Top. There's Twin Peaks. Okay. Somewhere within this square, there is a trail. And the poem that I just put on there leads to that trail. That's current. This is like currently the current project. So pretty much it. That's what we're kind of going after. Once Angela takes her vacation time. Because I don't have vacation time because I can go on vacation wherever the fuck I want.
Okay, found it. Ghost Falls Trail, Corner Canyon, Draper, Utah.
Wait, how'd you find that?
I have to Google.
So that you think that aligns with the poem?
Apparently. Let's see. Trails Utah.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, it's on Trails Utah's site.
Well, 1 second. It'd be fucking hilarious if you did solve it, like right then and there.
Ghost Falls Trail.
No, hide that.
Yep.
Hang on a second. Remove that.
Don't overshare.
Yeah, I know. It's like my whole desktop. 1 second.
That's right. It's not the content. It's your sloppy filing that's going to be your downfall.
I know, right?
Wow. Look at that desktop. Heathen.
Damn it. Hang on a sec. Share screen. Application window. That's what I meant to share. There we go.
Apparently listed as the spookiest Utah hike.
Okay, so how does it align?
I'm looking for the details here.
I think it begins here. Glance to the west, use distant peaks as your guide. They should look like the rock with the moon on its side. Beam me up, Bob. Excellent point. Feed it to AI. Apparently, the people who designed this thing have designed it to kind of be AI resistant, where it's not going to get you to a specific thing and it uses a lot of the like this one right here. It's lines like this, like visit the stranger who once knelt to stone and climb where the wind is never alone. If the Phoenix's order is one you've joined, follow the galleons to Hermione, the galleons that Hermione coined. Now, I know that in Order of the Phoenix, Hermione coined 28 fake magic galleons in order for the members of Dumbledore's army to communicate with one another when they were setting a new meeting. There was a master one, and then there was a master coin, and then the rest went to all the other members. And so whenever she wanted to set a meeting, the coins were all linked, and that the individual would the date on it would change, and that would indicate when there was a meeting, when there was going to be the next meeting, allow them to meet up without to maintain their secrecy. So I know I don't know if it's the number of galleons that she coined or how that translates into it. Not 100% sure, but I do know that part of the story.
Yeah, AI does find it. If you see in my feed over here.
What did you put up there? Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So just looking at the multitude of links that'll refer to this. So that's got it. Utah Treasure Hunt Reddit. One of the next ones I found further down was where's the Utah Hikes link? Here's where they break. Here's where ABC News apparently breaks down each clue.
That's back in 2023.
Yep.
Well, there were older. There were older hunts. They've done one every year.
So let's see.
Yeah, they've done hunts every single year. This is for the 2023 poem.
Nope. I don't see it in this one. Yeah. So here, 10 months ago, treasure found.
That's 10 months ago. This just kicked off this year.
Yep.
So it's not. So you're not. The ones you're looking at are past hunts, not the current one.
Well, there's the Trails Utah one. Latest poem.
Yeah, see, that's one. See how it mentions Hermione introduces the galleons they will use for Dumbledore's army meetings. Pulp culture references shit like there it is. That's the seventh annual hunt. And these are the latest hints. Wait, scroll back up. Scroll back up. Scroll back up. And every Friday, they will release a new hint. So hint 1 was the treasure map boundaries. Right there is the yellow square that I showed everybody. 2, this year's trail is tougher than last year's, but still safe and doable for most hunters. Dave hiked it a few days after surgery. There were plenty of families with young kids on the trail. Hint 3, in line 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wind through the trees where the trail is hard. The word hard is not describing the trail surface like rock, wood, or asphalt. It means that the section of that section of the trail is still is a little tricky, which might be switchbacks, is what I'm gathering. The only way I can think of a trail being tricky is that there are switchbacks involved.
And the rest is just general guides.
Yep, that's pretty much it.
Oh, yeah, I guess this is the previous year's one.
Yeah, the 2025 one, and so on. So this is, like I said, this is the seventh annual hunt.
Ah.
And I'm sharing this publicly. If anybody jumps on this, if you want to do it, feel free to go after it. I'm just kind of like, 29 coins, the master in 28. Thank you, Angel Rivera. So, but yeah, this is just what I'm curious about. It's kind of like what we're working on right now, just something to kind of pass the time, and to go and do something fun when we're on vacation, is pretty much what it is. Just like we did with Montana. Although the trip to Montana was worth it, we didn't find anything, but the trip to Montana was amazing. And I don't know if anybody's going to solve the Justin Posey one anytime soon. I really don't. Written in red liquid on soil and paper. Javer says the peaks from afar are probably King's Peaks. They're the only ones you can see from a distance in that area, but it means you'll have to be on the top of the mountains or on the east side. Let's see. Well, let's check something out. Let's see. Because this is what I've got. Stop that one. And let's look at this. So this map is where everything is located. And I'm not seeing, let's see, Flat Top Mountain here. And Twin Peaks over here. And I'm not sure what this particular range is called right here. So is King's Peaks within that area, J-Verse? Is to the east of this area, east of the bordered area, the outlined area. It would be over here. So it's just something fascinating. I know that this is not what people are here for the Stage of Reason. I know it's not, but I mean, we don't have anybody in the back, unfortunately. Apparently, I've run out of theists to talk to, which is a shame. East of Uinta Wasatch Peak, which is right over here. Gotcha. So it's east of that, somewhere over here. So yeah, would have to be in here. That's what I'm imagining. That looking to the peaks to the west, it's got to be either here, somewhere in this area, or somewhere over here. Possibly here, here. Because those peaks looking west, there would be peaks going that way. So that's why I'm thinking somewhere over here or here? Look to the west. Yeah. The mountains to the west are not at all tall. Yeah, but that's pretty much what we're working with. Let me remove that. Bring it back down. Apparently you're right. The theists are all defeated. We won. I'm literally just vamping right now. I'm just straight up vamping. This is what it's come to, Andrew.
Wow. I had such high hopes.
I know, right?
I was so ready to be converted to whatever. Not even a whatever to be found. And funny in the side chat over there that Harrison buggered off the moment the call for what he was going to use for a priori support was called on. It's almost like there was a nothing burger with a side order of fries.
Let me see. Javers, I don't know of Harry Potter, but there is a valley east of Hill Air Force Base, which is on a plateau where every morning when the sun comes up, the heat differential causes wind to blow out of it. Interesting.
We got ourselves an interesting implication here. So Rodent No Last Name put in, maybe the theists got raptured. Do you know what that would mean? That would mean that all the believers that are left, who are out there preaching for God, are not the elect, and sucks to be you.
Womp womp.
Wow. Just wow. Yeah, Jay, Harrison had nothing.
Yeah, maybe I should just go earlier in the day, Maybe going late. Maybe going this late just is not working for people.
Yeah, definitely don't break like dinner time. You want to leave a little bit of grace there. That's hard to come by.
Just going early, going during the day. This is what's problematic about not having a TikTok feed that kind of plays into it. I just don't have the access.
Yeah, it's a slow build. That's the thing. You just have to get the. Got to pump those numbers up.
Yeah, I don't put out stuff on TikTok. I just don't. I'm not good at it. I don't have anything to put out on TikTok.
Poke the bear.
Nothing that gets their attention or gets people's attention. Not enough to follow me. You need 1,000 followers in TikTok to go live there. So, and I definitely do not. I have like maybe 145. There are. I mean, it's a good amount of people. Just still 40 people in the chat. We peaked out at like 60. When I was doing this on Sunday mornings, was like the chats were always really, really solid. But I was doing it on Discord is the problem, and so Discord it was a live stage on Discord, so that's why we were getting so many more. This one is just making it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, it's not happening in their backyard where they have other channels of their own visible. So it's like,
right.
Oh, look, here's a place where I can go and stir some stuff up.
Yeah.
It's a little harder when they have to go to YouTube to find it.
There's got to be one out there. I'd like to at least cap it off with one discussion. It can't just be duck. We can't just have duck and a troll. Not seeing anybody there. I'm also not a member of I don't think I'm a member of enough people's of enough religious discords. I'm only on politics. I'm on those. I'm on Pangburn. I'm on Planet Peterson's Discord, Skeptic Community, Atheist Community of Discord, but I'm not on PNR, and I'm not on specifically any T3D Mallard. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Ted Mallard. Gotta be one. Yeah, Lindsay, no proof of God yet. More and more of the Christian servers require you to apply to join their discords, which is just silly to me. But hey, they want to make sure that people like me don't have access to them. Apparently I do, Jay. I very much like one to talk to. But then again, I hazard they're probably not even aware that I exist. So nothing. Damn, I'm like objectively dying here. Well, if nothing turns around, we're coming up on the 5-hour mark, and if nothing's coming around, then I may wind up calling it because we're not getting anybody who wants to defend anything. Start praying for a caller. Good to see you, Masashi. Thanks so much for being here. Hermione fabricated fake galleons on which she then placed a protean charm. Right. The protean charm allowed the date to change so that they would know where to know when the meetings would be. This is just sad. God, this is sad.
Yeah, it's a quiet one. Some are starting to set in.
Dr. Ink, Dr. Inklian, good to see you. Says, hey, that Sedona person came into Joel's chat lying about cooking you. Yes, Jay, Keyboard Warriors for God is the most action I get, apparently. Sedona, did you lie to somebody about cooking me? That's not good. But when it comes to apologetics, the commandments are really more conditionals than they are universals. Oh, look who's in the house. We do have somebody in the back. Thank goodness. Catholic traditionalist.
Yes, hello there. Can I be heard loud and clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Are you guys atheists?
Yes.
Not on my side.
Well, and Andrew's a little bit more nuanced in his position.
I'm a complicated case.
Yeah. But yeah, non-believers. Oh. Non-believers we are.
Oh, okay. What's your name? So one's Andrew, and what's your name, sir?
JL.
JL?
JL.
JL? Oh, okay. So why are you an atheist?
Because I'm not convinced of the existence of a god or gods.
Why not?
Because there's been no evidence nor argumentation presented that would warrant belief.
Oh, okay. How did you determine that all things that you perceive to exist is not evidence for there being a God?
How do you justify that? If everything is evidence, how does that work? You could use that to say, okay, because of everything, therefore unicorns. because of everything. Therefore, X. Therefore, Y. I can think your thing gets to be on that list.
I can say when I look at things in the universe, I do not see evidence of telos, of intentionality behind anything. So, in fact, if the way I look at it is that if things were intentional, then whatever intended it would not be would be like either disinterested in the quality of experience of the agents in the system, or it's malevolent. But it's exactly what I see is exactly what I would expect in a unguided natural process where there's no intentionality, there's no goal in mind. It's just naturalistic processes continuing on. So I see no evidence of telos. No evidence of telos has been presented that's not logically fallacious. So it would be irrational for me to believe a God exists.
Oh, okay. Well, not with regards to the set of all things, but only the set of things you perceive to exist, JL. Would you say that those things have the ontological characteristics whereby they're perceivable to you?
Am I able to observe reality? Sure.
Oh, well, I didn't ask you whether you're able to observe reality.
Well, I mean, that which I perceive is what I perceive to be external reality. So what's the issue?
Yeah, well, in my question, I'm already assuming that you're able to observe reality. So I didn't ask you whether you're able to observe reality.
So rephrase your question.
Yeah, so rephrase it.
Sure. So if you're looking at, let's say, a cube on the left-hand side and a sphere on the right-hand side, are you able to differentiate between the two based on their ontological characteristics?
Well, we do it based on, the data that we actually get, which is our sense data. So now what you call their characteristics, remember, most of those are mapped. This is map and territory stuff. Whatever the actual ontology is, the experience is what we reference. We reference our experience. And that's identity.
Yeah, so maybe you're not understanding.
So rather than go through like the long hoop here, it says Catholic traditionalist. How do we justify the properties you're going to be ascribing to your God?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. With regards to, let's say a dog and a cat, are you able to distinguish between the two? You know the difference between a dog and a cat based on their different characteristics?
Well, okay, so yeah, because we've described them as being different. And so we observe two organisms, and we arbitrarily label them dog and cat and define those things in how they are different from one another. So obviously we observe two organisms that are not identical, and the names we give them are completely arbitrary, but those names contain the set of properties that identify them that basically are associated with that name. So that's whether, and we do this, with taxonomy and stuff like that, but that's once again just us labeling stuff in reality in order to differentiate it from other things for the purposes of linguistics. That's all that is.
Yeah, so in other words, your answer is yes, you're able to differentiate between the two based on their characteristics, their different characteristics, right?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're not smuggling anything in. So. Yeah,
so your answer is yes. All of that was just yes. Okay, thank you. So now my second question is this. Do you have positive belief right now that you're the cause for all those characteristics with regards to the galaxies, the stars, supernova, black holes, pulsars, all the atoms in the universe, everybody else on Earth, the Earth itself, etc.? Are you the ultimate cause for anything and everything outside of yourself?
Wait.
In other words, we have you to thank for all of that.
No, CT. You just like rambled off a whole bunch of stuff. Simplify your question.
Yes, in other words, are you the cause of the Big Bang and everything that comes with it?
No.
Do we have you to thank for that?
No, I never claimed to it. And the Big Bang, that's not the cause of the universe. So I don't claim to be that.
Okay, thank you.
So before we
hang on a second, Andrew. Andrew. I don't want to dogpile. If he's trying to get to a point, I want him to get to it. So
yeah, I'll get to it right now. So by the answers you provided to my two questions, you've actually admitted that there's a God, and I'll connect the dots for you. If you look up the word intelligibility, you'll see it says, quote, the state of being intelligible.
Hold up.
And if you look that up, you'll see that it exists.
Hold up, both of you. Hold up.
An abstract thing.
No, hold up. CT, be quiet. I'm calling it. I'm literally calling it.
So since you've admitted that it's not
calling a timeout, CT, shut your mouth. You two are talking over one another.
Exists today.
CT, you're muted.
Yeah, so thank you for admitting God.
You're muted.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for admitting God exists.
Okay, I did not admit God exists. And I'm going to explain. I'm trying to have this conversation with you, CT. I do not, and he runs the fuck away. Of course he does. I was trying to have a conversation and he just wouldn't shut up, and I didn't want people talking over one another. I wanted to get there.
He offered no definition. He offered
none.
No justification for properties. He's referring, he took a look at how we actually grant identity in the first place, and did nothing. That's what I was going to be pinning him on, was getting a definition in the first place and how he ascribes properties to it.
Yeah, I just wanted him to ease up,
Yeah, I've run into him in that other infamous channel.
Yeah, I remember him as well. I was just hoping he would be willing to have an actual conversation.
No.
Fuck.
That one.
Fucker's as bad as he's always been.
Consistency isn't always a good thing.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
Well, yeah. What a fine showing of chess with a pigeon. So just wanted to talk to himself and run off. You're right, Oat Milk. That was okay. Yeah, at least I Killed It All brings up an important point. At least he wasn't a Nazi.
No, that's premature. He left before we could confirm if he's a Nazi.
That's true. Oh, Joe says, "Wow, ain't learned shit." Apparently not, and didn't want to have a conversation. What a chump. Oh, what a dill hole.
Yeah, CT is trash. Has not changed.
Ah, that was fucking embarrassing.
Yeah, Jay, the idea that he might think that dogs and cats exist because they exist as concepts. No. The ontology we refer to by having a referent in the first place, the ontology is the ontology. The identity we grant it is for our benefits conceptually. What is
do you have somebody? We do have a new person in the back. Hopefully this will go a little bit better. Apparently with a VR background, but let's see. Gregory, do you prefer Gregory or Eskimo?
Either one, doesn't matter.
So greetings, welcome to the Stage of Reason. What brings you up today?
Nothing, is this the topic that interests me?
Are you a believer?
There's several on screen right now.
Are you a believer? Do you believe in a God, or do any of the prompts interest you?
I believe in a God. I'm not Christian.
So what's the God thing you're claiming a belief in?
Just a spirit, a life after death, consciousness. I believe we're immortal, conscious spirits.
Okay, so that describes us. What's the God thing?
Good to see you, Mark Reed.
God is the one that created us.
You said we're immortal, right?
Yeah.
I think he said our souls are. Our souls are.
So, to confirm, are there new ones being created, or are we the same?
What do you mean? Like new souls being created?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there are.
Okay, so everything that so exactly what gets to be eternal in this sense? Just like humans?
No.
No? What else?
All forms of conscious life, I believe we started out lower form of consciousness, and then we came every lifetime we just keep coming back a higher and higher form of intelligence, and eventually
hold on, I just want to see if this a sample applies to this. So Christian traditionalist who just passed through here before you would be an example of something that just got better and better, and that's the best it could come up with.
What do you mean?
That's not like the bar is looking pretty low for things coming back so far. Like this is the best we've got after like how much improvement? Or are we all new souls? Because you said that we keep coming back. How do we tell if we're a new soul versus a reincarnated one?
Well, my personal belief, if you're made it to be a human being, you've already have experienced enough life and enough consciousness to make it to this level.
Yeah, but you're talking about reincarnation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like how do I tell if I'm a new soul versus an old one? Because he said
I
there's
don't know,
new
man.
ones
It's
too.
all personal. We don't know. I'm just saying my personal belief. If you're a human being, you're obviously an old soul. You've made it this far to become a human being.
Except that you also said that there are new ones. So I mean, you can't seem to tell the difference between the two. So like
new humans.
What is this doing?
Well,
yeah,
are new. No, you were saying new souls.
Yeah, well, I mean,
a new soul
those
could start out as a new soul could start out as a one-celled organism. That's what I was saying. A new soul. You know, we're not being very specific.
Okay.
You know, I don't have like exact.
I want to make an easier sample for you. Two people have a kid, right? You know how that process works, right?
I'm gonna go. You're very insulting. You're just trying to prove me wrong.
No, I'm trying to find out.
I don't have time to talk to you.
I'm trying to find out what this. I'm trying to find out.
Well, Gregory,
I'm gone.
Hang on a sec. No, Gregory, I just I
was trying to find out as to whether or not, like, is that kid gonna have an old soul, or is he a new one?
Oh wow!
It's like yeah, this one didn't want to look at like the simple stuff. Like, is that kid a new one or an old one? I mean, can I tell?
You're just trying to prove me wrong. So yeah, it's.
This is what I get for trying to find out what the actual implications are.
Whereas Waldo, good to see you. Says you can't have a conversation. Apparently not. Yeah, just so brave Sir Robin ran away, bravely ran away. I didn't.
Well,
I did this, Joe. Oh, dang. Well,
we were having a conversation. He said things, and I responded extremely directly, and projected, you know, where his line of thinking might be in order to confirm the nature of it, and he opted out.
Apparently.
Oops.
Yeah, I don't know if Mark Reed was in the chat, but we got they had a Catholic traditionalist came in and wanted to just to completely crash out with theirs. I had to mute him because he was just yammering, and I was trying to get a question in and try to he was like, "You just proved God," blah 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 blah, and like I would mute him and nobody could hear him, and he was still talking. So, and then he ran away. No defense whatsoever. Like, this is the best. I hope this isn't the best the Christians have. I really do. I hope this isn't the best. There's got to be one to something to present. I can't back my BS, so I got to run. That's true, Jin. That is true. Rism with the tism. Yeah, he was a quick one. I wasn't expecting it to go that quick. That's true, Jay. At least I'll always have Duck to challenge me. I've never wanted a conversation with Grace so badly in my even like her father, even like Ben. What world did we live in where I'm suddenly wanting a conversation with Ben? Because at least it goes somewhere. Like, at least it lasts more than 10 seconds. As intellectually dishonest as he is. Spam, on a scale of 1 to Duck, how irritating was Duck today?
Duck. The answer is Duck, because that's a tautology. Duck
the answer
is Duck.
Yeah, it was just Mark. It was just it was argumentum interruptus. It was just running his mouth. Not interested in actually listening to anything. So if I am able to eventually one day go live on TikTok, you're right, it is super brain rot, but at least it'll be conversations. Waldo, Duck is a dude on here who frequented another channel that I used to be a part of, that I parted ways with, and he kind of like came over here because, I guess, to continue the conversation, or have conversations with me, but he used to be he was a regular over on another channel, over on Taco's channel, before I bugged out of there. I just couldn't anymore over there. So I don't know about that. Or he's gone into some the dude is passive aggressive as shit. Okay, so. And yes, Mallard as a duck. I don't claim the other duck. Don't claim the other duck. Don't do that. They a whole lot of hateful bigots on TikTok. They get Pickles' channel shut down all the time. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say he goes that far, Jverse. At least we can say that he's not a Nazi. I always greet Duck by saying, "Hey, Duck, good to see you. Shut the fuck up." I always greet Duck by saying, "Hey, Duck, good to see you. Shut the fuck up." Just a silly guy. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, he does apparently have gotten worse. But then again, I'm willing to allow him the opportunity to talk. I mean, at least to give him a chance, and he kind of goes off. Well, thank you, Felix. I appreciate that. Yeah, it just got kind of it just got out of hand over there. I was, getting a little bit sick of just, the behavior. Don't need to hash it out again. It's been hashed out enough. But yeah, it just wasn't conducive to what I wanted to do, to the conversations I wanted to have. So better to be over here. And of course, Knight of Kadosh is running his mouth in my comment section. Of course he is. The evidence for God, don't say the impossibility of the contrary. Don't do it. The impossibility of the contrary. You stupid monkey. Oh, well. Well, we are 26 subscribers away from 15K. That would be really neat to hit. But yeah, getting close. Hoping to get it soon. Wanted to have at least another, decent conversation. Where did this happen? Most of your Seawood videos where my old bud Jill the fuckwit gets put in his place. Yeah, Jesus is Lord is pretty bad. What a shame.
One of the last ones Tony took on. Was he one of those?
Oh, and thank you, Waldo. I appreciate that.
I remember multiple references to this person, and probably maybe a week or two ago.
Yeah, we were talking extensively about Jill. Jay was, because Jay's gone head to head with them before. I don't think Tony has, but
it was Jay that
it was Jay
who was involved. Yeah, there's a few people I've seen with names like that, so I'm not sure exactly which individual it is.
Come on, followers of Christ, come and convert me. Smite me, O mighty smiter. Don't have to jump into another. Don't have to do another review.
Maybe get one last one off while we wait.
Well, we're a little over 5 hours, and there's stuff I want to parse out. And stuff that I have scripts for that I'm trying to get done. Good point, Mark. I would call Jill Jay's nemesis, but that would suggest Jill is some sort of threat to Jay. Agreed. I should follow a more mainstream religion like voodoo. As usual, yes, as Felix, as usual, Jesus is not showing up. Blocked over there too. Bummer. Can't find a conversation to save my life. So yeah, I bet the Steam frame comes out. Bet the Steam frame comes up for GTA 6 will come out before Jesus does.
That just sounds mean. Ouch.
Oh, here's a good one. Bro thinks he's worth conversing with. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. But how will you know unless you do it? I don't see you stepping up to shut me down or show me where I'm wrong. You afraid of there's some information I might disseminate about your beliefs that you don't want to get out there? Or do you not want to get embarrassed that you can't defend your worldview? Is that what it is? You don't want people in the live chat to have the tools they need to recognize that your beliefs are irrational and indefensible? I get that. I get the fear that would the kind of existential dread that could kind of inspire in a person. I get it. If you're prone to such things, you know?
Well, I mean, he probably thinks he's chosen, which is clearly just a case of electile dysfunction.
Yes, Lindsay. Lots of keyboard warriors today. All bark, no bite. No way, that can't be him. Oh. Did you see who popped in there? It said J Robin.
Oh, wow, it lives.
But it wasn't the same like Red Robin PFP.
Yeah, I didn't recognize that face that was on that. It blipped so fast. I didn't get to a name.
Damn.
Yeah, I remember him being a Darth acolyte going back. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Pre C19. Then he kind of like disappeared. Apparently, dropped. He dropped out of belief in some capacity. I don't remember where his story's at this point.
Oh, look who it is. Mark Reed is in the house.
Hello.
How are you doing? We're doing good.
I am very well, sir. I am very well. I don't think I've met you before, Andrew. Have I? You sound familiar, maybe a little. Maybe.
I really couldn't say.
Okay, cool. Hi, I'm Mark. How you doing? Good to meet you.
Howdy.
Yeah, so I just wanted to show, because you've got a lot of keyboard warriors here and a lot of people sort of saying, hey, I can't go in and, they're so unfair kind of thing. I just sort of wanted to show how easy it is to sort of call up and have an actual conversation about things. So I've looked through your list and there's only one thing I would kind of really push back on. And that is, I think that it is slightly inaccurate, right, to sort of say, hey, vaccines are safe and effective. I think there needs to be a word relatively in there, right? Because when we say that vaccines are safe, it's sort of people that don't know medical or have no experience with any kind of medical stuff, they will sort of go, well, they're completely safe. Well, that isn't 100% true, right? Like, so there is side effects, there is things that can go wrong if you have an allergic reaction. There are people who cannot have them because they have problems with their immune system, compromised immune system, right? So when we sort of say they're safe, it's kind of they're safe in comparison to, say, a measles outbreak, right? Like a measles outbreak will do so much damage that just, feeling under the weather for half a day is so much better than getting a full-blown case of measles. So especially as an adult, where it may have, if you don't know, measles can inflict things like sterility, for instance, like it can be absolutely critical. Things like chicken pox can do massive amounts of damage. So, I think that the relative does need to be there. And the safe part, even though that's up for debate, effective, that's sort of not even in question, because they provide such a great amount of protection. I would just make that say vaccines are relatively safe and incredibly effective, maybe. I don't know. What do you think?
I agree with you. Every single point that you brought up. And I would say, kind of in my defense, even though I agree with everything you said there, you are 100% accurate on all of that. The way it's written on the prompt would facilitated us having this conversation and putting that information out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Right. So I agree with it. I agree with you. I mean, everything you said there, got no issues whatsoever. That the herd immunity is what we should be going for. So we see those outbreaks of measles taking place all over the U.S. now. Hopefully we won't see an outbreak of polio coming back. It's just nuts. So.
Well, I mean, I would give you I would give you a little bit of pushback on this.
Yeah, sure.
In as much as similarly, your hedging on relatively is well called for. I think there's an assumption with regards to what safe is implied to mean, because everyone in the audience here should be aware. Okay, everyone needs to know this, that the chance of you being eaten alive by a family of rabid squirrels is never zero. Okay, it's never zero. Good luck sleeping at night. Now, as far as safe goes, you realize people, do get struck by meteorites and lightning. So I'd like to think that when we say something is safe, if it's up on the odds of being, struck by a meteorite, I have a sense that there's are we equating this to like the risks we take just going on the highway to go to work every day, or everything else that we do in our lives? Like, in the grand scheme of what we do in our lives, something tells me that there's kind of like a pseudo normativity to what we consider the risks of our daily lives, right?
I'd agree. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So it's a question about, I guess, it will come down to how the person interprets what safe is. But when we realize that we all die, and all the things we do every day, literally walking outside into, exposure to the giant cancer ball up in, that we're in orbit of. I think we probably have a default understanding that safe is always relative, and that I think we're justifiably trivializing it down to as safe as the next thing. I think that might be a common way that could be boiled down to. So you're still accurate, So I'm not shooting the accuracy, just the expectation. Yes. When we say safe, I'm pretty sure that the common person could look at that and go, you know, I walked outside and people get struck by meteorites.
Well, that's true.
I'm as safe as the next guy, really. So I'm not sure if that's not really as contentious as I might think.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You know,
you're technically correct. I get that. I think it's the expectation of the viewer. That's what's in question now.
Right. So, but the problem then comes when you're talking about this stuff. You'll have someone go, "Oh, well, it's not safe because my cousin in wherever took a vaccine and was, had an allergic reaction and, almost died," kind of thing. And so we can sort of say, hey, that might actually be valid if you do have an allergic reaction to one of those things. The chances of it, you're right, your chances of it are so slim that, being hit by lightning is probably along the same amount of probability. But people are hit by lightning. Whether or not you would say lightning is safe or going outside during a storm is safe, well, yeah, it kind of is, isn't it? Like, we wouldn't say, hey, it's unsafe to go outside when there's a storm on. That isn't something we'd say. But so I think there's definitely merit to what you're saying. I think there is merit that on the whole scheme of things, it definitely is safe. I guess that my problem is that if there are counterfactuals to that, people use that to sort of say, well, it's not safe. And I think that's what I want to sort of push back on a little, is that with medical information, we kind of do have to be precise. It's why, a doctor, for instance, when they're giving medical information, can't just say, oh, well, you're having your appendix removed, it is safe. No, there's actually a chance of complications. We should be precise about the risks when we're talking about medical information. But I totally get that your pushback does definitely have merit in that there are things that we call safe that we do that are definitely more dangerous than having a vaccine or a shot.
Yeah, it's the reductio factor. When
right
when nothing appears safe loses all semantic value.
So, absolutely. There's merit in that. Yeah, no, I do grant that. Yes.
Yeah. Basically, it highlights what I would suspect. It would highlight a bad actor more than anything else. The person who would blow something out of proportion. And usually this is where I work a reductio, and it's like, okay, well, let's look at all the things that have greater risks. And then that list is going to look ridiculous by design. I will ensure that. It's like there's the people who take that, like I said, fears and blow them out of proportion. So once again, I'm agreeing with you as well. So it's a question about who we're looking to reach with this at the same time. So it is triggering. So like these prompts are, of course, triggering for conversations. They spur, like it spurred you to bring it up, right?
Oh, of course.
So it has technically it has accomplished this. And of course, we're tackling it in context. So yes, we will see where we're coming from over there. So I find the value of putting it out there will show the nature, like the fruits it'll bear will depend on who ends up challenging it with the least context.
Well, I do want to, and if you forgive me, I want to attack that idea of normative positions. I guess
it's not absolute, by the way. Yeah, it's
no. I get you. I guess
that's relative.
I think the thrust of my argument on that is that the normative for medical standards is different than the normative for other activities, right? Like, so when we talk about risk and sort of surety as far as medical conversations are concerned, we have a different normative standard than talking about baseball. You know what I mean? Like it just is a different standard. So I think I would really push back, sort of saying, when you're talking about words that can be interpreted as absolute, like, safe and dangerous and things like that, I would hesitate to use that in medical scenarios where you're not being, like, I think the normative definitions of them are far different than the normative definitions for dirt bike riding or eating a buffet or something.
Let's take a simple sample. I pick
Sure.
a new car off of a lot. Is it safe?
Yes. Well, I assume so. Are you going to Standing for Truth's used car lot, or I don't know?
Oh no, new car. No, a new car because.
Okay, gotcha.
By the way, it is by the way a Pinto, but I mean it's in mint condition, so don't worry.
I don't know anything about cars. I don't know if the Pinto suddenly exploded on contact or something.
Yeah, they were notorious for that. If you got into a nifty little fender bender, the gas tank was very ill strategized in terms of location, and they had a habit of it was not pretty. Let's just say it was not pretty. But that's the thing is like realizing that failures happen all the time. Like that's I like I respect the putting it on the table. Like here are the risks per se. But I mean, there is going to be an assessment somewhere. That's the question.
Sure.
Putting it all on the table, bullseye, do it. But then there's that. At what point is it unrealistic? It's where the realism bar is. That's the question. Yeah.
But would sort of saying that, hey, the Pinto is a safe car, would that be like false advertising? Would that be? I don't know how unsafe this car is. I got to be honest with you.
They'd burst into flames. You rear end these things, okay, you're going to get a fireball.
Right.
Yeah, this is like late 70s cars. It was not a good time.
Okay.
Yeah. I brought it up on the idea that like basically it's down to the idea that nothing is truly safe in that ultimate
I
sense.
Gotcha. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I 100% agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just highlighting, like I said, it's a question about the person who's going to fear monger. That's the question. So we're going to find out, like, this is where you try to find out, much like the Overton window in politics, is going, how far is the pendulum swinging before it looks like fear mongering on a greater scale?
Yeah.
And that there's social questions with that, right? It's like, what circles are we comparing? So there's a conversation that can be had in there. However, they tend to do it screaming at the top of their lungs, like the sky is falling, which actually probably has greater odds. So, I mean, I never see it as a good look. Like, these are people who will do, like, literally everything else. Like, you take a look at their diet, and it's like, do you realize what you're eating right now? And it's like,
listen,
there's a pot in the kettle at a point.
I totally pay that. I mean, I was in a debate with Andrew Wilson where he's talking about preventative medicine while the guy's smoking cigarettes. Like, it's just ridiculous, like he's basically talking about how vaccines are unsafe while he's smoking like known carcinogens. It's ridiculous, like that is absolutely ridiculous.
Mark, can I ask you?
Yeah.
Did you get the sense at all that his shit, that Wilson shit, is entirely performative?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that I'd say I'm not even convinced that he really is interested in Christianity or he really is even a Christian. I think that everything's a means to an ends with that guy. Every argument is kind of very bad faith. It's very disingenuous. I really got the feeling that he would literally say anything to sort of further his argument, kind of thing, further his further his power, basically. I think he's just a power monger who is literally going to say anything for that power. But that's just my opinion. That's not a statement of fact. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I got the feeling from what he does and how he behaves. That really it's performative. I don't have confirmation like I do with like Made by Jim Bob, where it's just where I just got confirmation from people who've engaged with him that he's essentially all but admitted himself that it's performance. It's just a a persona that he adopts for the internet in order to pander to a specific demographic, and because of the money that it brings him. So yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I think. I think it is just I think they're just con men, but that's just my opinion. I mean, Jim Bob, I've debated him as well, and he seems incredibly performative. But Wilson even more so. He's not really looking to have a discussion. He's looking to score points to sort of dog whistle and appeal to a section of the population who will send him money because he's pushing back on the standard narrative of the society, basically. And I think that gives him a lot of leverage over these people.
Agreed. And Gary San says Jim Bob is a comedian before anything else. For anything I feel, I agree with that. It was the kicker for me with Jim Bob. I was originally, and hey, Clairview, good to see you. Said help jail Warren panel in chat. Hello is what Claire was saying. Good to see you, Claire.
We could use help as well. Let's face it. Like, come on now, we could use some help.
Planet Peterson.
Need the Jesus.
Planet Peterson debated him directly at DebateCon, the latest DebateCon last year in November.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yep.
Yeah, the MDD thing. And he posted up he put a post in his community chat after he got back where he basically was talking with Jim Bob just directly, and pretty much gave all but pretty much confirmed that it's a persona that he puts on it's a persona that he adopts for specific purposes. And so I was supposed to debate him on morality and moral anti-realism versus moral realism, and because it's one of the few debates that I really enjoy, and I think I can pretty much school a moral realist. It's not hard, but it never got scheduled because the whole breakdown with me leaving Taco's channel and bouncing out of that shit show. So, but now I don't want to, because I'm just not interested in like platforming that performative nonsense, and I wish more people were aware of it.
Yeah, I think that they're just bad faith actors, to be honest with you. I mean, I debated Jim Bob on evolution, and like the man has, like, he doesn't know basic biology. Like, he's got no business talking about anything to do with biology. Like, he basically was asking me at one point, how do you tell the difference between a tail and a finger? And it's like, are you serious? Like, are you high? Like, what is happening? It was baffling.
You've heard his recent stuff, right? How he attacks penises.
He attacks penises?
Yeah, what? When did a penis become a penis? And is a penis that's only partially formed still? Oh yeah, like completely ignoring function, like reproductive function, and strictly going for like the organ that does it. And so thinking is well, when did a penis become effective? And so but because he hammers on that so much, I look at it from kind of if I step back and I look at it from an objective standpoint, like what's being said. In reality, all he's doing is saying penis a lot. Like, just saying it over and over and over again, saying it as many times as he can under the guise of trying to be scientific, which leads me to believe that it again, I think is evidence towards its performative nature, because he says it when he doesn't need to say it. He repeats himself ad nauseum. And I'm kind of like, okay, if I think about this really, and I take all the context out, the guy's just on the internet repeating penis multiple times and probably making people laugh. So
right, like that's the sort of thing that would appeal to a grade schooler that like he's saying this word a lot. It's okay, but it's not really an argument, is it?
Right.
Bro, I want to become famous on YouTube, bro. Put me on.
So I have somebody over there in the Discord. Blue screen. Link is in the side chat. We're live on YouTube right now. But you got to follow the link in the side chat.
Look, Jay Passick's in the chat. I love Jay. Look, Jay, if someone told me that Jim Bob had a penis, I would believe it, quite frankly. I would absolutely believe it. Absolutely.
I could see Jim Bob in the Pain Olympics. I could. Now, for those of you out there in the live chat not familiar with the Pain Olympics, don't go look it up. Of course, like half of you are probably going to go look it up now. But
I am not familiar with it. I will take your advice. I honestly
don't go look it up.
I think I've heard of it, and I suspect it's not pleasant. I got you.
It's awful. It's absolutely awful. It's just, yeah, don't go look it up. Huge hands.
All right. Well, I'm going to bounce out. Thank you so much for having me on, JL. And it's really good to meet you, Andrew. I think you guys had some really good points on sort of, how we use colloquialisms, how we use normative statements. And I do pay a lot of those. I myself, I think from sort of my personal opinion, I would be more precise in my language, but, I do have, I usually do try to be as precise as humanly possible, but I totally understand giving sort of keeping it more vague in order to provide the stimulus for engaging conversation. Absolutely understand that. Like, that is a very good point, and I do acknowledge it. So, yeah, I guess it's just my opinion that I would put something in there, but all good. Understand what you're doing. I really have enjoyed the show, but this is just to show how easy it is to have a reasonable conversation with somebody when your identity isn't based in whatever it is that you're trying to argue for. Like, if you stop thinking that anybody questioning Jesus is destroying your identity, it's very easy to have a conversation about it. So I think that Christians should come on up, defend their faith, explain why Christianity should have some privileged place in society, as they sort of tendency to do, and, have a reasonable conversation instead of just, getting upset that you doubt them. Right? Did I get upset that you doubted my argument? No, you can disagree all you want, right? Like, it's not hard to just not take offense somebody disagrees with you.
Feel it. Everybody in the chat can feel it. The kind of like, it washes over you. It's a very pleasant feeling, knowing that we can have these kinds of conversations and we don't crash out. And it's like, it just feels good considering the people we had on prior before you arrived, Mark. We kind of needed it. We needed a bit of a palate cleanser because we had we had a few trolls on, a precept guy who wouldn't shut up and take a question. Just kept rambling. And then like the last stream I had on last Wednesday ended with a Nazi. So it's just, it was good to have you up, and good to have an actual legitimate conversation about things.
Yeah, no worries at all. Well, you take care, mate, and I'll talk to you later sometime.
You as well, Mark. You're always welcome. So I appreciate you being up here. Yeah, if I do this every Sunday and Wednesday, so if you happen to pop over, and you're more than welcome to come up on stage and engage with people. So you always have a place here.
Oh, look, mate, there's a lot of stuff I wish I could get to, but I'm in a weird time zone. So this is kind of, I usually am not available at this time, but, I certainly will try.
All right, sir. You have yourself a good one.
All right. See you, mate.
Take easy.
Care. Mark Reed is good, people. I'm glad that Mark got a chance to pop over here. This is fan. That was good. I needed that. That was nice. That was a pleasant convo. So thank you, Mark, for popping over. I do appreciate that. I haven't talked to Mark in a while, but that was really, really nice. Sir Equinox, the Knight guy in his smelly socks. Yeah, Knight's I think he's still blowing up my freaking comment section. That was good. Well, we're 15 minutes away from the 6-hour mark. And that was a nice note. If we do happen to end it here. We got some people over in the Discord chat. Nobody's really joined, which is kind of a shame. But hopefully, we can get somebody. But if we do go out on that one, that was really this. Jay Pasek said, I just took offense to everything Mark Reed just said.
No, basically, like the start of that conversation with regards to the relative nature of safety, for instance, this is a good example of the kind of thing that we take as a lemon test within society of going, at what point is something fear-mongering? Right. So like the absolute nature of safety, like we're all on the same page with that. So I look at bringing it up in that capacity. It's really a check yourself before you wreck yourself and go like, where is society now? Like, out of all the things we do, where are the problems? So I find it as triggering as the question can be. The only person who will ever pose an issue for is a person who is probably substantially outside of societal norms at this point. It's like where everyone else will call you Chicken Little. As I said, it's a great lemon test. The person who will freak out about the question, it is justification for the question. Somebody like Mark Reed coming up is a good object lesson for us to offer the audience in giving this breakdown, that it's as much a lemon test as a reasonable, that's the thing, is also this is reasonable claim. It's not an absolute. It is merely reasoned. So a certain sense of normativity I shouldn't even there's an urge to call it normativity, but just like walking outside. Literally, you walk outside. There's a cancer ball up in the sky, okay? Anybody who thinks that safety was ever an absolute thing, you shouldn't be arguing it. We should understand that there's a scale for everything. So, yeah, it's a great lemon test. It's a good question for exactly the person who isn't Mark Reed.
Pop that over there.
Felix, well done, sir.
What about a lemon party? Oh, yeah. There's bad stuff out there on the internet. Don't go look it up. It's like, don't go look. We made the mistake. We made the mistake, so you don't have to. We'll just say that.
I clearly know too much. I have access to the interwebs, both of them.
Oh. Oh, well. Don't see anybody new popping in. We might be getting a little bit late. Like I said, it's about 10 minutes before midnight here. So we might be in good shape. So I will say this is in the event, just kind of like bide some time before we get there. If you're new here, this is your first time, check this out. This is the Stage of Reason. The link that you can join the stage. The link is pinned in the side chat at the bottom. You can come on and we can talk about what you believe and why. There's a conversation we're looking forward to have, or if you have questions for us as non-believers, we'd be more than happy to answer those. Everybody's welcome. We'd like to prioritize believers and people who've never been up. So we like to prioritize those individuals so we can have those conversations. If you like this content, be sure to hit the like button. If you didn't, you can hit the dislike button. And be sure to leave a comment, because those comments help to drive us in the algorithm and help to keep things fresh, keep things interested, so that our dark god algorithmo, it benefits us by making us more visible to the rest of YouTube. I do have new content coming up. I'm almost done with. It has taken time, and I'm glad I got some of the stuff off my plate. Some of the old stuff that I'm not in, that I don't have to deal with, so I'm happy about that. But look forward to new stuff, and of course, that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, and thanks to the couple of new people, we are 25 subscribers away from 15,000. I'd love to be able to hit the 15,000 mark. So 25 subscribers away. So if you like this content, want to see more, want to get notifications of when we go live, I do this every Sunday and Wednesday. I'm probably going to increase that because this has been a lot of fun. And occasionally we have, good convos. I could probably do one day where I go a little bit earlier in the day just to try and see if I can see what works best. Just add another day to it, shift the time, see what plays better. But yeah, we look forward to that. But 25 subscribers away from 15K. That 25 hump, which is kicking my ass. But yeah, and a huge thank you to all of the super chats that have come through. All you new channel members, I hope you enjoy it. And just remember, the longer you stay with here, the more your mind expands. You get access to all the cool custom emojis. And if we get enough, I'll be able to unlock the new Krakatonia emoji, which I'm looking forward to debuting once we get enough channel members. So, but other than that, we're in pretty good shape. J-Money, the only true stance is the agnostic because no one really knows. And J-Money, I was sorry to hear Win got, we still have mutual people who kind of like cross the threshold there in between channels. And I'm sorry that you, I'm sorry you got hammered over there on that other channel. I don't think that was very fair. I that's just me. I just don't. I think that was some personal shit that should have been handled privately, and it happened relatively recently. I don't think that was very fair. So just know that won't happen here. So, but I heard about that and was like, that's fucked up, and I was sorry to hear that. It's being, especially when you're not there to, I think when you're not there to defend yourself is really, really just kind of shitty. At least I don't know if you were there to defend yourself, but that just sounded pretty crappy to me. Just wanted to put that out there. I hate it when people do that. When people take advantage like that.
I think I missed something in that. Is there a bit of a public thing that occurred?
Not really. I don't know if J-Money was present, but you obviously know who was talking shit, and I didn't think it was very appropriate. And wind got to me because I have J-Money up here, and we've had good conversations. We've had good conversations here, but if J-Money isn't even present, to defend himself, I think that's even more shitty than what I heard. So I just heard that, if people getting shit talked behind their back is like a staple of that channel, then it has fallen way farther than I thought. Which is fucked up.
This is who I suspect, is it?
Yeah, it's him.
Yeah, it's more blacklisting for people who have decided to share where they, choose to put some attention into.
Yeah, it's just kind of like, well, I know, and I think it was just like, maybe, or just like, like slamming them because they just don't come around. Like he says, I don't know anything else that happened after I left, because so if he's left, then the shit was happening behind his back. And someone messaged me that he was talking mad shit about J-Money, which I was like, why? It just makes it was like, just talk, basically saying that, I don't need to repeat what he's saying. It wasn't, it was just, basically shit about his intelligence and stuff like that. But I don't see what the problem is there. And it's not like, these are areas where you can say that someone is absolutely wrong. I understand that people may disagree with some of the points that J-Money brings up, but I get his agnostic position regarding some things and his desire to be open about certain concepts until they get knocked down. So I get that, and sometimes people may formulate their opinions about that. That's fine. But I think we can be adults about these things. I don't think we need to talk shit about someone who's not there. So, which is just, I think, is bullshit. It's just me. It's just more evidence that I made the right decision. Is all it is.
Yeah, it's trash behavior, kind of straight up, no matter which way you want to take it.
So, but no, J-Money, you always got a place here. I didn't know if you knew about it. I just that really stuck in my craw and kind of pissed me off, and I was hoping you would pop by because whatever it is, I don't care. You always have a place here. You have a place up here on the stage. You're always welcome. So, but I don't think anybody's going to shit on you for that. It's so pointless. At least it opens it up for interesting conversations. I'll give it that. And I'd rather have an interesting conversation with somebody that I disagree with than give a reason for like people to not show up. That's not the kind of, I'm not interested in this shit show. So yeah, then I say you didn't hear about it, then don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. I'm glad you didn't hear about it. It was unnecessary. And I just, like I said, I remember the long conversation that he and I had, where I think we came to a pretty decent logical terminus. That was over on that other channel. So. What you doing, Chief? Can you hear me? StreamYard might be having an issue because we can't hear you, unfortunately.
Nothing yet.
Yeah, nothing yet.
Check your audio devices and try leaving the stage. And yeah, muting and unmuting is a good test. Just to be sure.
Yeah, he may pop up, but you know we're coming up. It's 2 minutes to the 6 hour mark. So one thing I want to point out, Ryan Murphy, I wasn't sure if this was is that because in the past, yeah, when we were over on that channel, I don't think that the environment was conducive to having a legitimate conversation with the constant like nitpicking going on. And I'll admit that you know I've had a couple conversations with J Money that were frustrating. I do get that. But I think that the both of us have improved since then, and being on a platform, being on my platform where we're not going for that kind of like spurg out, crash out, like entertainment over like, you know, entertainment over substance. I think we're both better here. I think is what it is. We can have a more I want to formulate, or I want to establish a stage that is more conducive to having an actual conversation. But yeah, I'll admit, yeah, in the past, yeah, there has been some frustration on my end, some frustration on his end as well, and obviously points where we were talking past each other. But I don't want that to be the standard. So if that was meant to me, but I think the interactions that J Money and I have had here on my channel have been far better than they ever were over on the other channel. Is my thoughts on that. So. I'll say that. Yeah, I think we have improved because I just think that this platform is more conducive to like I try to create a platform that's more conducive to having these conversations, just so it doesn't turn into a fucking shit show where people, you know, at the other channel, yeah, that other place. I want people to feel welcome, you know, and not feel like they're being set up, and not feel like they're, you know, you're trying to farm shit off of them. That's not good. That's like, you know, one of the big, I think, one of the big issues that we have in this kind of like sphere that we're operating in is too much of that nonsense. Too many people putting clicks and views over this, you know, substantive conversation. I appreciate that, Felix. I really do. Try to keep it cool. Try to keep it chill as best we can. Unless we get like, you know, a Nazi on or, you know, Catholic traditionalist. Hey, Alien X Gaming is here. Good to see you, Alien. Sorry I'm so late, but want to say hello. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you popped in. Thank you so much, Alien. I appreciate that. Another one of my illustrious mods. Well, I think we're in good shape. I think I broke it all down, all the plugs and everything. And I know that J Money was trying to come up, but this might be a good opportunity that might be a good opportunity to call it, because we haven't had anybody new up and nobody new in the Discord. Nobody that stayed. Got a bunch of people like passing through, but nobody like sticking around, which is a shame. But yeah, I appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate all the people that came up on stage. It was awesome to see Mark Reed. Haven't talked to Mark in a while, so I'm glad he popped in to say hi. And of course, any believers that might still be out there, you're always more than welcome to come up on stage. Just click the link, and we'll have a conversation. Whether it's questions you want to ask us, or an evidence or an argument you want to present, we want to hear it. So that's the whole point of this thing, And of course, again, like, subscribe, like, dislike, subscribe, hit the bell, do all that cool stuff. Only 25 away. JL is running chat wins. Only 25 away from 15K. Slowly but surely. I'm really, really hoping. Oh, look at that. 23 away. 23 away. Closing in. Slowly but surely. And yes, yeah, I agree, Krakatoon. MDD does suck. It is a shit show. Dumpster fire. Andrew, I wonder, something I wonder, maybe, what if do you think them on Discord, the people on Discord could potentially create like a permanent thing, like a permanent event that I could do this on?
Well, a permanent, I'm not like, I know they do the recurring ones. Like, I'm not sure if you actually ended up getting
but one that I was the admin of.
Yeah, that's an actual guest room. As far as I'm aware, it's only the actual guest rooms that can open up like the full live ones, right? The broadcast.
Because I'd love to be able to do it, but where I have the control and I don't have to rely on somebody else. But I wonder who I'd have to get in touch with. That might facilitate more conversations.
Yeah, I suspect you have to be a guest room owner to do that, and that usually requires like a certain population pull, which we'd have to foster in the first place. Voldemort used to run out of Rocker's channel. Because at least that one was a registered room, and of course it was a great place to farm, the individuals who would be incited to join for it.
Right.
So as far as I'm aware, I think it's tied to being a guest room. And that requires like the population count for them to justify it, because you got to go through the rest of their admin.
I'll see if I can't look into that before Wednesday. See if I can, that might help. See if we can do that. I might also look at joining some believer Discords. Maybe I can get on there and invite people over. Appreciate it, J Money. It's all good. We can definitely catch you on the next one on Wednesday if you happen to pop in. Next one of these will be Wednesday, so I hope to see people there. Do all the stuff. Appreciate all the support. I really do dig it. Joe says, what do you need? I was curious if it would be originally I used to run the Stage of Reason as an event, as a scheduled event that took place every Sunday. And it was like you could look up as to when all the dates were and under the event calendar on Politics Discord. But I wasn't the admin for that. Taco was the admin for that. And so once I took the Stage of Reason back, so I didn't have to worry, so that I wasn't dependent upon him being ready and available to have to help me out. Taking control of that. But I'd like to be able to open it up with more awareness on politics to generate more conversations. So I'm wondering how that could be swung on the politics server, is to make use of that, because the number of people that are subscribed to that, I'd love to be able to have more conversations to maximize the stream time. And I figured that doing an event that that everybody's aware of would be a way to do that. Just that, just so I could be the admin, so I can have the control of that, so I don't have to rely on anybody else to make it work. If you get an influx of believers, some sort of event that notifies everybody when we go live, so that people would be inclined to come over, and I can literally just go back to sharing the Discord room over, and we can have that chat, because that would work as well, But I appreciate it, Joe. Yeah, definitely. So I'm going to look into it. I'm looking to see what we can do. I'm gonna look and see what we can do with that. See if I can maximize this, because I'm not on TikTok, so I don't have a TikTok feed that can feed over to this. I don't have 1,000 followers over there, and I doubt I ever will. I just don't put out content on TikTok, so I don't know. But I guess we'll find out. But yeah, I think we're good. A little after 6 hours, I think we're in solid shape, and I appreciate everybody being here. And I covered all the plug stuff. I did that early, so I think we are solid. You got anything, Andrew? Anything for us?
No, I'm good to call it as we are. Kind of winding down.
Cool. Well, it was a good one. We're now officially in Monday, so enjoy. I hope you all have a fantastic week ahead of you. We'll see you again on Wednesday. Like I said, be sure to subscribe, hit all the stuff, do all the stuff. We're 23 away from 15K. So hopefully that'd be cool if we hit it in between. But other than that, you'll have a fantastic rest of your night, rest of your week. We'll see you on the next one. As always, I am JL. This has been the Stage of Reason here on Bridge the Divide. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide. We'll see y'all. I think I'm getting tired.